Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's game of the semifinals from the South side. Today, we're going to be seeing New Moon of the North or the South going up against the Ravens. Starting off with, the fact being, winner today goes on to the grand finals happening on June 16th at District E. Now, today, I'm joined myself as Exile, and I'm joined here with Strix, the man, the myth, the legend, one of the smartest people in the league.
I don't know about all that. I love the chance to commentate with you. And like you mentioned, District E is on the table for this match. The winner is going to be coming from the South Conference. If you're interested, head on over to our Instagram. Check that first post, and it'll give you all the details for our Father's Day championship game for $100,000. But the other thing we always got to keep in mind is new venue. We also got these new SurfThing PCs that are looking amazing, running amazing, and I think are going to host us an amazing game.
Yes. So, like Strix said here, SurfThing, gonna shout them out. They are the reason why these playoffs have been so successful, why these games have been so close. I mean, this has been so much fun because these PCs, as tested by me, Strix, and others, even the people playing today who have played multiple times this playoffs, so far, I've run every single game, zero problems, zero issues, always smooth. So once again, you see that little thing behind me where it says it's the official PC of the UEL. That is SurfThing. This is tested by us endgamers, and this is the reason why I could go on for minutes on minutes saying how good these PCs are.
They are so amazing. I feel like we're gonna have a harder time not talking about how great the PCs are. For those at home, New Moon did go ahead and win RPS. And it looks like Fortnite was the first game. You think it's being played? What are we gonna do here?
I think it's gonna get played, honestly. Seeing that they have full lineup now, both teams have their obviously full lineup. It's the first game, but if I'm New Moon, they're gonna send in Jury. They're probably gonna send in Snappy and Spicy. Then Star's obviously the man when it comes to Fortnite. Like, I don't know what else I can say when it comes to Fortnite and Stars. He's just that good. Now, about those two other slots, since we play a 3v3 mode in Fortnite, the Ravens need two more. Who do you think they're gonna throw in?
One of the people that I do know is something again people don't know. As it feels like the lore always deepens around KIC, the California player flying all the way across the country to play. He did actually compete in Fortnite professionally as well. So I'm betting that the Ravens will try to link him and Stars up for an amazing duo going into this. And for a third, I personally have a soft spot for him. Him always just,
honestly,
if it's a shooter, he can handle it.
It's him. Like, if you're new to today, this is your first time watching, the first time you're hearing of these teams, him been one of the best players in the league. Unfortunate to, not be recognized by some, but hey, he doesn't let that affect him. He keeps going on, he keeps plugging away at games, and he wins. He is simply just, I mean, he's called him for a reason.
Yes.
I can't, like, it's perfect to describe him when his name is him. Like,
it's always the funniest thing because sometimes I'll be like, yeah, he's him. And I'm like, yeah, he's him. Truly.
Oh my God, he's like, like, you could describe him in two ways with his name. Like, it makes no sense, but I love it. Like,
and like you said, one of the hardest working players in the league. Joined last season, but I don't think I've ever seen him really stop grinding. But on that other side of the fence is New Moon, and if there's been a team that the Ravens historically even now have been grinding towards, it's got to be this New Moon lineup.
And I did get one right on New Moon, but I got the other two wrong, actually. I mean, so Jury obviously going in, AJ Little Blue, and now Spicy. So Spicy, actually, I got it right. 2 out of 3. AJ Little Blue, been around, tenured player. He's just so dominant in these games. Like, this is what the New Moon does. And for people new to the stream, looking at those records, look at New Moon, 10-0, only team in this league to be undefeated. I have not lost a single game, including a win against the Reapers, the #1 team who play tomorrow in the North Conference. Now,
it's ridiculous when I watch this team because they always seem to have that extra step, that extra gear they can get into. And
And
Fortnite will be interesting because I know I saw Spicy warming up on it before the game started, and whenever a player's warming up, I'm like, okay, this is the game that you want today. This
they
is something
want it
that you
to
want to.
roll at least. Yeah. Now, you mentioned Spicy being on it. I was also there, and shout out to the man AV. He came in and he looked at him. Found out today that Omni Man is in Fortnite. Was kind of surprised, and then Spicy was just going through his whole locker, kind of flexing what skins he has. I don't blame him. And it just got to a talk, but he was obviously on Fortnite, and like you said, he loaded into the map and went and already started. Now, Jury being one of the other people in this game, just I can't say things about Jury without just knowing how good he is. Like there are times where you just look at Jury and you're like, he's already mastered this game. Like
Yes, time and time again, he is one of those de facto in gamers here in the league that everybody is like, Jury knows how to play. It's like, are you sure? Jury knows how to play it.
give him a day, give him a day. He knows the game. Give him a week. You've made a mistake by giving him a week to practice the game. Like there is no time where you can talk to about Jury and be like, oh, he hasn't practiced his game. His practice routine is insane. Like I don't know what else I can say. I mean, time in time out, season after season, he's been there, been one of the best players, been proving why he's like that. Now, AJ Little Blue also been practicing this game. I thought it would be Snappy instead, one of the top shooters in the league and probably one of the best shooters on their team. But rotation is a thing. The next game is, kind of they wanted to roll in their favor, especially if the Ravens have set up for a game that they don't feel comfortable with.
Yeah, and it's going to be huge to see if they're able to take this game. Ultimately, they have to be able to take it. They have to be able to put it down because I think there's some of those games, and we both heard them. I think before the game, they were doing their meeting, and you could tell they have some of these must win games that they have to get through. They
Yeah.
have to successfully win because they just feel like they're points that are guaranteed to them. And Yu-Gi-Oh coming up next ends up being a great role, I think, for both teams. Now, I do wonder what decks we're going to see out of these two
That's a
teams.
good point. I mean, shout out to the Ravens. They have Spring Roll, who came from the Bucks this season, kind of later on in the season, but I can't explain much without just saying if you don't know her, she is a mastermind at these games. Told us that she had been spending all last night practicing Pokemon, which is kind of crazy to me because she doesn't even need to practice the game.
Yes,
Like she's that smart. She's talking to me about her team. She's like, "Oh yeah, this team is a meta killer." Like she's hyped for it. I'm hyped to see her get Yu-Gi-Oh. I know she's in
it's
there. She's probably in
uh,
that room seeing the wheel spin and she's celebrating, arms in the air, treating it as like she just won the entire 100K
it's
because
one of
it's
those
Yu-Gi-Oh.
things that the Ravens as well. They have multiple people that know Yu-Gi-Oh. Vape knows Yu-Gi-Oh. Spring Roll, like you mentioned, knows Yu-Gi-Oh. No, him's been picking up on it, and I was just chatting, and she was like, "Yeah, we've updated the deck. We worked on a few things. We made it better." And I'm just like,
She's
we're in
evil.
we're in playoffs and you're still cooking.
Yeah.
Just every single game, that slight little tweak, knowing that they're playing New Moon and being like, all right, New Moon, I know what you play. Let's see how I can handle it.
She's like I don't know what else to say or describe her as, but she's like an evil mastermind. Like, oh, you have a deck? Oh, you guys have this certain deck? Okay, I'm just gonna cook something new up. Not the deck that I know will win. I want to have fun. I want to create other decks, and it's honestly funny to see because she just does this stuff
Yes.
no tomorrow. She does it and she's like, "Okay, that's fine." And like she knows so much about this game that she can sit down to talk to you. She's talking to me right before the game saying she's been spending her time on this, this deck like you told. She made this deck even stronger. And I
Yeah.
sat there and I'm like, "What do you mean you made it stronger? It's already strong enough. Why do you have to make it stronger?" And she's like, "Oh, just because."
Yes. Every little adjustment. Now I gotta ask you the question. This is the hard one for Yu-Gi-Oh. Who are you sending in as your one? Knowing that this is a coachable game, who do you like? I think if I'm the Ravens, the easy answer is Hey Wanku,
Yeah.
head on in. We anchor her. But then I'm looking at New Moon and I'm like, who do we?
Now, you have a good point. That is a great question. Extra aspect, one of the coaches for the new moon, but he doesn't have to go in. He can coach. Now, the problem is we have Snappy, Pip Boy, and Nexus. I don't know who they want in next because there's only been two games on the wheel that have rolled. So either you risk sending Nexus in UFC roles next. You're sending Snappy in a game like Valorant roles. He can't play. You send in Pip, Street Fighter 6 roles, something like that, where you're like, of course, it's just death by the wheel. You're just unlucky. But if I was to guess, I'm probably gonna have to go with Nexus. Now, I know that the New Moon have been practicing this. They
Mhm.
have talked about it. They said that they, use their deck. The New Moon have that Dark Magician deck, which they
Yes.
lost with against the Gorillas, but that doesn't mean that deck's irrelevant. That doesn't mean that deck is null and void. They won games with it. It just happened that the Gorillas are that smart at the game that it was like, okay, here's a wall in place. You're not going to be able to get past us unless you put up a fight.
And I can tell you that having been talking around the league, I love to get people's ideas about where they are in Yu-Gi-Oh. Everybody is cooking. Like everybody is still cooking in this game. And so my one thing is I'm like, does New Moon maybe have something ready for if they make the finals again? And funnily enough, the team was casual today about like, I think it'll be a fun game. I think it'll be a competitive game. But they weren't just like, yeah, of course we're gonna win.
Yeah,
Like
like
it's just like
they
I'm like,
they know the Ravens. I mean, the Ravens, if you're like we mentioned earlier, if you're new to this stream, the Ravens at the beginning of this season kind of started on like a little hill. Were climbing it slowly, had a couple of losses, which kind of declined them. Then they got into this beef, this little drama against the uh X Gods.
and I think going into this, they're making the decision based on kind of what you said. Having someone like Spring Roll available in the coaching role, knowing that that time and energy has been put into Yu-Gi-Oh. Maybe just saying we're stepping out of the games, and it looks like the Ravens have come out to a early 2-point lead over the X Gods, which I don't know if a lot of people would have immediately been like first two games are going Ravens way with DNF on the horizon.
Now, if that's the case, they forfeited both. Who would you send in for DNF? Say they sent in Nexus for Yu-Gi-Oh.
If they sent in Nexus for Yu-Gi-Oh, then I think you want to get a point on the board here. It'll be almost leading up to a reset. Send both Pip as well as X-Ray Aspect
Yes,
to your fighting game players because on that Raven side,
it's KIC.
Herb, if we're assuming they
And
want to,
him.
it's one of those things of like this isn't a moment where you can kind of pull punches with your fighters. Like, oh, Pip
You
can handle
can't
this
play with
by
your food
himself.
in this case. You
Yes.
have to be dominant, and this is where the new moon will show that they don't tend to, play with their food if it comes to a game like this. They will play serious.
Always.
And you mentioned them before the game. We saw the Ravens before the game. They were, doing their team talk, really motivational. I gotta give shout out to them. That had me motivated as well. I'm not even on the team. I'm just a commentator,
Yeah.
but I felt the motivation.
Oh yeah, they
Then I
were.
walk in, I walk into the venue, and I'm looking at New Moon, and they're just sitting there like, they're just practicing their games. They're not thinking too much of it. They're not getting it like
Shout out
they
to AJ. I'll give you a quote from him where I was like, "Oh, how you feeling today?" His response was like, "I'm feeling pretty good. It's another day in the office." That to them is they're like, "Look, we've made it to the finals
2 times in a
6,
row.
2 times in a row, but the team has been there for the last 4 seasons, even before that." They're like, "It's we come here, we meet the Ravens, historically a big rivalry here in the UEL, and New Moon's like, we always manage to come out on top." Hey, at the end of the day, we know what the Ravens can present, but I think this Ravens team is a little bit different today. I think we're in for one of those uh close like, just brawls.
Yeah,
Everybody get a point
I'm
here, get a
I'm
point
excited
here.
for this. I mean, I talked to the Ravens before this game, and I'm like, because I didn't realize Vape wasn't playing. Shout out Vape, shout out Genghis, two of the rookies that I joined this season with have kind of just been starting almost every game, especially after Vape joined. They weren't playing today, and they're like the 5-man, and I remember hearing them say 5-man because they can go into every game and have a full reset no matter what. Now, that is a difference here. There's a 5-man versus 7-man. The New Moon have extra players, but once they have those players go in, they have to throw in other players, and then, like I mentioned, the death by the wheel, that could kind of just start rolling down, and it would be really unlucky for them.
It's really, really scary to see exactly how to play out. I will say 3 of our 4 semifinalists have been running 5-man all playoffs, which was kind of crazy to me. It's something that we don't see as often. And for those wondering about the idea of the 5-man, in UEL, we do rotations like baseball. So you have to use everybody before you can move on to the next player. And so while you're doing this and while everything's getting set up, it means you see those grayed out players. Well, until the other two on the Ravens have been used, you can't go back and grab somebody else. So you have to plan out your rotations while being aware of what your opponent's strong at. So if I know, oh, Exile's really good at football company, I might be like, can I play my FC player in here, or do I have to hold them in case Exile's going in? And
Yeah.
it creates this really interesting mind game that is always fun to see and look at.
And I love that kind of thought process because, like, you're one of the players, I'm one of the players, and it goes to that point where we see the games, and I know you've probably talked about it with your team, the Cobras. I've seen my team, the Ghosts, talk about it. I've seen the New Moon talk about it. I've seen the Ravens talk about it. I've seen just about almost every team in this league talk about it. They see a game roll, they see that they don't have a reset yet, they have to send someone in. They make that choice, and they're like, well, what game could go up next? And you're like, okay, F1. They'll mention Racers, F1, something like UFC, just one of those games where like you save them, they have their game come up, you're set. But you don't save them, they go in, their game comes up, and you cannot play them.
And
So
I know we've both been there. That moment when your game rolls and you can't play, and you just have to look at it and you're like,
it's uh,
just like you're like, just we practice this. Good luck, team. And you're inside like, I want
yeah.
to play. Just let me go in and play. Just
And that's the problem. It's like the gods, the wheel gods, I like to say, the wheel gods do not favor anyone, no matter what you say. I mean, there will be days you'll walk in, you'll be like, oh, sweet. I've been playing League for the past 2 weeks. I've gotten really better at it. I'm now ranked like an emerald, right? And you're like, okay, that's an emerald. That's perfect. But then League doesn't roll, or League rolls and you're not available. And you're like, really?
exactly.
Is that a
And it always happens.
KIC?
Yes, and KIC is sitting down here, and it looks like we're gonna have a striker mirror, and it looks like we are gonna be seeing Nexus as his opponent. So KIC going in up here against Nexus. KIC is from California, is one of the strongest fighting game players in the league, plays pretty much everything. But that's the thing about New Moon. Every time I see them, they're training up everybody to get to those upper levels of the league. And here we go, both sides. Striker is a character that wants to get in and start fighting. And immediately both players looking to get their damage in. And a great job here. I'm looking and just
So
I'm gonna
it's
take a wild guess. Cassie usually plays the red color.
Yeah,
So
KIC is on the left, Nexus is on the right. Now both strikers have been practicing this game. I
and a nice whiff punish coming out of KIC, looking for the dive kick, and is probably going to close out this first round, ready to keep all of his lives, hopefully going into the second New Moon player. But a nice block, and Nex is still finding some life here, getting some damage in.
and he ends up getting taken out, but didn't give up. It wasn't like one of those fights where KIC just got to walk in the park. Nexus showing that he can still kind of put up a fight as striker. Nexus primarily has been playing striker this season, from what I have heard. And like I just mentioned, he's now going, he's putting pressure on, not letting KIC put pressure onto him, get him backed up into a wall. KIC though, no matter what, I've seen KIC win a game of DNF with 1 health. I've seen him. I just don't know how he's like this. He's a monster.
It's amazing to watch him work. Even there, the two sides looking at both players. We saw Nexus's pressure, but KIC was able to extend his pressure and carry it all the way into this win, pushing him over into the corner and finishing up. And I know for Nexus it's a little bit frustrating because when you fight someone else that plays your character, they know all of your
It-
tricks.
It's I love the mirror matches that we see in the league, and I love like how we brought it up because it is you who have spent your time mastering this character versus another person who has mastered this character. So either this can end in a draw.
Yes. And here we go. We see though the fighter for seasons and seasons coming out of Eclipse, sitting down, Pip Boy ready to jump in here.
Scary. He is I don't know what to say. You said it perfectly. Fighter of their seasons has been kind of just that dominant force when it comes to these games. Like, but then there's KIC who is also, it's like this is the matchup that you want. This is the matchup
Today,
you want to see.
as a fighting game fan, today I'm extremely excited. We have enough fighting game players in here that I feel like every fighting game should have a good player going in. But we see, talking about good player, AIC
This
puts
is
himself in
just
a great
KIC
position.
magic.
He immediately puts the pressure on Pip Boy, saying, "Look, I'm not going to even let you get started." Blocking it out there, finding these openings, loses the chance to the perfect, and this is where Pip Boy can make his chance. looking to just get started. There's a lot of damage that can come out of Crusader. A nice DP here to stop it and get another turn on the pressure, a good roll, and
Good
this could be a
wall.
lot of damage coming out. Cassie's going to probably have one guess after this. Blocks the attack, looks to take his turn, jumps in, manages to catch him with the low, carries him to the wall. Can he end it here? Catches him jumping, trying to get out of the
It
pressure.
gets him.
That is Pip-Boy's first life, but we see the scariness here. If Cassie gets topped 2 or 3 times, just touched, this match can easily flip on its head.
That's how strong Crusader is, but also just shows that Striker is, if you know how to play Striker and you're KIC, no matter what character you go up against, you're more guaranteed to win.
It's that pressure. Like, no one in fighting games likes to block. We don't want to sit here and just be like, okay, is it my turn yet? And this character allows Cassie to constantly put his opponent under here. Pip-Boy just holding down back, looking for his opportunity, finds it, drops the combo. Cassie manages to get the counter hit, and I think this is going to be the end of our DNF duel match with the Ravens going up 3-0 now. I don't know.
I don't know what happened. I mean, we've finally. This is the first game we technically got to see as commentators being DNF, and it was. If you want to know the story of this game, you really want to know. If you're just tuning in, KIC. That's the story of this game. KIC.
We've had a long conversation. He joined last season, and the idea is like, well, how valuable is a player that lives on the other side of the country?
And he's proving why he's valuable.
And time again, he's managed to come in here and to really show off. But I think, again, New Moon will shake that off, saying, okay, we didn't necessarily have who we might want in for the game. Nexus, while he's better at fighting games, I think his strength isn't necessarily there. They would have loved to be able to obviously send in X-Ray and Pip-Boy. And so you kind of be like, all right, that's just how the wheel spins. And it really, to me, is saying this 5-man might have been the right call.
And, I think, New Moon are looking at the scoreboard 3-0 down, but they can look at it saying, oh, we just got one of KIC's games out of the way, and we're not even at halftime. We've just started this game. KIC already has a game down, so then it comes to the point of KIC has to go into the games where he might not be comfortable, and that's where it starts to really claw back at the Ravens, because you don't want your games that you love to play, you don't want the games where you're the best at to roll straight away, because once those games are gone, you then get forced into other games where you're like, oh, I can't kill momentum. Like, the momentum either catches up to you or you just fall apart.
I think the best example of what you're talking about is a preview of tomorrow's match in the bots versus the Reapers, because everyone knows as long as StarCraft is on the wheel, Billy is just looming, waiting. You can't be comfortable. And Billy's like, whether it rolls first or rolls last, I get the last laugh. I will get the win. You're not gonna try. And I think everybody has that. I know that New Moon is probably looking for some of the shooters here to roll, even though I think the Ravens got a pretty strong shooting lineup. Today, both of these teams, I don't see glaring weaknesses in any one of the 5 categories.
Yeah. Now, you did mention Billy. It doesn't even matter if the bots are playing or not. Billy, if he hears word that League of Legends or StarCraft rolls in a wheel, if his team's not even playing, it's just a random game, he is there. He is in the Twitch chat. He looms, not even just at his team's game, everywhere in the UEL. This man is there every hour of the day. When it comes to StarCraft, that man is scary. I don't like how scary he is at that.
And going into our next game, it's funny. Like, we all want to have that game, right? We all want to have that one game on the wheel that you're available, and they just don't even play. Don't even like, they look at you and you're like, you're gonna play, right? And they're like, no. What do you mean? No. But we also now have the first game where setup is going to really matter here. So for those wondering, each team has to set up a game. New Moon currently has to set up the next game, which is Dead by Daylight. But that means they get to pick between Killer or Survivor, or have a map choice of their own. Do you have a preference on either one of the sides of DBD?
Yes. I technically would prefer to just be a Survivor, but like in a game like Texas Chainsaw, would prefer to be the family. It's really weird. You'd think like 2 kind of similar games, you think, wouldn't you want to be the same? But I don't know. When it comes to Dead by Daylight, I really just know my map knowledge as a Survivor. Now, the killer for New Moon is going to be Spicy.
And we are going to have 4 survivors on the other side coming out of the Ravens, and Stars, Herb, Wonku, and him. It's funny because I feel like for a good bit of time, we've seen New Moon play that Survivor side. They always feel comfortable to play the Survivor side. I know this is a game that they have practiced pretty consistently and have they ultimately feel
Sarge,
good.
put on your
So
headset.
maybe Spicy's cooked up. He is one of those top tier strategy players here in the
Talk, Sarge.
league. So I'm sitting here and I'm
I don't
like,
hear you,
what
Sarge.
have you cooked up, Spicy, that you're ready to jump in and play killer here on EBD, or maybe just keeping it away from the Ravens trying to desync their
Yeah, we're good.
lineup. We see Stars
Ready up,
here
ready up,
getting
ready
his
up, ready
audio
up.
and everything set up and ready to go. Audio in DBD is a huge, huge deal. You got to be able to hear when the killer's coming. And now I do have my immediate question here.
Alright, guys.
It's Spicy. There's a new killer that just dropped the game. Do we actually go ahead and get to see Vecna, the D&D based killer in the game? You see his map there in the background.
I'd love
Maybe
to
Guys,
see
if somebody gets
Vecna.
hooked first, I can go
That's
for
the
the
one
hook
thing I would really
and hit
love
them off
here
because
if
then I'll have
Vecna's
deliverance.
playing, if
Yes.
Vecna is the killer. Now, I actually don't think Spicy is the killer. I mean, if he is the killer, he is not even looking at his screen right now.
Delay on New Moon.
it looks
So-
like
They
it is
didn't put
Snappy.
lineup
It's
yet.
actually
Snappy
Snappy.
instead.
Okay, cool.
Rocket League rolled next now. This is one of the games where I wish both teams had their full lineup.
Yeah,
I'm
fast as fuck.
not too fussed about it because, I mean, Spicy can go in.
Sarge, what do we
Means
need to do
X-Ray
about
Aspect has to go in.
Nexus should be because I'm assuming was off of reset when it came
It's a switch.
from DNF as well. So they also have Nexus available to
did,
play.
Well, there was Yu-Gi-Oh before DNF, so they had to send in a 1.
Guessing it was X-ray aspect.
Yes.
Actually. From the Yu-Gi-Oh perspective, being the person that knows Yu-Gi-Oh, sometimes it's better for you to go in.
He's near me already.
And maybe they just had
You
decided
hear him as well?
Can't
to
see him, but he's right there. He's right there.
get killed. So here we see immediately Cassie is already down a health state, and the killer seems to have immediately found where he wants to go.
Oh, is that who I think it is? Is that Wesker?
I think we might be having some fun here. Not sticking around for too long, getting
That's
this
a
hit and
fast
moving.
guy, fast runner.
Doing a good job. Is he going to be able to duck here? Looks to maybe play a mind game. Neither one's wanting to give up too much.
Got you.
And is going to end up getting some space here. But ultimately, I need to see the Ravens start to pop some of these gens. One of your players is buying you a lot of time. Stars is trying to live for as long as possible. And Juke just that little bit further, buying a few seconds.
And he
I don't know if he's going to
jumped,
make... I can't believe he made that window. It maybe Snappy juke himself out, but makes it here into the building and is going to buy his team even more space and getting the chance to heal himself up.
So he's using his med kit early on. Smart. I mean, I'm not one to judge. I mean, it's really smart because if he gets hit again, he'll die. So he wants to, be able to be 2-tap. But he also could have saved it for his teammate. Now, I also didn't get to see what perks or what his teammates were running, whether they were using a toolbox, a flashlight, or like this med kit.
So this is actually really funny. Stars actually decided to take the self-care perk. So even without the med kit in his inventory currently, he's able to heal himself. It's taking him, a minute to sit here and kind of not be able to do anything. But at least that means that he's able to heal up and still be able to bring that toolbox.
One of the Ravens is hooked. Two of them are hit. Stars is healing himself.
Yeah.
He did actually mess up on his timing. So if the killer, Snappy, was alerted, he would have been there. Two of them kind of stuck together.
And we get the spray here, ensuring that he'll be able to take another hit safely. And now I need the Ravens to start doing some generators. Usually a team would have popped a gen or two by now.
Look at the way this guy runs. Look at the way Wesker runs.
And goes down with a quick turn here, just immediately jumping back in. Dropping Stars down is going to get a hook. It looks like Cassie's already been taken off the hook himself. Don't got a whole lot of time. Hopefully Snappy can go ahead and find this spot. Stars might be able to wiggle free. Just barely doesn't make it.
That is super unlucky.
Looking to maybe change a few settings. We see his teammates. They are a good distance away working here on a generator.
Okay, so one of them really smart. If you can see like little up head, they have been hit, but they're working on the top generator in the house, which is a one-person gen. So to my opinion, the most important gen to complete on this map, because if you don't complete it, then you're stuck. This is where Snappy being the killer can kind of zone you into a place that you want. They stopped being on that gen.
But
He's on
Snappy's
me.
nearby. You can see that heartbeat symbol, meaning that he is at least
I'm
in
chase
the
currently.
area. So
He left me,
we
he
have
left
to
me, he
be
left me.
really careful here. I need to see some
Jump.
pressure coming out of the Ravens at this point. You're giving Snappy way too much time to just run around the map and play his
And
game.
yeah, you're correct. I mean, normally by times right now, well, I could say we're maybe 4 or 5 minutes into this game, there'd be at least 2 gens pop. And on this map, even it's such a priority to
I
pop
can't
gens
get there
because
fast enough.
this zonal, game that Snappy can play is the decision, the difference between who wins and who
He's on me,
loses.
he's on me. I'm
Now,
about
it's
to
pretty
take a hit.
obvious. I mean, you either win Dead by Daylight as a killer or you don't.
And here we are. We are on Snappy's POV. He is in another chase with somebody, trying to lock them down. Goes ahead and uses his first charge. Doesn't manage to hit the window to continue this chase. Buying
He left me, he left me.
a little bit of time, makes the decision to break off chase here. He has to keep track of all these generators. There's a lot of space on this map. Many people I know consider the map
Are you
pretty
still near?
survivor-sided. This tends to favor survivors. A lot of areas, and just you see how big and
I
expansive
see him. He's on me.
the area that Snappy has
I
to
can't find a
cover,
fucking
with
gen.
Wesker kind of helping some, has found another player.
And
he's
here
just-
he is, damaging the gen.
I'm
So
going one
he
inside.
knows they're going to try and
He's on
loop
me.
him. And this is where Snappy, being one of the longer, tenured players in this league,
Nice.
knows that I can't let them just keep popping gens easily, so I have to damage it.
Fuck.
They pop the first
He lost
gen.
me.
He loses chase of the first person.
He's looking for me.
I think
Looking for me.
sees this,
I'm gonna
trying to see.
I think he has an idea of where they might be. He's trying to find this person. He sees a few of those scratch marks and has found this other survivor. I will say we notice KIC here maybe wanting to be found, playing and making his character different than his teammates. Usually we see all of the same character to maybe create some confusion. He's now
Yeah.
been caught twice. This is his second hook state. Somebody's gonna have to get him off, but he can't be caught again. Otherwise, it's absolutely game over. And for those at home that are wondering, at least 2 players need to make it out for the survivors to win. If one makes it out, it becomes a points back and forth between the two. And that's a really scary situation, knowing if a killer gets 3 kills, it's really hard to
And
take the game away.
KIC's off the hook here, so he's still damaged. They pop the second gen. They're now down to 3 left. They need to get these 3, then they can try and escape. Snappy going into the basement here. There's a
He sees the scratch marks. He found somebody. EC6. That's going to be him taking a hit. Luckily, I don't believe he's been hooked yet, so is still able to buy his teammates some more time. Isn't necessarily looking exactly where he's running, and
and he
manages
gets some. That's
a good decision by Snappy to hold there and then get the hit there. I love to see the also cooperation of New Moon. We see AJ in the background acting as the coach as well, probably helping out a little bit. DBD is one of those games where having an extra set of eyes really can be the difference between a win and a loss, because sometimes people just notice things that you don't necessarily notice. Locking down some of these gens, buying himself some time with these 2, manages to go ahead and catch Wonku here as Wonku runs towards Shaq. Possibly going to have to throw Shaq pallet. Jumps out the window, but that ultimately sets her up to be downed, trying to die here in a corner, trying to buy her team a little bit more time to maybe pop one more gen to get it down. So maybe this game is super close. It's super winnable.
now that's pretty risky. Him was taken off the hook, so 2 people injured. They're down to their final gen.
But Snappy sees both of them. And now Snappy's hope here is he wants to find KIC. If he can do that, that's his first kill, and immediately eliminating a player off the map is going to be huge for his pressure and his ability to just constrain exactly what the Ravens are trying to accomplish here. He has a lot of gens, and I'm looking at the spacing of these gens. It's not as close as he would like it to be, but luckily they're not crazy. He's doing a great job of tracking these scratch marks, looking for this player, trying to find out exactly who it might be, but deciding, hey, maybe I need to go check on these gens just to be sure nobody is working on them. Looking for his way down into the basement here. And if I'm Snappy, I think I'm kind of comfortable, but it's also a little bit nerve-wracking. This Jin does have some work, gonna go ahead and kick it, but now you don't know where any of the Ravens are. You don't know where any of them are sitting. And what are we looking for? Who are we looking for? Snappy on this one gen gives the other two the ability to put pressure. And what looked like a pretty sloppy game initially from the Ravens has cleaned up into a better situation. But now him kind of sitting on this gen goes down. Snappy not even looking to pick up, realizing, hey, I have to stop this other gen from possibly popping. Leaves him on the ground, is going to come back here and knows that they probably are now on the other side of the map working on this other gen.
Yep, they are. But you can just dash to it.
Now, are they communicating is the big thing here. Snappy is running some gen.
You know how to get there now, so they're fully committing to it. Yep. Keep chasing them and slug them. Slug them. You go. To the left. Yeah. Keep going forward, right there. Take them. Take them now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, fuck it. They're in the other door. That door. That's fucking out.
Are open. The gen was done. We didn't even notice. That's game. In that singular moment, in the blink of an eye.
Oh my gosh, this is a show out from the Ravens.
We were watching Snappy just as intently as he was, focusing on trying to find these people, find this down. And in the flip of a moment, the doors are open, the game is over, and the Ravens are now
4 up on New Moon.
But if I'm New Moon, and there's a handful of games that I want to roll on the wheel, Rocket League is one of them.
Yes.
Rocket League is one of those games. The amount of people on New Moon where I remember at the end of last season talking with them and they're like, nah, I'm so happy that Rocket League is back. It's like such a great game. And I'm like, oh, how much? Oh, we play. We all play a lot.
For anyone, maybe new here, not knowing about New Moon, 4 of the New Moon are champions and above. Like they are some of the best. They are, if I'm not, I can't even say like if I'm wrong. They are the top 4 in the league.
I was going to tell you.
Like they are.
I will say it if
yeah, no, they are the top 4 in the league.
Yes.
Jury being GC, highest rated in the league. Then you got, Spicy, a man who champion, but he also loves to flex the fact that he scored on Squishy Muffins, one of the greatest players of all time in Rocket League. Has proof that he scored on Squishy Muffin in a 1v1. Will use that to his advantage. Nexus, I've been playing with the man since ever. Like I've been playing with him since the game released. Seen him go from, just the stardom when he joined the league, just played this game insane. Then just Snappy, who is so versatile in Rocket League. Again, one of the 4 champions and above. GC being Jury, the second highest rank in the game in competitive. Then you got Snappy, Spicy, Nexus, all in the 3rd highest rank.
And so I'm going to throw you a hypothetical. So hypothetically, and really in reality, the New Moon taking Killer there meant that they finished up a full rotation with that being their 7th player. So if I told you their lineup for Rocket League was Snappy, Jury, Nexus, and Spicy.
Is that the case?
Yeah, based on the games that rolled, them taking Killer there meant that they got a full reset coming in.
Okay. Now, this is from where I'm coming from. If I'm the Ravens, I am forfeiting this. And this isn't even like a form of like trying to say, I'm just saying those 4 are the most talented Rocket League players. And I can't disrespect Wonku, who I am going to be competing against at a MERSCon in Rocket League, is a champion in this game. I was talking to her yesterday, and she's D2. So she plays this game. I played against her I played against her earlier this season, won. Stars somewhat knows. Now the unfortunate side is no Genghis. Shout out Genghis, my guy. I know you're here. You're him when it comes to this game. When Genghis is in, he knows how to play. He's like their 2nd best player.
And it looks like they're playing. They said
they're playing Heat Seeker. No.
And this is a tactic we see a lot of teams do
And you
when put into a position of maybe not having as many top tier players as somebody like New Moon.
And if Wonku looks again for, just holds her tab and you see the scoreboard, Jury has a red call, like a little red title for season 14 or whatever Rocket League Grand Champ. So he
He's
flexed.
been playing.
And there he goes scoring. So you're going to see it again. You'll see this little red title. Look at that. Red.
Jury, he plays. Look, there's no other world.
There is nothing we could say. Like, this is, I talked to them about this game. Trust me. I said, y'all gonna play Rocket League? And they're like, of course. And they're like, you're gonna have optimal lineup, right? And they're like, if we have all 4 of us in, it's game.
I think this will demonstrate why you made the suggestion of just forfeiting.
And they're playing Heatseeker. To me, I'm not a fan of Heatseeker. This is just like, this isn't me being, oh, how dare you play this mode. It is a Rocket League mode. People in this league have actually been, better off at Heatseeker than they are at regular. So there is no difference. But when it comes to Heatseeker, it's ping pong. But Rocket League, the reason why I don't like it is it's just demoing. If we got to see regular, there we go. Snappy, season 14 Grand Champ. So 2 GCs, 2 champs.
The funniest part here is that I think that's to me what makes playing something like this scarier, right? Is not only are they good at Rocket League, but they know how to demo better than like the average player because of how much Rocket League they play.
Like I all I can say is I've played with them in Rocket League, and each and every single time there have been times where I've done better than them. Now they're gonna rewatch this. They're gonna rewatch this exact same moment and be like, "No, you haven't," and I will pull up the proof if I have to.
Boom.
But currently a 3-0 lead. Wonku going to do the demoing. She knows that she can't keep letting them demo her, or it's just gonna turn into a massacre.
And just the ability, the control of just immediately picking up exactly where the ball is going, sending it back. That one sending off the top of the goal. Wonku.
Oh, what a save!
Who was that? Credit to you.
Whoever, it's someone. It's not one of their accounts. Actually, no, it's Stars.
That was an amazing save.
It's Stars. I know why, because Stars changed his name on Rocket League recently, and it got banned.
Oh,
well. Yeah, it was Stars.
And here we go. It's amazing. I can't say anything other than that was such an amazing touch. And there's
another goal for Nexus.
The Ravens made the decision to play this, maybe thinking they could edge out a win here, maybe not realizing what the lineup looked like.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. I think you're correct on that. I talked to the New Moon about this before the game, and I was like, well, how about Heatseeker, Snow Day, the hockey mode, Hoops, the basketball mode? I'll be like, how about that? And they're like, we'd love to play it just because we know we would still win. They're just that confident when it comes to Rocket League, especially with this lineup of 4, that they're gonna score goals for fun. And we haven't seen it yet. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen it yet. I just think because of how quick this game is. But Spicy will tend to type in the chat, kind of calling out to chat because he knows he's on stream going, I scored on Squishy Muffins, guys. And his exact words, he goes, chat, I scored on Squishy Muffins. It's his flex. It's what he does.
I also think that this works, unfortunately, to New Moon's benefit, because this is one of the few modes that you don't have to play the full game out. You can just get that 7-point win, and the game is over. And ultimately, saving time while being able to take another point and get yourself on the board is exactly what they want to do in this situation. Wonku just trying to defend.
And that's game.
But the 7th goal finally hits. I don't think the Ravens are too worried about it. This is one of those things that...
I think they just knew that seeing that 4, they were probably like, oh, okay.
Exactly.
Like, that's not good. Like,
maybe against... If we pick one of these players, right? And then it's like, okay, Wonku just has to kind of deal with maybe Jury, deal with, Spicy, deal with Nexus, deal with Snappy by herself. It could be a much closer game, but dealing with the 4 best players
in the league
on their game together, it's like they're probably just laughing and just like, okay, cool. We're just having fun. We're just playing Rocket League.
We didn't see it there, but they had their fun. I knew exactly what was gonna happen. Just seeing that you told me that how they had all 4, I was like, okay, that that's not good. Like for the Ravens, that is not what they want coming into this Rocket League game because they could have had a 5-0 lead.
And I question not forfeiting that just because I think you give them some momentum.
Yeah, you
Because
just
like
gave them a win.
if you let somebody play their favorite game and they do well, they're like, oh yeah, this is a great day. Today's a great day. I'm just gonna keep sitting down, keep going, keep playing games.
Like,
Uh,
I,
versus just, hey, maybe you had a rough time. Maybe like you didn't get to play it, so you're a little annoyed. Like, wait, I didn't get to play Rocket League. Why?
like I was talking to Nexus last week because he played the Gorillas, and there's the funniest thing because in a row it was he wasn't in for League. He wanted to play League. He was upset because he couldn't play League. He wasn't in rotation for it just because he needed a reset. So then League rolls and he's like, "Oh, I can't play it." I was texting him it, and I was like, "League." Then Rocket League rolls next, and he's like, "Oh, I can't wait." So then they had their full lineup going in for Rocket League. Gets forfeited, and he's like, "I didn't get to play any game I liked today. I didn't get to have fun today. We still won, but I didn't get to have my fun." Like
The
when it
mental
comes
game.
to a game like this with Rocket League, if they know they get to play it, they are gonna make the most out of it. They aren't gonna sit behind.
And I'll tell you, I think it's even more noticeable now. Now that we have the SurfThing PCs and we get in so quickly, it's like this will take you 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Just set up the game.
yeah.
We can play it. Like the PCs are gonna run amazing, high FPS. Any game in any genre, it will be amazing. And they're like, we're gonna FF it because I know you're good. And no, but still, shout out to SurfThing.
Yeah,
It's
like you're
amazing.
you're correct. We were watching Wonku that entire time, and I'm looking at her screen. No lag, no delay, none of that. And I'm like, okay, well I know why that's not like I know why it's not lagging. It's almost like the thing above my head that surf thing is a reason why.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, Call of Duty is the next game.
Oh, that's a good game to roll.
And the big thing though is remember they sent in Jury,
Snappy, Spicy,
Spicy,
and Nexus.
and Nexus. So we're looking at either AJ, X-Ray, or Pip Boy
Now who
having to
can
be
go
their
in for
lineup.
the Ravens?
The Ravens, funnily enough, I see this is where we have to do a little bit of reverse engineering. Because Fortnite would have been 3, then we would have done Yu-Gi-Oh, which would have been 1, 2, KSC went in, 4 would have then been another reset. So Rocket League, they sent 4 in. So there's one person that has to go in here. My guess is going to be Herb
Yes,
because Herb was
Herb.
not playing. And then it looks like KIC going in. The former anchor of the Ravens, everyone knows Herb, associates him with the Ravens, with kind of the player that I think a lot of people have recognized the Ravens are putting a lot of faith, time, and
Is that
energy into. And that's Pip
that's
sitting down,
Black Noir.
ready to
So
go.
I talked about Omni Man earlier being in Fortnite. Here we have Black Noir from I'm blanking on the name. I don't know why I'm blanking on the show name.
Hey, but now we're gonna hop into some Diablo. We're gonna swap it up. Skins and battle royales are a completely insane topic nowadays. Like anybody can appear in anything. All right, let's see how we go. So, people at home, if you're wondering how we play Call of Duty, it is effectively a kill race. So, every kill you get is 1 point. Every 1,000 points of damage you do as an individual is another point for your team. What that means is these 4 players are going to load in the quad lobbies as a squad of 4, but they're playing as 2-man groups trying to outscore their opponents. It's going to be an amazing view because we see people go crazy sometimes.
And you want to know something? To this day, I could speak it right into existence right now if I want to. And if it happens, then shout out myself. I don't know. I don't know. But we and the UEL have never had a game of or Call of Duty where the team both all 4 players end up as the number 1. They win the whole thing. Highest we've ever gotten, second place.
I Part of me wants it to be poetic that it doesn't happen here, and it happens
Like in the finals.
in DC,
Yeah, that would
District
be
E, huge stage. Again, food, bar. If you're a father, it's discounted. Please come on out and join us there. And maybe, just maybe, we
we'll
get that
see.
victory.
Could you imagine? I mean, if that's the case, then I will come back to this clip and I'll be like, okay, Strix said it. Strix called it in. Strix is the all
I can't
knower.
take credit. That was, I think it would cook. It would be so perfect. But again, if there's a team that also can do it, the Ravens and New Moon are a set of teams that can absolutely.
I think I don't know what to say. All 4 teams left in this playoff could do it. No matter
Yes.
who they're going up against, no matter who they're facing, can do it. It's just the matter of will they do it?
It's really hard. It depends on the lobby you end up in, because maybe you end up in like, hey, like I'm having fun playing Call of Duty, or that one guy that's just playing in his sauna, sweating to no end, saying, "No, I'm not letting you do this. I'm not letting you get away here." And I'm interested to see. So on the flip side, it looks like X-Ray is going in with Pip here. Very interesting call. Luckily, they're going to get a reset regardless of the fighting game, so they'll have a fighting game player ready to go. Um, but again, I still have to really look at that 5-man. That 5-man is. I've never looked at the Ravens lineup and been like, huh, that's unoptimal. It's kind of like, okay, they have at least one player that they're choosing to send in.
And you're correct when it comes down to that kind of 5-man. We've seen everything. We've seen 7-man, we've seen 5-man, and we've seen a 3-man. All in this one season. Like a 3-man has happened. If you don't believe me, talk to the bots. They have done a 3-man and have won that game.
Those dummy.
I don't get it. I don't get it. It's and I was like thinking about it earlier because I'm like, oh, there's 3-man. Like I was like, yeah, I could mention that, just because. And I'm like looking at who they had, Billy LaBamba and one other, and it's just like, okay, you have 3. You have to throw them into every game, including 5v5 games. They won Valorant in it. They won a 3v5 Valorant. Like
It's the teams here left in playoffs are what a lot of us, like, even as a sophomore, you're a rookie, we look to them because some of them have now been playing 5 or 6 seasons.
Yeah.
They are the example of any gamers. Like, cool, throw me into any genre and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play. I'm ready to compete. It does not matter.
Now, I think I know. So yeah, you are right. It is Pip, and it's going to be X-Ray Aspects account on the bottom. Did you see the little "My Life for Ire," a little reference to StarCraft?
Always appreciated. X-Ray,
I've
always appreciated a fellow Protoss. Never, never, never going to get old. And KIC, as well as Pastor Herbs on Genghis account, is going to be going up against him. I'm wondering which one, who's going to take out. Look, everybody's got skins. That's the first check. You got to verify you got a little bit of drip. Okay.
Yeah, you can't go into Call of Duty games without drip. If you go into Call of Duty without drip, then that is a problem, and that needs to be solved.
It's going to make me assume that you don't play that much.
Look at their levels.
Genghis is 418.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mentioned Genghis doesn't get to play. Like, I don't get it. He would have loved playing this.
And it's really unfortunate. I think that, like, as a rookie, you're happy that your team is here, is able to play, is ready to go. And I know that they're still here. They're helping set up. They're doing everything they can. And I already see communication. Now, we're playing on Rebirth Island. What ideas or how do you usually approach this map when it comes to Call of Duty?
I personally like Rebirth Island. I don't know why. It's just for me when I can play Call of Duty. Normally the strategy is you want to obviously stay together in this kind of format. Now, you obviously the team of 4, but it's not 4 people playing all for one victory. It is a 2v2 in between this 4v4, this like 4-man, which is really kind of the cool thing to see because teams will stay together. You'll see someone on one team staying off another, kind of trying to give their position away to get them killed. We've seen teams, once they know that they're up by leads, they'll just jump off the map. Yeah, they'll just jump off the map, confirm a win, go on to the next because they don't really care. That's why we haven't seen a win yet, and I really wish we could see a win.
And I'm gonna make the joke here because it's funny to me. It's been said on some of our shows. Please check out Inside the Wheel podcast about the league. But fighting game players only play fighting games. We have 4 fighting game players in this game of Call of Duty. So I need to know which ones of y'all have been practicing your combos and not your shots. I need to know. Come on, let me know.
So instead of knowing if you're plus frames, minus frames in this case, you need to hit your shots. Yes. You need to go, oh, okay, I have ammo, or I have field, or I have a UAV in this case of Call of Duty. I have a gas mask. I have anything. Not, oh, I'm plus minus frames, like any of that. And you're thinking, it's just funny. What a coincidence. No shooter. I mean, they obviously will play their shooters. These are,
yes.
But you look at these names, KIC, Pip, Herb, and X-Ray Aspect, and you're like, those aren't shooter players. Those are fighters. You throw them into a fighting game, they are going to fight.
And to that point, they all land on this boat ready to start some action. Everyone jumping around, immediately looking for whatever kills they can pick up.
Pip just got a double kill.
And immediately taking, I think, an early lead there.
Yeah, Genghis and KIC. Yeah, Genghis actually went down. So,
and now my question is, Herb maybe not as comfortable. I don't know if he plays on PC, mouse and keyboard, or on controller, but you have to set that before going into the lobby. And if you're forced to play on an unfamiliar peripheral,
it's a lost cause.
It's so crazy.
So, and then you'll think, but with these SurfThing PCs, even then people learn.
Yes, it's really great when the only thing you have to worry about are the controls at hand. Now, we were being a little bit tongue-in-cheek about the fighters thing. One thing I think some people don't realize is New Moon is a team of shooters. They can all play shooters. They have some...
Yeah.
Like, there's never anybody on the team where it's like, oh, I don't know how to play this shooter. As you can see, Pip here with this shotgun, fully just comfortable.
Him and KIC are together. You know how funny that is? They're trying to steal each other's kills. They're not even on the same
that last
team.
engagement. And this looks like it's going to be a competition, and we've seen this since the beginning of the season, of which team can, which player can support their teammate that knows how to play a little bit better.
If getting the elimination, now, obviously you can win in kills, but we also, in the UEL, talk with damage. So, Pip doing that, making sure he gets himself damage, doing it again.
Each and every single time, 5-kill streak allows...
They're reviving them.
Oh, they might be going for the win. This might be going for the win. This might just be absolutely everyone saying, let's just slay out, and whoever ends up
is
wins.
Shredding right now.
Hit Boy's going crazy. Like, I can't... 5 kills.
And he's got
just
the Pochita hat on. Look at that.
taking every fight. He is aggressively like, I want to fight. Where are you? Come on.
Shocking. A fighting game player takes every fight. Wordplay.
Hey. And here we go. They're back in this building. This kind of seems like finally the actions died down.
I don't think so.
Never mind. Immediately I say that, and 3 people get into a fight. Pip turns the corner and finally goes down. Is this the end of his streak? He's still up, crawling away.
He's gonna self-revive.
I got you, bro.
And the fight continues. I love the camaraderie here of just being like, look, whoever gets the most kills, we're winning this game.
We don't care about kills. We're going for a win. If we finish anything that isn't first, it's a disappointment, and we're sad.
And that, I think, captures the spirit of this game between these two teams. They played each other a bunch of times, but everybody's pretty friendly, happy to play with each other, happy to grind, happy just to compete, well, and have a good opponent to just kind of test their skills.
You're correct about that. I mean, they were outside talking to each other before the game, and so I think something came up last night where both teams were practicing Dead by Daylight. Ironically, it actually rolled, but they were practicing it. Nexus saw Stars was on Dead by Daylight, and he DMs him, and he goes, "Get off! You need to go to bed. It's your bedtime." As a joke. Then Stars messages them back, and they're just going back and forth. They see each other. They have each other friended on games, and they're still, going up against each other the next day. But before that day, they're talking to each other. I mean, I talked to Stars before, and I found out what his name was on Rocket League. I talked about it, and then he's like, "Yeah, my name got banned on Rocket League," and I was like, "There's no way."
And I think that's what's amazing about the UEL. The UEL, we have amazing equipment, SurfThing PCs. We have an amazing system, 33 games, randomized wheel across 5 categories. We have so many positives, but I think sometimes the thing that people don't realize is the community here in the UEL. You always have people to play a game with, regardless of what the game is.
Yeah.
People are always looking to play and get better at these different games, which means you have people where you're not just sitting there by yourself all the time.
And you're totally correct. Like, it's true. This community is built off of gamers. No matter what, at the end of the day, yeah, you may be rivals. The X-Gods and the Ravens were rivals this season. But after that game, they weren't like cursing each other out. They weren't, having hatred. At least what I saw. Because I commentated that game. But like 40 Boasty Stars still talk to each other. They still, on the Hoffman. Pip getting another kill. He's just having fun.
I'm loving this. Oh yeah, I forgot. Nobody using the Gundam skins? I kind of feel some type of way. These skins look amazing. But the teams are running through here. This has been a relatively smooth game
They're
for
playing like an actual team, like an actual
Yeah.
Warzone team would play. Like all the 4 of them are
Hey,
together.
how's it go? Oh, like you got some loot. Great. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
find
they're
a gun.
sharing loot. They're probably like, we're gonna see it soon. We're gonna see like someone mark like a gun for each other. I'm gonna be like, oh sweet, or loadout. Pip gets another kill.
X-ray aspects down.
I thought he goes to
He
revive
started to
him.
revive him, and I guarantee you, KIC was like, whoa, 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 why
Whoa.
you picking him up? Hey, yo.
He's our enemy.
Immediately, they are now down on the opposite side of the map looking for a few more kills. But they do know that a team is exactly from where they came from. So if either one of them wants to push back up the hill and maybe take this other fight, but Pip seems more than comfortable.
You know what it
holding his
reminds
position.
me of with them going to revive each other? And then there's a sound on TikTok, and it's like, "I'm not a villain. I'm just an enemy," or something like that. Where it's like, yeah, they're enemies in this game, but they're still friends. They're
Yeah,
not gonna
it's-
have bad grudges against each other. And if I speak this into existence and we see a win in Warzone,
Everybody just know Exile called it.
I'm going straight out after this and I'm partying.
Oh, and they find another chance. They're pushing up, looking for a fight. Pip is down. Genghis is down. Who starts to clean up here? That's going to be the
X-Ray's
huge
the only
thing.
person alive technically. If X-Ray goes down, I think they might actually win.
I think.
They
And
finished!
eighth
No!
place. Eighth place. We have to get this points tally going. Some big things here, though. Pip-Boy was going crazy, not only on the kill front, but making sure he got his damage in. If New Moon take this game, all right, so we're looking at, from a kills perspective, Pip-Boy and KIC went shot for shot.
But the New Moon won on kills, technically. It's 10-9.
But it looks like KIC had...
it's actually 10-10. It is tied.
10-10, so going down the list, Herb 4, X-Ray Aspect had 6 points in total. So we're looking at 8 plus 6, 14, and 10. And I think we might actually have a tie.
There's no way we have a tie.
Might come down to damage, which we will get you an answer here. We might have our first tie of the entire season.
There's no way we have
in
a tie.
Warzone.
Are they going to have to replay it?
I think it goes to whoever has the most damage. Production will let us know. We have an amazing game master on the scene.
Yeah.
Knows the rules. Front and back is going to go ahead and give the call out. But yeah, looking at the damage, because it's 6 kills plus 2,000 damage, which is 8. KIC, on the other hand, had 7 kills and 3,000 damage, giving him 10. X-Ray Aspect has 6 kills himself, so 6 plus 8, or 6 points in general, excuse me. 4 kills, 2,000 damage, so 6 points. That's 14. And then on the flip side, it looks as though Herb on Gingis' account had 4. We got to find out that call.
That is actually the closest game of Call of Duty we've ever done. New Moon win! New Moon win it!
New Moon wins Call of Duty.
Wow. I mean, a shout out Extra Aspect, shout out Pip-Boy winning there, but shout out KIC and Herb for giving us the first tie in UEL history of Call of Duty.
People at home, X-Ray pointed it out, and I want to highlight it here. New Moon won by 100 damage. You kept highlighting Pip-Boy was getting his damage in time and time again.
He was stealing the confirmed from KIC.
And that 100 damage, those few bullets, was the difference between a win and a loss.
Do you not get how insane that is? I'm not saying you, because you're here freaking out with me, but sitting there, he follows KIC, not like they're on the same team or anything. Follows him. Okay, so he gets it down. Too bad. I'm taking the kill. I'm confirming it. Oh, there's another person down. I'm taking it. Like,
even some of those fights where you run in and we saw Cassie and her both go down. And then it's like, okay, I'm still up. Let me get a few more shots in. And that was the difference. But now I know something you're excited for.
Oh, come on.
Pokemon
now,
is coming
I didn't mention it
next.
before the game, but funny thing is Spring Roll. That's the name. Sorry. Spring Roll talking to me, and I tried talking to her about her strategy. So she wasn't budging, but she's like, oh, I have a meta killer. So.
And it's going to be interesting because I want to see. She's, like you mentioned, she's been cooking for the last few days. She
told us she was practicing it all last night.
Yes.
Like, do you not get how insane that is? And
I expect to see a Pokemon that we have not seen a team in the league use yet.
Yeah.
which should be fun. But it's going to come down to, my question is New Moon even going to play it? Which I think we both have a pretty solid answer. If they forfeited Yu-Gi-Oh, I have a sneaking suspicion that Pokemon is not gonna
Yeah,
get
they
played.
forfeited Pokemon. Now, I hope you know, I am disappointed. FIFA!
I love how like the moment disappointment and immediately the wheels like, look, Exile, I'm sorry. Here you go,
Yeah,
Exile.
no.
Yeah,
But
here's
so the whole story about this was that I brought them my Switch so that they could play Pokemon because they obviously were gonna forfeit, but I'm like, at least put up a fight. Like I want to
yeah.
see Pokemon played. They have my Switch right now. I'm now held at hostage, and I brought it for no reason. They just forfeited. Like, okay, great guys, thanks for
But they were like, thank you for the Switch. And as you walked away, they all look, we're not playing Pokemon. We're not doing it. We aren't doing
and
it.
I
So
look, we will never know what that Pokemon team is from, Spring Roll. So rest in peace, Spring Roll. We didn't get to see the Meta Killer, but the Meta Killer did its job by forcing a forfeit.
for the Ravens, I'm just saying, if you want to show off the team, you might need to go ahead and just take this game. Whoever wins this is going to meet either the bots or the Reapers in DC.
In
Father's Day, 1 week.
one week?
Sunday,
Oh my
Sunday,
god.
Sunday.
Oh my god. 1 week already?
That's the every time I sit back, I'm like, it's next week. It's literally next week. This is going to be a faster setup. It's 2 minutes. And now my question to you is, now if Herb had to go in for that last game, and I believe we should still be close-ish for a reset.
Yeah.
So Wonku
Wonku
Herb
Herb. And
is what we
then
want to see. If you're picking New Moon's lineup, say you have everybody available, who
Yeah.
you going for?
obviously Nexus. Like I don't know what else to say. Like that is one of his games. And possibly AJ Little Blue. But also, I kind of want to say Extra Aspect. Extra Aspect is kind of techie when it comes to
People don't know that he plays
like he's literally
FC.
wearing a PSG jersey right now in there. He's wearing an Mbappe jersey. This man has knowledge. Yeah, he
People-
doesn't just show up because why not? Like he has knowledge. Now, what happened in this week in the world of football? Mbappe left PSG. He went to Real Madrid on a free. So it's gonna be funny because next season, if FC is still on the wheel, no one's gonna be playing PSG anymore. This
What
season,
do
the whole
you
story.
mean?
The whole
We
story
would-
of this season was, play with PSG. They have Mbappe, Dembele, Hakimi, Marquinhos. One of those options. You play with Mbappe, he's 5-star, 5-star, stuff like that. Dembele, 5-star, 5-star, or like 5-star skill moves, something. I don't know, his weak foot. I don't think he's too good with his weak foot in real life, but kind of how it goes. Now, Mbappe leaves, PSG Dembele. You gotta now, maybe we'll sign someone in the transfer window. But the big headline is Mbappe's not in that team anymore. So
and I will promise you, if FC's on the wheel, see, you clearly, this is the strength. Having a player like Exile who can, like, he's following it, he understands the detail. Most people in the league that aren't FC players are like, who has
Like-
the highest? Oh,
like,
Mbappe
okay.
went here. Cool. Select.
Like,
Real
if you
Madrid,
fully
cool.
need to know, Mbappe is basically the meta, no matter his stat, no matter his card. It's just how nutty he is at the game. Like, it's
If we see everybody out, yeah. Well, I see him.
okay.
And him, people don't know that him has some sports knowledge. He has practiced some of these sports games. Her, I'm gonna guess that's Wonku. I'm just gonna take a wild guess. That's Wonku. Him and her on one side.
Need for Speed, car
Need
game.
for Speed, Hot Pursuit. Coming up next. Let's see, what are these team choices? All right, let me see. And we have
PSG is gonna be the okay. So okay, I know who is who. So
PSG is
PSG is gonna
Raven.
be the Ravens. France is gonna be the New Moon. France does this because they have Antoine Griezmann who plays for Atletico Madrid, but you can use it for France. And you also have Mbappe. So if you don't know, Mbappe is a French national player. So he's on PSG in this FIFA. But if you're going to play France, the national team, Mbappe is also on it because he's French. That's how
Yes.
it works. Teams get picked. So Griezmann, Mbappe, and I couldn't see who the defender was. I think it might have been Jules Koundé. So then against Neymar, Mbappe, and Hakimi. Now, this is a know that this is going to be the new moon doing it. They're turning off auto, the like switching. Yes. They're
It's a
making sure
small
it's turned
setting
off.
that a lot of players don't realize.
Yeah,
And they're like,
I
wait,
try to
was
tell
I?
people.
Why was I on the goalie? And I'm like,
I tried telling people about it, and they're like, "No, it's fine." And I'm like, "Okay, that's like, I won't force you to play something you're not comfortable with." But this is, I have gone through, and I've had people tell me like, "Look, I'm tired of this auto switching. How do I change it?" And I'm like, "Here, it's right here." And they're like, "Well, I don't want to do it." And I'm like, well, "You just asked me."
so purely on lineup before we get into the game, who are you favorite? Who do you think has this? And for people at home that are wondering, it looks
Okay.
like it's Nexus and Spicy
So
on Noon.
PSG, obviously, kind of that good lineup. You have Mbappe and Neymar, who isn't on the team technically. It's just because how FIFA was released. There's a goal from Koundé. I believe yellow is going to be Nexus probably.
We will get you colors here in a second.
But PSG, pretty strong. I mean, you have your two forwards and Mbappe and Neymar, both 5-star, 5-star. So if you're a player like that knows how to play FIFA and you also play Volta, you'll want to do skill moves. They also have their playstyle plus. But then there's Hakimi. Hakimi, one of the fastest defenders on the game, isn't a center back, but they play him as a center back. So he's just fast.
Oh, almost managed to get the shot in there.
I thought that was going to go off the wall into the defender and bounce back in. I thought it was going to be like a ping pong shot.
And it's actually Herb and him going in here. Herb is red, is going to be the red PSG icon that you see there, which makes him the light blue.
Bicycle kick goal! What a finish. So once again, the little favorite thing to do with Mbappe, I haven't seen him actually do it in real life yet, but he loves to score bicycle kicks in this game. And in the UEL, if you see a game of FIFA and you see people play as Mbappe, they'll cross and they'll get a goal as a,
Oh, did they not manage to get
they
it in?
found them on the line!
And you were correct. Nexus is yellow and Spicy is purple. So here we go. As we're continuing to move here, I'm looking.
goal.
I need the Ravens to find some type of an offense. They
Good
have
defense
to find...
coming in from, you said purple was Spicy? And that's another. Oh my god!
Every time I feel like I went to check my note really quickly.
I'm just
and
watching.
the moment you said it, I was like, "You said purple, right?" I was like, I looked up and another goal has been scored.
It's not 3-0. Next is passing to Spicy. He just got bodied off the ball. Oh my god.
And one thing I will say about the Ravens is they're sometimes a little bit slow to start in FIFA, and so maybe
But then they catch up.
Yes.
It's like a flame gets lit under them.
Let's see. Isn't able to finish.
And that's 4. It's just Mbappe. Like, if you don't know FIFA, you don't know football in general, this is the first time you're hearing Mbappe. Kind of crazy because of how big of a name he is, especially with his move to Real Madrid for free. One of the best players in the world. Constantly just one of the highest rated on FIFA. Always been one of the fastest people in the world. 5-star, 5-star. So when you play FIFA, that means you're, no matter what, you could shoot with your most dominant foot, you'll be fine. You shoot with your weak foot, same situation, you are fine. 5-star skill moves just means you can dribble and do any type of flair you want. That's what makes him even better. Then his shooting stats just seems automatic. But the one thing that people don't realize is with France having Antoine Griezmann is he's lethal. He plays as a striker, kind of like that pulse forward up top for his, club team. And he's just that kind of deadly. People will pick, PSG instead. Should have been another. Gets defended. Good defense coming from Herb and Red there.
I think one of the big things that I want to highlight that I've been noticing very quiet is just Nexus is off ball. He's not always the person, but his defense and his ability to dictate what is happening, regardless of where he is, has been amazing. The ability just to live in some of these passing routes,
and that's a pass. Like
once again, him and Snappy linking up, finding another goal.
It is automatic. It's kind of scary to look at now. I can't say anything about the Ravens because the Ravens also know Pokemon. I mean, I played the Ravens. My first time ever playing Pokemon as a rookie was against the Ravens. Like, can you imagine that? I have to play against the duo of Wonku and Herb. So, going kid. Your first game, Ravens. Okay, that's fine. It's the Ravens. Oh, you're also going against Wonku and Herb. Never mind. That's a duo.
It's the funny thing about FC, right? Is
Is that
I
a?
think that's an FF. I
yeah.
think that's a where this wasn't just a this is a get go ahead, let go. Go ahead, just let go of the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna
FF
assume that is a
by
forfeit.
yes.
If I'm the Ravens, I mean, yeah, you're smart to take the FF there,
You
but
don't worry too much about like it's one of those things of they're up 6-0 and you kind of look at your teammate and like, hey,
yeah,
can we
but then it comes down the line where that game can waste more time because each goal you score, it stops the clock, and it's like they got to do their little celebration. And some teams don't tend to realize that, like each time you score, yeah, you could win 33-0, but like you're gonna be spending maybe 5-10 minutes on the game. Each goal you score, that clock gets paused.
and
So
it
Need for
does look
Speed,
like Need for Speed is going to be set up by New Moon, which means they get to pick between the racers and the cops. Do you have a preference? How you feeling?
yeah. So I was actually just about to ask you that since we're both players, you're the tenured player here. You're kind of the veteran. From your time in the league with Need for Speed on the wheel, what do you prefer?
I actually prefer like if you have good communication, I prefer racers.
Okay.
I absolutely like love the ability to run, and if you're able to coordinate with your teammate,
Yeah.
it's great. I do think in a chaotic environment, cops are
Cops,
better.
yeah. I
It's
I like the cops just because of that. And so obviously you picking racer, and what's the car? If say someone comes in and they see Need for Speed and they're like, what's this game? What do you think is that meta car or the car that you'll see so often picked by the most wanted to where you're like, okay, maybe a new change, please.
all right. One, I don't want to see like I get why people pick the Charger. It is a tanky car,
It is the
but it
tank.
is so easy to get yourself in a bad
Yeah,
situation.
it is.
So I'm gonna give a big shout out to actually my teammate. Shout out to LA. The actual default car is way better
Oh, the
than people.
Porsche, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of the default cars, funny enough, are way better than people give them credit.
Which is funny. And then when you look at the cop side, you're like, okay, well, you want to pick the charges on the cop because you mentioned that tank.
Oh,
The cops are just like, oh, I turned now and I hit you. Like, this is what I love. And I even got to talk to, I think when you guys played the bots in the playoffs, I had your teammate and Magnus Sam with me. We talked about this. I believe you guys did actually play Need for Speed. Same thing. And it's like, I love just a chaotic environment as a cop. Like, you just get to have your fun.
and
But
we've had those moments, right? We've had those moments where unfortunately, you hit a guardrail and the game's over in 5 seconds,
Yeah.
or it's this back and forth race where you're trying your best to how far can I sneak out? Can I make this? And sometimes those games of inches where I'm gonna dodge this car.
now, obviously, an hour left technically, so we're just about 55 minutes away from halftime. What game do you want us to roll?
Okay, I'm gonna. This is me being biased. This is me being biased. There are two games that every time I sit down behind this desk, I want, and that is League of Legends and StarCraft. I want them to roll every single time. Billy is correct whenever he wants those games to roll because they are the best games on the wheel.
And you know what? I told you earlier, and I might have said it on stream. I've been no lifing League, and at
Good
first,
choice.
obviously being the first time I've ever played League this season, kind of at the start, I was like, oh, I don't like this game. Like it's boring. I've just been no lifing it, playing by myself, playing with my friends, just getting an understanding, and I'm like, this is actually fun. Like I actually like this game.
There's a whole thing, and this has happened in the entire league. It's not just you. That people are like, League is bad. I don't like it. And then all of a sudden you reach a point where you're like, wait, League is like super fun. I really enjoy this. And everybody's like, I want to play more League. And it's like, oh no, they everybody wants to play League now. And it's a great
I don't
thing to
know what
have.
to explain. Like the best advice I gotten for League pieces is like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing bad. And my friends, all of them are just like, play it on your own time. Like grind it out. Like just play it on your own. Learn it by yourself. And that's what I'm doing. And like you'll see if you were in the UEL chat, I posted the one day where I did like 130k damage as Aurelia. Like obviously it wasn't the most damage on my team. The Teemo on my team did like 146. And I was like, okay. But I had fun doing it.
As we can see, we have 7 cops here.
That's the meta.
Everybody
No racers, only cops.
It does look like New Moon is taking the racers. They're one of those confident racing teams in the league. Always happy to take it, and it looks like the Ravens will be on the cops. So Ravens cops, New Moon is racers, and Overwatch 2 up next.
That's what I wanted, technically. I I always talk about this as a commentator. I love watching Overwatch because that's one of my main shooters. Like, I just love playing Overwatch. It's fun. I'm a healer main, so I just love Overwatch because I talked to, I think, Strix before this. Yeah, I did. I was like, oh, I can't wait to see 5 healers versus 5 tanks today. Like, just as a joke, because the New Moon this season have run 5 tanks. They have done a game where they did 5 tanks and they won it pretty fast.
Hey, as a tank main, yes, more tanks. It's always fun to watch tanks. There have been some. I think was there a recent patch for Overwatch 2? How do the changes land? What do you think? Anything that
There was a
might
change
sync up?
for Reaper, which I think when he does his teleport, as like a Reaper, you do his teleport. It creates a little decoy for a little couple seconds, doing his whole motion and everything. I don't know any other character that got a rework. All I heard is Reaper. Now,
They set this up.
I know both teams wanted to play Overwatch. I could probably go out there and I'd be like, yeah, what's your thoughts on Overwatch? And they'll be like, of course we want to play it. Like, they just like that game. I mean, I miss the days when like Overwatch first came out, Overwatch 1. I was there, I was playing it, and I was like, hey, this is a pretty good game. And then it was like kind of grows up and you're like, oh, it's Overwatch 2 now.
I can do it super fast.
Now, as a tank main, who is your main? Let's get some inside information for other teams to hear who you play.
I
So
mean,
I can write this
funny
down in my
part is
head.
people can write it down, and it's like going to be the most boring thing ever. I think, like, I found her actually as I got into the league a little bit more, and have just realized how good she is. Like, I will default to an Orisa because
Okay.
it's never bad, almost, to have an Orisa.
Okay.
But obviously, since being in the league, and playing the game a lot more, you know, you could probably I'm always down for some tanking of any type. But I like to see. I like Orisa. I know. Speaking of some of the players here in this game, I know. Shout out to X-Ray Aspect. I've watched some of him to learn a little bit more about like Ramatra. I know he
Yeah,
plays a
he-
good Ramatra as well.
I've also done the same thing like you. I mean, I also, as a healer main, pretty easy. I play Lucio. I love Lucio. Just a frog guy who can skate around walls. I love it. Just the movement of being able to skate
They need to
around
switch
walls for fun. But also, I'll play
Racers.
Lifeweaver on Moira. I really got myself used to Lifeweaver over the kind of course of the season midway
Yeah.
through. I was like, look, just because I have Lucio, I want to play someone else. And I had Moira, but I was like, you gotta have 3. 3 is the best. And I was like, Lifeweaver. And I'm really in the mood for Lifeweaver now, but Lucio will always have my heart.
I understand. And I think there's always like I have a soft spot for Reinhardt. I started off obviously in Overwatch 1 playing Reinhardt, and there's always just something about like Earth Shatter,
Yeah.
charging people into walls. Like there's that little bit.
Solo shattering a Mercy.
Oh, that's always the best thing when the Mercy like kind of looks at you is like, please don't. And you're
No,
like,
no,
I have to. It's,
no.
I'm required.
It's really funny because before I joined the league, I never played as a healer. I was like, I just want to be DPS. I was DPS or tank, and I can still play him. But after I joined the league, and I have really great teammates who are all insane at their roles. So shout out to my team. I was like, look, I need to kind of play healer because if you don't have a good healer, then what good can you do? You need to have a good healer, or else you're kind of in a disadvantage.
It's one of the like underlying things that's really great. I love about the league is that I get to play more organized play. Solo queue is fun. It's fun
Yeah,
to
solo
like
queue
being
is
like,
fun, but then there's times where you're like, oh, I just got sold and I should have won.
I have a teammate I can talk to. We can
Yeah.
discuss. We can actually plan exactly what we want to do. Oh, this is amazing.
And you
And-
know, as a coach, like you'll play these games and you're like, okay, like I like this strat. Let me write it down. And you come into a game and you have your lineup, and say you start off with Overwatch 2 first. That's your first game. You have your full optimal lineup. You're like, well, obviously we can win at this lineup, but we could also win as this lineup. And you can do what you want. You can do the strategy, the 5 tanks, which is the funny part. I just would love to see 5 tanks again. I feel like that would just be for just the giggles of, oh yeah. So
The cops are already here. They're racing up here. The cops that you are looking out for here are going to be Stars, KIC, Wonku, and him. And they're going up against X-Ray Aspect, Snappy, AJ, and Jury on the side of the Racers. And even better for New Moon,
Oh, that's a bad crash coming from the New Moon side.
even better for New Moon, by the way. Jury should be on PC8, which is the most wanted. And if there's a racer in the league,
You want that man to be, yeah, like,
And here we go.
I don't.
PC7, so this should be AJ trying to get back into the race.
I don't know what to say when it comes to Jury. I pickups any game. A new game could release tomorrow, right? New game, no one knows about it. Everyone, it's the first of its genre, first of its kind. You give Jury it, and you're like, here, I'll give you a day to play it. By the end of that day, he knows what he's doing. Like, and I'm like, okay, what?
I thought that New Moon player was going to take on the team. Kind of moved in there a little bit aggressively.
New
like,
Moon or Ravens player? Whoa!
But here we see two of them racing to get back up here.
Jury hasn't been hit once, by the way. That's how far ahead he is. Look how far ahead he is.
It's ridiculous. Like, normally you'll see a situation where two players on the team are far back, and it's like, well, the most one is going to get captured. But the amount of space and the lead currently that is being held is enough to where he's giving his team a chance to catch up. Jury just doing his job as the most wanted of staying alive and trying to get that extra little bit of distance.
And this is honestly, we're watching AJ right now. So he's doing his racing. He did crash at one point, but Jury is so far ahead from him. He's in a skate.
I need you. If you've, I have now had the privilege of watching him for like 3 seasons play this game. I'm almost certain his car goes faster than other people. I don't know how to explain it, but
I think we might have to get some advice from your coach, your teammate, Third Anarchist, the dude who rags on people for their car, i.e. Nexus.
Look at, he turned and got him.
He got up before it ended.
It's looking like you should have FF'd the moment this rolled. You know.
Not even the moment it rolled. The moment Jury was picked as most wanted.
You're not stopping me. And that is why people look at Jury.
Oh my God.
When a racer comes up, it's like, oh, Jury's okay, well.
Yeah, maybe another day. Maybe.
I'm letting you know. I would absolutely be sitting there like, all right, cool. We'll be fine as long as Jury's not the. Oh.
He's most wanted? Okay, so that's even harder for us because of his game knowledge.
We're going to do our best. We're just going to do our best.
Someone get third here. We got to get him to look at the mechanics of the cars in game, especially when Jury's playing, because if, like you said, his car goes faster. Third, can you take a look for us? It would really help us commentators out. You are. He's a guy who loves car knowledge, and he'll rag on people just for like Nexus for having a charger, not a Hellcat, not a Scat Pack, just a charger. Like, come on, man, he just has a charger.
That's.
I love Third for that. Third it's always funny, and if he's watching right now, I know he'll probably talk to me about it, and he'll be like, "Yeah, I can probably take a look, but I'm not gonna do that. I don't have to." And I'm like, "I don't blame you. You don't have to do anything." But Overwatch 2 up next. Now, another PC game. So we just went from one PC game into another. And look at this. We're switching from one to another. And we saw Wonku leave as fast as she could. I mean, that's how endgamers work. We all have forward at these games because we got to move to the next one because of these setup timers. And it makes you a lot better at this when you have to have a timer. But it's all because of SurfThing that we don't really pause. We try to alt F4 in our game. There's that little like highlighted screen, the little white screen where you're like, say for like example, Need for Speed. Need for Speed is not responding. Would you like to wait? And you're like, can't wait. Here, on F4, you are already into the next game. Like that's how fast these PCs are.
And I can't help stress that if you're at home and you're like, but do I want a SurfThing PC? I play fighting games, strategy games. You play shooters, you play sports games. There's also races on the wheel. Any and all of those genres. Any genre, any of the 33 games
go onto
we
those
play.
PCs and you sit there and you're like, well, that's weird. I have a console, but no. Like we saw Rocket League sports game. 2K could get played. FIFA you could play. Like
DNF is a fighting game. Like any genre you're looking for at home, I can promise you
it will load onto this PC faster than you could count to 10.
Yes. Such a great.
Like I don't know what to say, but I don't know what else to say, but that I love SurfThings. Like
thank you for being our official PC sponsor. We do appreciate
these playoffs have been bringing the biggest highlights of the season so far. I mean, there have been highlights all throughout the season, no matter what. Yes. But playoffs, you come in and you're seeing this, and you're seeing it clear as day, fast as possible, and you're like, oh wow, these players are actually doing it, and it's because these PCs have been given to us and have been made by SurfThing.
And peripherals. We got peripherals as well. Monitors.
Yeah, like they are the reason why these like we're end gamers. Us two here, just because we're commentating today doesn't mean like I'm wearing Chris here is a coach, but he's also one of the smartest people in the league. Comes in. I could go sit on that PC right now, and I'm like, this is fast.
Yes.
This is speed.
It's. I need people to understand that like we can just sit down and all we have to focus on is the games themselves.
We don't have to worry about the PC crashing on us because I haven't seen once out of how many games have we played so far in the playoffs?
Oh,
Two
I haven't-
each week. So we started the first week
Yeah.
with my team, the Ghost, and the Phantoms Gorillas. Then I could
We've
say at
played-
least maybe 15
It
games.
should be because there were 8 teams total in playoffs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've had 4 weeks of games.
So just about maybe 15.
What game?
It's push.
What game?
Oh, wait.
Push.
It's push.
Push. Okay.
Yeah, turn me a DVD though.
Oh, it's not. It's never the PC. I can promise
No.
you.
These
Having watched
PCs
so many of them, they have run so
If we get a good
smoothly.
first fight, we can end this live.
And we were talking about no problem and how the SurfThing preseason do that. Well, there's no problem for the Florida Ravens because they're running a 5-man. They know their lineup. My worry here is who for New Moon. So we have Snappy, Pip-Boy, AJ, Spicy, and X-Ray going in.
Only me and
How ideal of a lineup for Overwatch is that for them? And League of Legends is next.
If you weren't looking there, Pip-Boy, he saw League roll, and I saw him turn to see the camera, and he's like this. I don't know if we'll get to go in, but there is a difference. I mean, Nexus is not in. Nexus does play Overwatch. I've played Overwatch throughout the years of Nexus. And I've just seen him this season, and I think it's just since last season was his first season, he's picked up this game a lot more because he's had that kind of surrounding help as well as helping others. I mean, it doesn't necessarily.
We know who they have.
Disadvantage. They are not at a disadvantage.
It's crazy.
Is that a
here.
Ramatra I see?
Yes, and that is Snappy and AJ both picking up kills super early on. Looks like Snappy's actually playing the Mauga. Spicy's on the
Hold
Reinhardt.
tab, stars. I want to see this team comp.
Here we go. So you mentioned that tank lineup they probably were running. They're defaulting to that GOAT strategy of 3 tanks and 2 healers.
See, Orisa, the Zarya.
Mauga, obviously, this is stars that we're watching here live. I think that's Moira Axe body spray spraying around there. So there's a Moira in there as well. See the Ramatra stepping forward.
That's a funny. It didn't even catch with me that you said Moira Axe.
I did just what I have to.
Yeah.
So see, and then they have a Kuni as well to help them with their heals. But it doesn't look like it matters as New Moon is just surging forward, you see Pip-Boy laughing and looking over at his teammates like, so when's the game gonna start?
They're kind of just like running through us right now.
Useful in this game. I don't like Malga. Oh, that Stars has picked up this game. I mean, it's Stars. Stars knows what he is doing. There is not a single game in this league where Stars will not know what he's doing.
He's always since Manga's come out, he was one of the first players to pick it up.
Yeah, I think he actually was the first person to play him.
And he has consistently shown it. But I think this is just one of those things of why most teams in the league recognize New Moon's just skill, like in Overwatch. Regardless of who they come out with, they're ready to play and they're ready to fight. We did see the swap that you mentioned that Stars was thinking about. He swapped over to Sigma now.
Now, this is where mitigation comes important because Sigma, you see that little black hole in his hand, shots go at him. It makes a little weird noise. I can't fully describe it, but there's a Malga ult popped. Really?
And I think it would have been great if he had the black hole to eat up some of those bullets there. But unfortunately, we see
Ramatra ult as well, actually. So we saw the Malga, Ramatra, and the Reinhardt all pushing forward. They are already almost at checkpoint.
And I think that like them being at checkpoint in game is amazing, but they're also at checkpoint out of game. This win would tie the game back up for New Moon. All day we've been kind of looking at them and being like, okay, well they've gone down a few games. How is that going to play out?
And that's a good Malga push, kind of forcing it to the back line, making sure because Obviously, as a healer, you go straight to the back. You're going to be sitting there. Good black hole.
Great job. Some
Is that
nice
a 5? That's a 4 kill. That's a quad.
and only Reinhardt is left, but this is giving the Ravens the opportunity to finally start pushing back. They're finally going to have control of the robot for the first time the entire.
That's a
Game.
quad feed. Bob, get the camera. Herb just got a quad. Now, New Moon back up. Smart pick from Stars. That the change from Malgo really did kind of give them a hand. X-Ray pushing him as Ramatra. He's going to try the mitigation. He's getting pushed by everyone there. Not even a break there. He was getting pushed by his entire team. So, did he switch there? No, he's staying as Sigma. Has his ult almost there.
Now Sigma will be good here against the tanks. His ult does do guaranteed health damage, like percentage health damage on these tanks, which is super useful.
Is he going to pop this ult right now, or is he going to give it until they get back to the wall so that they can delay it?
I think he's trying his best to find an opportunity, but we see New Moon not contesting. They're looking for that opportunity, but he gets immediately run into a wall.
And Ramatra uses ult. They're pushing that Bridget. Who's playing Bridget? That is going to be
X-Ray Aspect.
So who's playing Ramatra?
They're swapping up roles, like you mentioned before. Is anybody?
That's a good ult, actually.
He manages to possibly save the game, giving his team an opportunity to get out and maybe take this fight.
Dying though. So it's Pitboy who's playing Ramatra. Ends up dying. New Moon win. 5-5 on the scoreboard. And like I said earlier, before this game even started, they just alt F4'd so fast. Had no little white lagging screen saying, "Do you want?" No, it went through so fast.
League of Legends is up next.
Yes. Yes. This is what I want.
Now I have to put the question out there. These lineups are going to be what matters here.
Yes.
I think that
this could go into halftime.
Yes. And either team can legitimately win this. New Moon has very talented League of Legends players. Same with the Ravens. The Ravens know their lineup. They know the 5 people that are going in.
The 5 people have to go in. Now, I did hear when I was walking back in, they were doing their little team motto. One of them is going to be playing Vigar. So I heard the name Vigar mentioned, so...
Very interesting pick.
I'm not trying to snitch Ravens. It doesn't matter because...
they can't hear us, so...
Yeah, the X-God, or not the X-Gods, New Moon. New Moon won't be able to know that. But... Look, I like the pick of Vigar just because it's a character who can stun, and I know the Ravens have picked this game up. I was talking to Vape, yeah. I got to get him up on that. He wanted to play League with me after, and he's like, yeah, I'll run League with you. And I'm like, say less. Like, I want to play League with multiple people. And if you saw the Discord recently, Qwerty on the X Gods posted a picture while he was on Valorant. And if you play Valorant or, League, since they're both on the same client and you have friends, it shows your friends online, but it shows what game they're on. Qwerty on his friends list had like 10 or 11 people in the league, all on League of Legends, not on Valorant.
League of Legends is one of the few games that I'm confident I could get like a 10-man lobby of that game going at any time of the day.
Yeah, you tell people you want to play League, and they're gonna sit there and they'll be like,
it could be 4:00 in the morning. I'll be like, yo, League, and then people are like, oh yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, you want to play League? Yo, you're down to play League? Okay, say less. I'll get on. You're not forcing me to play ranked? I'll get on.
And so on this, I'm looking at New Moon specifically. I want to see X-Ray Aspect hopefully in the lineup for them.
Like I scrimmed on the Ghost. We scrimmed the New Moon in League of Legends. Man, that was a nightmare.
It's fun. What do you mean?
It was fun.
Okay,
I mean, White Team did great, but then it was like the New Moon. They were just like, okay, we're not having fun with you anymore. You kind of poked the bear. You have to go. And it's like, really? We were having fun. What do you? And that was kind of before the part where I learned that I needed to play League kind of just on my own and run it like to fully get an understanding of the game. I had to play it more often and get more characters. So like in the past week, I've gotten like 6 characters that I can confidently play, and I sit there and I'm like, okay.
That's the big thing about the strategy games in the way. I feel like all of them, more so than the other categories, a lot of them just require the time investment to understand both what you're doing and what other people can do.
Yeah.
Like the Vigar pick that you mentioned. I'm really happy with it because a lot of people immediately be like, oh, Vigar, you don't get to use the infinite scaling. but there's a way to use Vigar specifically for that stun, for that cage. Especially if you know your opponent's like, hey, I want to fight you. You're like, no, you stay over there and
Now,
don't.
so how we play League of Legends in the UEL here, we play ARAM, but we do draft, so it's not the randomized ARAM that you see like you would go to play on League. So there's gonna be bans.
Yeah.
So both team has 3 bans, and this is where it comes to play of does each team know what anyone can have a main, but we see people, I think maybe you Strix might have more than one main. You could
What do
play
you mean? I only play Swain. They only ban it.
Lux getting banned, okay. Misfortune getting banned, Brand getting banned, and Volibear getting banned.
And then Warwick going up as well for the Ravens side, it looks like. And we'll
I
see
like
who
the
New
Misfortune ban. She
think it's a
is the pain when it comes to her ult, especially with Lux. You pair that kind of root together that Lux does with her Q. Is that Tekken?
Tekken 8, and the fighting games
Right.
are starting to roll. So it looks
Alright,
like
traffic.
for these teams, we have Snappy, Jury, Nexus, Pip-Boy, and X-Ray going up against obviously Stars, Herb, KIC, Wonku, and
Is that?
him.
Oh my! They banned Master Yi. So Warwick and so
I got it.
So this is a very specific ban. Master Yi is specifically targeted at Stars. He's shown it a few
I
times this
yeah, he
season.
looks bad. So I'm looking. If I will read this out from left to right. New Moon banned Master Yi, Lux, Misfortune. The Ravens banned Brand, Volibear, and Warwick. So then New Moon has Senna, Xerath, then Vigar, the Vigar pick, Jinx, Hecarim, Cho'Gath.
And so my big thing, looking at that, while we go ahead and get this 4th pick locked in, is both teams have a clear idea. I'm looking at New Moon strategy, and they want to get rid of these like insanely powerful picks. Misfortune can easily take over a team fight. Lux later into ARAM games becomes a nightmare, and Stars has shown himself proficient on Master. And so we got Karma and Set.
Oh, that was smart from. I don't know how Seth didn't get picked earlier on, but so Nexus being the last pick will play Senna, but he couldn't, guarantee to let the Ravens get it, so he wanted to be able to play it because how bans work or how select works. Once one player picks one, you can't play that character.
Yes, and on the flip side, the Vigar, Jinx, Hecarim, Amumu way, they are very much like they want to just get on top of New Moon. If they can get on top of New Moon, players will absolutely die. They will get blown up for free.
Okay.
I like having X-Ray aspect on the set. He does play top lane, so he is pretty proficient with it.
Jury is on Xerath, and I've learned to play Xerath recently. I love Xerath just because of the damage that you can do. Now, see the knowledge of what items you need to buy. That was kind of the hard thing for me at first. I didn't know what items to buy because I'm like, this all just looks like nonsense to me, or this all looks random. X-Ray aspect is going for the push.
Takes a little bit of damage here. I love the Hui pick. So we've seen it a few times across the season. I believe Dictator Chicken on the Reapers was the
Shout out
first player.
Dictator Chicken.
First
Hui
player
is
we
such
saw.
a good character.
But really, what you'll see from Hui is he's an incredibly long range mage. He can deal damage, and you can't even see him sometimes, and it's the most infuriating thing.
So Pip-Boy is on the Cho'Gath, and for if you're new to Cho'Gath, what Cho'Gath does is once he chomps on someone, he grows in size, and once it gets to end game, you'll see him almost the size of a tower, and you're like, that doesn't look right. Good use of your Q coming in from Jury, kind of poking.
And so we see Stars should be on the Hecarim here.
I'm not getting too aggressive.
And I'm pretty sure KIC is who they have on. Yeah, KIC is who we have on the way. Really smart, I think, putting a strong player there to just hold the line and to be able to consistently be that damage dealer, but do so from a pretty safe range. I don't actually expect too many teams to take this fight. Both are probably going to wait for 6, which does play to the benefit of New Moon. They have a lot of strong poking champions, Senna, Xerath, Karma, that are going to be able to hopefully whittle down the Ravens. But the Ravens are doing a good job, except right there, of not running into it. Immediately we see
The
the Viper
scary
go down
thing
the half
is
health.
with Set and Extra Aspect, because for Extra Aspect, this game is one of his favorites. He's he's so smart at this game that he knows what he's doing. And I've asked him for advice, and each time I'm like, thanks, like you actually cooked with that.
Yeah.
Like Walter White basically, but for advice. Like
Stars may go down here.
That's
He's
a
really
root.
low on health. Is he able to get away? And that is first blood. Are the Ravens able to chain it back? They are
not
not.
used to the W coming from the Cho'Gath, or it might have been his E though. When you create the little circle, it pushes people up. But they didn't get stuck and pushed by Hui. Cho'Gath almost going down here.
Next Ray aspect looking, I think, for a big play here, isn't unable to get it. Forcing out the flash here from Nexus on the Senna.
You guys want me to use mana thing?
Yeah.
And this is one of those situations where I think both teams are pretty evenly matched, but that early kill might be the difference here.
Oh, my bad.
For the
He's one.
New Moon's ability to win this game, and that should be a kill here.
They're silence. They're silence. Silence.
Could be a double.
You are exactly right. Is it a triple?
Oh! No triple. Now, last week, Pip-Boy got a pentakill. Could it be the same thing again? Another pentakill, just
Maybe.
from either team?
Maybe, just maybe. I think it's very much a possibility here. So if you're New Moon, what are you thinking about? Is your game plan now that you've gone up on kills?
Obviously, you want to just continue to dominate. Like, so these kills count as 1 point. Once you take out a tower, it's 5. So you really want to just cake out towers. Like obviously you can win on kills, but towers confirm it. That is another kill from X-Ray Aspect. He snowballs.
And that's a double kill. Dunks one of the players back.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, I wanted to eat him. Right. I wanted to eat him.
That's
A triple kill.
and we can see him there in the camera laughing and enjoying himself.
He could jump for a quad.
He's absolutely.
Oh, he's smart. Okay.
He's gonna let himself die here to go ahead and get some more points. To go ahead and build some more items.
Can he buy Heartsteel here?
Not yet. He's pretty far off. I'm assuming he's going to either get some components or at least just grab boots, Tiamat. Keep it pretty, a safe buy since he can't just buy Heartsteel like you highlighted. That's when
That's
My collector up.
Thank you.
Stars died to tower there.
okay. Vigar wall, smart wall from Vigar is getting run up on
I'm here.
or getting pushed.
Stunning.
There should be another kill. I don't think that.
A Mumu basically okay. A flash into the set.
Back up.
Like I said, that Xerath pick I love, just because I love playing as Xerath, and that's when kind of damage can really help because of his long range distance. That little poke, it's like, oh, you have someone weak. If you hit them, they're almost dead, basically dead.
It's that's what's so terrifying about this team. Like right now, I'm looking at it and I don't want to get close to X-Ray Aspect and
X-Ray Aspect.
Boy,
Pip
but I can't stand back
because of Jury
because
or
Jury,
Nexus.
Snappy, and Nexus are shooting me from half a screen away. So do I want to walk up to them or do I just want to?
You know what I'm sad to not see? A Jin pick.
Shout out to Jen. I also wish we got somebody had picked like a Blitz or a Nautilus. I want more fights.
I would have loved a Blitz. You're right. Kind of that. Just you're grabbed now, or even a Pike. Pike would have done damage. If you really wanted damage, you could have gone Pike. And
'Cause my first thought is like with a hooking champion,
that's
what you're
another.
able to do, X-Ray Aspect should be able to live here, is going to get a huge amount of damage out, and it
And the
doesn't
R
matter,
coming in from Xerath.
and manages to live. And you can see him popping off in the camera, realizing just how far his team is in the lead, crying. You see Cassie walking
Good
forward.
healing coming from Nexus. Senna, if you don't know, can heal you, and that's why I like Senna as well, because if you have a good Senna, and then there's that ult, it's a kill.
And this should be Cassie dying.
Yep. He's getting jumped, ends up dying again, but that's more gold for him. That's what he wants. He has 5 kills, 5 assists. That is Jinx Jinx ult missing. Not what you want as a Jinx. That is the one thing that you don't want because of how much damage.
This is a hard spot to beat because when you're behind, especially with the way we play, for people at home, a kill is a point. Towers are 5 points.
Yes. and
Inhibitors
then-
are 10 points. Every time you go down, like you're incentivized to fight more, but if you're dying repeatedly, you're letting your opponent get so much stronger than you.
As well as the 15-minute rule.
It's that 15-minute rule where we have that permadeath aspect does also play a huge factor, because
It really
this game is
changes
spiraling out of control, and it's kind of like I'm looking like, if I'm the Ravens, I got to figure out how I'm taking this tower. I don't know if I can fight a bunch anymore.
And like you said, it does become chaos with that 15-minute rule, that little permadeath. How the UEL plays it, 15 minutes, once it hits 15 minutes, you cannot get revived. Yes, if you play a normal game of ARAM, you'll die, but you'll spawn back in, but you can't leave spawn. Now, this is where it really kind of changes things up, because 15 minutes isn't always a time that you can end a ARAM game, or just by, you know, that time in the 15 minutes, that doesn't decide it.
Oh yeah, you're going in.
If actually, one thing I would like to say, New Moon have the record for fastest ARAM win, fastest League of Legends win with 5 minutes, or
It
like
was
somewhere
something
around.
insane like that. They finished an ARAM game in like 5 to 6
I
minutes.
think it might have been 3 actually.
It was, and it's like, all right, at that point, just FF. You shouldn't have played the game if we're finishing
X-Ray
with 5 minutes.
diving in, getting another kill, ends up going down, but look at that goal that he has.
They realize that they just need to get gold, even an entire
That's
team
another
wipe ends
team-
up not
yep.
mattering. The big thing that I'm starting to get worried about, though, is KIC is putting out some good combos, getting out some good damage, and he just was able to pick up a triple kill there. If he starts to get a bunch of items, there is a chance that he can find an opportunity to maybe turn this game around.
And correct me if I'm wrong, who is KIC playing a Mumu?
Wait.
Yes.
Yeah, so like one of those long-range mages that once they get online, they can have a huge impact on the team fight. But the issue is, like, I realize a lot of his team is becoming a lot more timid. So he's the one flashing forward, walking up.
They need to get a tower out at least, because if it goes to that 15-minute mark, Extra Aspect is building as set. He is built. He's not obviously not going to be full built. And it's pretty much near impossible to be full built in a game of ARAM by 15 minutes. I wouldn't say impossible, but it's highly unlikely. And because of that, this is where, if Extra Aspect is able to get that heart steal, that's where it becomes a game of, if he takes people out at 15 minutes, they're dead. They are out. Next is being good to use Senna's abilities to kind of get him around and hidden.
It's really good. And I noticed, look, they're all grouping up. They're communicating. Let's go ahead and heal up here. The wave is not there. Our tower is not under threat. We're allowed to get a little bit more healing and make sure. Because right now, New Moon doesn't have to push the pace anymore. The Ravens have to find the opportunity.
Yeah, the
to win this
Ravens
game.
have to step up. If the Ravens don't step up, the New Moon can sit back, kick their feet up, and be like, okay, we won.
Now, I'm saying that as though X-Ray Aspect is not looking for a snowball on the 4 people to immediately kill them again. I know for a fact he is just waiting for his opportunity to walk
There
forward.
he goes.
Hit the snowball, found KIC. They're trying to keep KIC alive, but I don't think it's enough. The dunk back, KIC ends up dying. X-Ray
Good
flashes
flash.
out. 2 Ravens down, 3 Ravens down, 4 Ravens down, and Stars, the biggest bird, tries to get away and maybe just
And he
doesn't.
gets out.
Nexus finding the
Master
snipe.
Senna is not always a pain, but I like Senna, and I was told how to play Senna. And if you know about Senna as a character, little, we're not seeing it from Nexus's screen, but little like ghouls, spirits pop up, and you have to get them because that's stacks for Senna. You don't get them, you're not going to be as strong. Good flash out from the Senna there as Nexus, not be stuck in Vigar's wall and get attacked.
Nexus, I want you to be confident next time. They ain't gonna kill you. Just dodge everything.
Yeah, just
So that's the league players.
Just get
Me
an
being
auto
like, bro,
attack.
I'm not gonna flash that. I am absolutely standing here. And you're not gonna hit me.
they forfeited.
Yeah, it has to be the FF.
Yeah.
They don't want to spend 5 more minutes on that game. They went ahead and called it. That is now, I think, the 3rd Ravens FF we have seen in the
Which
last
is
little
not
bit.
the case that you want to see, especially when it's not even first half.
They're down to 2 FFs, and some of those, I like the willingness to just say we want maybe 1 or 2 more games. We have Tekken 8 after this.
And
Now, if we're being,
what I think it is,
we're being very honest.
KIC can go in.
Yeah, I was gonna say I will be very honest. If I'm looking across and I see Herb, KIC, even a big actually shout out to Stars. For people that don't know,
Stars, yeah.
Stars has been grinding.
Stars puts the work in.
Yes.
I don't know what to say. I'm lost at words.
And Tekken 8, having talked with like some of my teammates in general, like they recognize that like no, Stars is at a point where he is absolutely a threat to anybody that is not the top tier.
But then look at
Tekken
New
player.
Moon. Who are you gonna throw in for New Moon?
if I'm being New Moon, I'm absolutely letting this one go. I'm not worried about. But like, there's the jury law. I think the law on law fighting might be
If I'm New Moon, I'm actually going for it. I think they could take it.
interesting.
I'm not even like I've jury goes in, jury as law. You then throw in Nexus as Paul, and then Pip or X-Ray is the last kind of
Uh,
the.
my worry is if they get that lineup of Herb, KIC, and Stars. My worry is like I don't know how many. And I'm looking down at my notes. Y'all might see me because that is exactly what's
Yep.
going in.
Is that Stars, Curb, KIC? No way.
I need you to understand that that's where, for me, the worry. We do play Tekken as a 3v3, each round being a life. So you have 3 lives in total. When you lose 3 rounds, you're out. Your next teammate comes in. And that's the scary part, in my opinion, is that this is the ideal lineup for the Ravens. And I have to keep coming back to it. That 5-man call is paying dividends.
Yes, but then say they win this, that's taken off the wheel, and they have to then say like another fighter rolls up, and it's extra aspects game. No, like no.
Let's hope it's not Mortal Kombat. That's what I was saying. You're hoping not Mortal Kombat. It's 2v2. You're hoping for something that's 3 people or more,
Yeah.
where you can get at least Herb, KIC back in the rotation to maybe like, all right, cool. We got our fighter. We're doing
Yeah.
okay. We're doing good here. Oh, I'm excited for this Tekken 8 because it should be some good Tekken 8. I want to see who I want to know because you got me a little bit hyped up now with you saying like, oh no, nah, New Moon got. So I want to see what New Moon's been cooking, what they've been working on. It's
Yeah,
always
no,
great to see.
I agree with you on that, but I also think that New Moon has something. I mean, you mentioned Jury's Law. That's one of the most veteran player, not obviously the highest veteran, but so tenured at this league. Pick this game up. Then you have Nexus, who's picked this game up. Then Pip Boy,
They're
just Pip
fighter,
Boy.
and I
It's
want
just
to
Pip
highlight
Boy.
Jury did back in Tekken 7 help and teach Stars a little bit of the law. So
Yeah,
it
which is
might
crazy. It's like it's just gonna be like what's it called? The Kung Fu Panda Master Shifu versus the I forget the name.
I know exactly like the master, the sensei versus student. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's like
who's
the
gonna get the
lightning.
edge?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just like
it's
your prodigy coming back. Stars is like I know what you're talking about Stars and Tekken.
Stars. Like, no, I want to give.
He loves Tekken.
Yeah,
If
I
you
have to give
mention
him
Tekken,
praise.
he's like, "Oh, you said Tekken? Okay, I'll get on.
He's
Yeah, you
been-
want to play me in Tekken?
And
Okay."
he's been going to tournaments with his team.
Yeah.
He has been competing. He has actively been grinding online. He is trying to be as good as possible. And to me, knowing he has players like Herb and KIC to help mentor and help him grow as a fighting game player makes me excited to see what he looks like in these like subsequent seasons.
You forgot someone to mentor him. Forgetting him.
It's wild for me to not remember, but that's because him is a sophomore and he's beating veterans in fighting
Well,
games.
I'll put it like this. It's the same case as you and the Cobras. You have LA Jekyll. Like, where do you get that? Where? LA Jekyll. Then you're here with him, Herb, KIC, Stars. Then you go to New Moon. They have fighters. You go to the Reapers, fighters. Go like everyone has
Yeah.
fighters.
It's one of those things that like, and I have this opinion. Look, going forward to all the fighters out in the league, going into our new season, season 9, you can sign up now. $1 million on the line.
Money.
Make $2,500 a game. Potential to earn $100,000 a year. Yeah, that was an F. I'm almost certain that's got to be an FF. That wheeled up way too quick.
Yep, that's an FF.
I was surprised. I was like, look, if I'm New Moon, I take that. So this is where I want to give a little bit of insight. If I'm New Moon, and this is the difference in mentality. New Moon didn't think about Yu-Gi-Oh. Now the question is, did X-Ray go in? That's the question we have to find out. If X-Ray didn't go in, this could be up in the air. Lineups could be anything.
Well, that's crazy. That this actually is what the Ravens want.
It's all gonna come down to these rotations. But Herb and KIC, they were Herb went in for FC. So I can't believe that, like, and they had a bunch of like 4v4, 5v5. So I can't believe that he's necessarily available for this. And so now I'm looking at it and like it really is going to come down to the rotation. Um, of people on New Moon, I'm expecting the X-ray aspect to come out. His riding has been something that has been terrorizing the league the entire
I'm
season.
expecting, yeah, extra aspect, and then
Who you send it? You the coach right now. You're looking at
I
this
don't know
game.
who they sent in for the Tekken game, so I don't know what the availability is looking like. But obviously, extra aspect, and I would say Nexus or AJ.
Nexus or AJ? Okay, okay. I like the decision. And a lot of this is going to be decided by that Tekken 8 role. Like who did you hold X-Ray being like, I think we hold X-Ray because we know that Guilty Gear is still on the
Yeah,
wheel.
no. I think it's smart of them to do it. I
But
mean, you're going up against KIC. That's
question though is who? Like I'm sitting here, I'm now on the edge of my seat, just like who is it? Because these are those moments. Same as we were talking about before. If FC rolls, who's available?
yeah.
When you know exactly who's available, sometimes you're a little less scared. Like
But
if
when you
I'm
don't know who's available, you're like, who's going in for both teams?
like I'm being very like right now, again, New Moon I think are amazing players. But if I'm looking at something like Mortal Kombat and maybe I see like
Him.
yeah, like him,
Him is
Wonku,
Grandmaster in Mortal Kombat.
he
Yeah, he is like that.
I'm sorry, sir, I was not aware of your game. I apologize.
That's where it comes down to like a scary thing. Like that's how dominant
All right. I'm
this
gonna find
is.
out here exactly who
You know how crazy
is.
it is? Both teams are down to 2 forfeits, and we're still 10 minutes, 16 minutes away from half.
It should say how close these games are.
Yeah, it is exactly the story of this first half. These are 2 teams. I mean, it makes sense. Both teams are in the semifinal for a reason. Winner goes to the, DC. Loser goes not to DC,
Unfor- un- Unfortunately.
unfortunately.
But
But
you don't have to be either one of those teams to show up with us at District E in DC next Sunday on Father's Day. Fathers, you get discounted at our open bar. There's going to be food. There's going to be an entire program while this game is going on. It'll be a great time. I recommend coming on out if you're in the like DMV or just in the area. If you want to fly out to DC, come on out. You
yeah,
get to
come to
see us
DC, come
live.
to District E,
Yeah,
come
and
see us.
it's going to be an amazing time. The venue looks sick. If
I'm
you've
seeing
never been
Jury
there,
and Nexus going in, by the way.
oh, Jerry and Nexus, okay. And then KIC
Oh
and
my
him,
gosh.
you
Oh my
spoke
gosh.
about it before.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And when it happens, I have to say it. If we see a sweep, him sweep has been something. People don't realize last season, the end of the season, him was sweeping people in Street Fighter. People like, oh, you play Street Fighter? He's like, yeah, I've been learning. I've been working a little bit. It's so powerful. But again, it's New Moon. It's hard to bet against New Moon. It's hard for me.
I can't believe it. I'm sitting here and
and an amazing sweep. I do actually appreciate them still sending in KIC, but I know it's a little bit sad. You always want to send in the insurance, right? You
Yeah.
like everybody here sitting here is like him can win, but on
Yeah.
the off chance that maybe someone in New Moon's been grinding, you want to see. And I think we now have our lineups correct, so I think New Moon's on a full reset. We've lost him and KIC here, so looking at 2K, we're probably I'm gonna guess see probably Wonku Herb.
Yeah.
Um,
And then if you said the New Moon are on full reset, does that mean that Nexus could go in?
I'm going off of what we have on the screens here.
Because if that is the case, then I would be saying Nexus AJ Little Blue is.
Which we want to talk about something that you don't want to see is Asian.
And if that is the
Nexus.
case, I don't feel confident for the Ravens in that case. I mean, last week they won 21-1.
And-
21-1. Do you not know how it's
It's still funny to me that Nexus comes and is like on inside the wheel was like we should have won 20.
yeah,
Don't
like,
even I like it shouldn't have
he
been.
didn't even go, yeah, we won. He didn't even care that they won. He
It's
wanted
like,
to win
it
that
should have won
21.
harder. We should have won
And
exceptionally
I've
harder.
seen it before. I last season against the Bucks, I believe, Nexus dropped 21 points in a game of 2K. All points scored were from Nexus.
As the GM of the Bucks, I probably have shut that out of my memory. I'm gonna just be honest there.
I just remembered that because I was like, well, 21-1. Like, I just remember.
21-1. We played the Clips twice at the end of the season, so it wouldn't surprise me. Nexus has performed in sports games constantly. Like it's one of those things that when you say it, I'm like, did it happen?
Yep. Nexus is in. I see Stars.
And I think I see AJ peeking over there from the side as
also,
well.
Herb, Stars, AJ, Nexus.
And I'm already seeing, we'll see who is who. So we do have a difference in big man, Embiid as well as Kareem being the two
Here's
different
four.
options. Gears coming up next. I'm gonna guess that's gonna be after halftime.
Yes.
If we somehow get the Gears,
If we got Gears.
Nexus and AJ really cooked. I'm gonna be very honest with you. Nexus and AJ really cooked. So Kareem Kobe is Nexus.
Yes. Kareem Kobe is going to be Nexus AJ.
AJ.
And then
That means Ravens are Embiid Kobe. Which the Ravens have been like playing Embiid. I think having the threat of Embiid being able to kind of perform from the outside if you give him too much space is going to be strong. But against two experienced 2K players, I don't think it'll matter. They have the defense. Both AJ and Nexus have the defense.
yes.
That you're not going to get these like easy shots up. You're going to have to earn your spots in each one. Big question I'm going to have here is Stars. Again, we talked about Stars always grinding and always finding, always having these opportunities to grow and show off a little bit. And so I want to see how much time, because I know he's put some time into 2K. Stars is going to be on the Embiid with Kobe on the Ravens side being Herb. So it's going to be Herb and Nexus on Kobe matchup, and then AJ versus Stars with AJ on the Kareem. And again, I'm always somebody that I believe when people count Stars out, that gives to me Stars so much more. He will find the way the moment we're like, oh, you thought I was bad at this game? Oh, bet.
I don't know how people can count out Stars. This is my first year,
Youth.
first season completely. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, you're telling me people don't believe in Stars? You're telling me people sit here and they're like, no. Like, how do you sit there and you're just like, no?
Because they look at him as just, he's young. There's no way that he can beat me when I have all this experience. Stepping out of bounds there. Going to go ahead and send the ball back. So it does look like New Moon is going to start with the ball first. Nope. Going to actually be the Ravens with the ball first. So let's see what we're able to do.
Kobe checking the ball to Kobe Bryant. Crazy.
So this is Herb, white shirt Kobe Bryant, starting off with a solid 2. Let's see. Can Nexus immediately out the pick to try to get some space? You left him open. He gonna take it. You
I
gotta
don't know
understand.
why they left. They're trying to double team Nexus, I think.
Which, if they can manage to keep these shots up, will be great. A nice job. Herb's got to keep his awareness up. Stars pushing in, gives the ball back. Was pushed out opponent's ball, and so it does look like the Ravens managed to retain control. Herb with another good shot, but it's off this time. Nice rebound from Stars to immediately put it back up and give them a 2-point lead. It looks like we got a game on our hands.
Yes, this is definitely a difference between the gorillas.
Oh!
I thought he just got. Oh my god! I thought he just got robbed.
I truly thought that was.
I thought
Strip
that
block.
was a sash block, and I was honestly about to get out of this chair and scream.
Ooh, and a rough shot coming out of Stars, not holding it long enough, maybe not being as familiar with the shot. And I think what we're going to see is New Moon might be realizing that maybe Stars isn't as comfortable and try
Oh my gosh!
exploit that, using the picks to swap
I'm not
players.
gonna lie, when AJ was wide open as Kareem, I thought he was gonna shoot a 3 of Kareem.
Oh, but he's living in that passing lane to get a steal, send it right back up the Nexus, and we've seen this time and time again.
Just pass the Nexus 3. Pass the Nexus 3. Pass the Nexus 3.
Can Herb answer back?
Oh
He
my
can.
god!
Saying like, hey,
This
AJ,
is
don't sit flat-footed. You got to step out here. Are we gonna go shot for shot? And it looks like both teams are fighting for these 3-pointers. Thank you, AJ.
he just faked him out. He just faked him out. I was so confused as to what's going on, but hey, this is what I love.
Here we go. Let's see. Send the ball back and forth. Stars is out of stamina here. He's got to be a little bit careful. A nice play, but
Oh my god.
and it goes. I didn't expect that to go in. Okay, shout out to her. He knows the shot. Nexus with a few dribble moves, cuts by and ties us back up at 7 points.
No, this is definitely a closer game than
All right, let's see. Herb with the ball. Gets it over to Stars. Kicks it back to Herb. They're trying to set up these outside plays. I do think New Moon's is, if they're playing here, like, you use the fact that Stars is the least experienced player on the floor to give yourself time. A good play here, but once again, sending it down to AJ saying, hey, we'll take this 1 point
oh
at a
my
time.
gosh. Postered. Think, right?
That hurt me. I'm not even all in the game.
I'm not even a basketball.
How'd that go in? 2K. 2K. With that space. And that
Oh
green.
my god. This is what I like to see, just as a
Yes.
Kobe. This is 2 Kobe's because Herb and Nexus both know what they're doing. Shout out to both of these players. This is what endgamers can do.
Both players run into the corner. He almost took the ball. It's out. They're going to get a full reset here. Back to the top of the key. Kobe for Kobe, like you said, is always a fun time because it's going to be like, who can be more dominant?
Yeah.
And that's where I'm hoping Stars can get involved, because having Embiid, he could have taken that, but they're opting for the 3 here.
Oh,
The rebound gotten by New Moon into an open 3. New Moon have taken their first 3-point lead of the
this
game.
is where decision making kind of becomes the key to 2K. Just any game, actually. All sports games really require a decision making, maybe besides League of Legends. Personally,
And I love this. They made the call where Herb said, look, we have to create a threat on the 3-point line. Stars, shoot. I got you. Stars, shoot. I got you. You gonna take it? You gonna take it?
oh my god!
They just said, you gonna defend me? You gonna defend me? All right, cool. I'm gonna show off a little bit. If you ain't gonna be
That's
up,
the type of dunk you see in a dunk contest.
yes. And
And they both have takeover, by the way.
a rough conflicted pass.
They both have takeover. This is scary. This is scary hour.
This is one of those things where that 3-point lead can turn into the end of the game really
That
quickly.
3-point lead could turn into a 12-point lead.
And I like the ball movement from the Ravens. They're still trying to play together, find these opportunities, taking their one. You can't keep forcing.
I gotta give a shout out to 2K for having these dunk animations. I'm seeing people hit 360 spins and still dunk a ball.
Nexus looking like he wanted to go for that shot, but maybe looking for a better opportunity. Trying to run Herb around the court here. Not the alley. Not the alley.
Oh my gosh.
That's the scariest part. You can tell they're comfortable when they start throwing alleys. And I don't think that was close enough. That's Kobe. You gotta be.
You gotta close down Kobe.
There we go. 4-point lead now. I'm being real. You're gonna have to let Stars shoot.
Yep.
You're gonna have to let
And
Stars
he
shoot.
gets it! Is actually the closest game of 2K.
I don't know if Nexus and AJ were expecting this close of a game.
I don't think they care.
Now this mismatch pretty much means that we're
Yeah.
gonna see nice post move into a quick shot. Stars with the ball here, kicking it back to Herb. Both players running around. Herb to the corner with the little fade. It doesn't go in. New Moon get the ball back. Luckily, it's Nexus that picks up the ball, so they're not able to immediately make a play off of it, but it doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh.
2 points in this game is over. So I got to see some tight defense here. Take it, Stars. Yup. Nice job. Green.
Oh my gosh. Stars is
Now-
lethal.
I'm looking. Nexus. They're going to take the one. And now it's a 1-point game. You have to just play flawless.
Defense. You
Defense.
cannot let them get an open shot.
And that steal could be the end of the game. But Nexus saying, I'm going to make it 22. I'm going to make it 22. And with that shot, we have a W in the category for New Moon. And I don't know about you, XL, but if I came to you today and said, going into halftime, we are 7-7.
I believe you. I don't care. It's playoffs. I love close games. So I would not have said no. I would have said yes, that's perfect because that means we get to commentate. So now with that, Gears of War, but because the game ended before, time could do it. We are going to be going into halftime here. 7-7 is the score. Tune back in 15 minutes to see Gears of War played. I'm joined with Strix. We'll see you after halftime.
logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Beat 'em advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate end gamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
dig at them, but they're ready. I think you told me and AV told me they are going to step it up,
It
turn
was
up the notch, kind of shift into another gear. They're gonna start to realize, okay, you've had your fun. We're gonna start to win.
and that's always the thing about New Moon that I want to see is I like I'll call it like the championship gear. Like there's a reason they've been in the finals 6 times in
Yeah.
a row, back to back to back to back. They always seem to find it, but I don't know. This Ravens team, all of them were in good spirits. Obviously, there's some stuff that they would change, but it looks like what we're going to change is right into Gears of War 5v5. They wanted to get this game set up, and we're counting down to a capture the hill on exhibit.
Mhm.
So we will see.
Once
You
it's
see
fun,
players
I'll
locked in
figure
here.
out where I'm going.
1-1. Let's see who we got. What do we have as our
Shift.
second
Should be
game
shift by
of the
default.
half? What's the tone going to be? So exhibit a pretty straightforward map. Wreckfest being second game.
Alright.
A little bit of a 50-50 game between the two. So let's see everybody loading up. So DCs wise, so for the Ravens, everybody's going to be in. But if you're looking for specific things, DC 1, if you see it as stars, DC 2 is her, 3 C, 5 Wonku, 6 M. And then on the flip side, we have Snappy, Jury, Pip-Boy, Spicy.
That's a good lineup for both teams. I mean, obviously, you know the lineup for the Ravens. There is no chance that they have someone else. The New Moon obviously have to send in 5. They have Nexus left out, which is kind of smart.
And also, so we're watching New Moon on the Locust, the change the name every
Good
year.
flank.
And the flank player said, hey, let me go ahead and you, in case you thought you were going to comfortably be able to sit back here and shoot, adjusting some bindings there from X-ray aspect, trying to make sure that he's ready to jump play. But it does look like even with that strong flank, Stars picking up a kill, New Moon has managed to go ahead and capture this first kill and have control of it. This map is really interesting because of the lasers. It forces you to take fights in kind of a specific rhythm. You have to dodge those lasers when they pop off. You can't just kind of ignore them. You have to be able to
I'm looking at that
down.
now. That laser just took someone out. That laser just made a body ragdoll.
I see it.
It is crazy. It's really fun because you just hear beep beep. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta get down. I'm gonna die if I don't immediately move. And
On
now
a flank.
trying to once again, I think, take these fights. And I love the coordination from New Moon. They're all just kind of staying together. They're fighting together. Like, oh, you want to push around this corner? Cool. I'm not going to push into you. I'm not going to ego check this. We're pushing from either side. You have to somehow fight left and right. And I know you as a shooting game player, probably one of the most annoying things is having people on either side of you.
Yeah, no, it is definitely kind of that. Like you said, it is annoying. It's like you look one way, but you're getting third partied, and it's not even like another team. It is literally the same teammate, and you're like, why am I getting shot from here, here, and here? Like, let me breathe. Let me have fun.
And I'm loving the gameplay. They almost had it. The Ravens finally capturing their point here and gonna start building up some points of their own on the secondary point. So capture the hill is a pretty interesting format because it requires you to get onto the point, hold it for a little bit. And unfortunately, Stars getting eliminated there. Stars' aggression.
Stars love to be aggressive when it comes to these games.
And
That's
sometimes
why he
it
makes
works
him
to
so
his
dominant.
benefit. I think in a game like Fortnite where he can take how offensive and defensive he wants to be, it works.
That's why he's so strong as a player, and that's why obviously people may not know. Stars was picked up this season from the Gorillas. He didn't start the season off at the Ravens. They picked him up, and that was looking like the deal of the season.
And many people wondered, like, oh, well, how does Stars perform on a new team, on a completely different environment? And I think it's really showing off. Many people realizing now we see some of these power weapons on the field in play, not able to find any kills.
It's a double. Oh, he's upset. I think he almost got a triple there.
He knows that he's like probably slightly off. He probably hit for just barely enough damage to where he didn't get the kill. And now the Ravens once again have control. They're still down by about 50 points. But as long as they're able to maintain this lead, it won't really matter too much. Looks like X-Ray's looking for this flank here. He's here with a teammate. Oh, the Ravens watching. They've pulled this play before. Whoever this is trying to get away. They're trying to run, and they've managed to escape. Maybe back to their teammates. What goes down here? Is anybody paying attention? Is anybody ready? Somebody here. And waiting on the corner. Stars paying X-Ray back for that previous kill. showing that I think that's one of the biggest strengths from Stars coming to the Ravens, and why maybe he can be the catalyst to change history. One of the big things is in this matchup, it always felt like the Ravens just couldn't find that last little bit to get past New Moon. And maybe Stars, KIC, him, some of these newer players can be the catalyst. But right
And
now,
you're right.
New Moon says that history
Now,
is
New
gonna
Moon
repeat.
also has the ability to stop history. They have history in their hands. They can stop it.
And you see here, like I see everybody on New Moon together. Rating, I think, with Stars there.
You know what we haven't
But
seen?
never mind, Stars picked up a double. He was still alive, opening the floor for his teammates. Another pickup fork bow. It's insanely strong. Another kill. And New Moon's lead still 40 points, but I don't feel like they have that same control we saw at the beginning of the match.
Yeah.
It feels like they're trying to get in. They're trying to find that opportunity. But they're like, you know what? Let's just give up this point. Play for the next one. Take it back to where it all began. Take it back to the bridge. Where this laser, grabbing the point. So the way this laser works, you see the horizontal one, you gotta duck down. If you see the vertical one, just get out the way. It's a very simple answer. You don't want to be standing when that laser comes across.
The horizontal one, you pray.
Yes. And here we go as well. I'm looking down there. I see the Ravens are communicating. Both teams. And X right here, he doesn't need to be up there with the shotgun, maybe realizing I can just stay back and once again finish the aggression of the Ravens. They want to run forward. They want to play aggressive. I will deal with it. No problem. No questions asked.
Getting flanked. The Ravens are flanking New Moon here.
And I think maybe the Ravens realizing let's not push in and die a bunch. Never mind. I say that as they almost get control of the point. Okay, that stressed me out. You got a little bit close to the lasers. The second set of lasers should be going off shortly. So they're going to only be playing on the opposite side. Now, who has control of the point is the big question here. And it does look like the Ravens have control in that 40-point lead. Every time I look, I'm like, have they managed to close the gap? And nope, still 40 points. Doing a great job now of holding off, but it looks like New Moon's already in position to contest this last little bit of this point. They're not going to give it up for free. If I'm the Ravens, maybe you give up 10 points here and are willing to just play for the next point. You don't need to contest these last little bit. You just need to make sure you can get the kills that you need. But these downs and these man advantages that Clips keeps finding
One's on me, on top of me, literally.
is insane. I want to see, can they just overwhelm this point? No one's
Good
watching
flank
the
coming
flank.
from Spicy. Ends up going down, but the rest of New Moon should be there.
Nice. That was a dangerous roll. Manages to trade one out there. That was past the Herb. And now we're going to kick over to another player, it looks like. And this is him up top. He's trying to just, after respawning, get back down to his teammates, provide a little bit more help.
There's the 40-point lead again. 40 off the win.
At this point, I'm looking, y'all got to just completely commit. I like this pushing up together. Him goes down, ends up dying, but now there are two Locust members. Can they win this fight? Nope. It looks like both players have gone down, and this is complete control of the point here. New Moon. And there's more than 40, there's a little bit less than 40 points, 30 or so points left on this point. If they manage to hold the entire point, they will win the game. But I see what looks like 3 New Moon players dealing with this flank. All you have to do is hold the point. I guess no one on the Ravens were able to break into the ring.
And if New Moon keeps the point here, they win. They guarantee win if this point is held by New Moon. They're
Nice roll.
12 off, 10 off from the win, and they seem to they seem to got
5. You got to get in there now. But who? Hit Boy happily on the corner says, I only could get 3. But that 3 was the difference between a win and a loss. He did his job. And that is now them taking up. They said they were taking it up to another notch. And I think that that's one way to do it. They got their lead on that first point with those first few engagements, and it never shrunk the entire game. But now I think your favorite game on the wheel, every gamer's favorite game on the wheel, Wreckfest.
Yes, I love Wreckfest when it comes to this. I don't know why. It is just a game of chaos. I love it. I mean, I love that it's on the wheel. If it gets off the wheel, then I'll be sad. It is literally Now, what I want to see is bus like the lawnmowers or the shopping carts or whatever. I want to see those instead of just the buses.
I want it. I would love it.
I
I
would.
think these two teams.
I think the only time it'll ever happen is finals. I think that is the only time it'll ever happen. I think if both teams come to an agreement, they'll be like, "Let's do it for finals."
I think the hard part is the Reapers will absolutely let you pick lawnmowers and then pick buses. Like it's nothing against them, but they are like, we want our money. We want to win. We want to make it three-peat. But I hopefully for finals. Hopefully for finals, new arena, big stage out in DC over at District E.
On
You can
Father's Day, so June 16th, like you
yes.
said, 1 week, which
Sunday.
is scary. That is a scary thought.
It's so wild for me to think about. So wild for me to think about that we have 1 week. It feels like the blink of an eye.
Way too close.
It's crazy. Almost as crazy as the speed of these SurfThing PCs, the official
Exactly.
PC sponsor of the UEL. If you're at home looking for any type of a PC, I don't care what games you play. You play shooters, they got you. Fighting games,
They
they
got
got
you.
you. Sports, maybe you want to play some 2K. Trust me, go ahead, load it up. Hop on with FC with some of your boys. It will be amazing. Strategy racers. Here at the UEL, we play a wide variety of games, and SurfThing always meets our needs. Fast, reliable, no downtime. I don't think I've ever even begun to see these PCs have a problem. They're
Yeah,
just
I don't
always
think
up
there's been a single time where I've sat here and I've seen my team play 2 games. I've been here for multiple games as a commentator. I don't think there's been a single time where I'm sitting here and I'm like, these PCs have problems
Nope.
because they don't. They're that good. The only problem that they have is being that good.
Trust me, Wreckfest is one of those games.
Like,
Wreckfest is one of those games.
these
Where I'm
PCs are that good that they don't have competition. That's how
Yes.
good they are. That's a problem. You don't have any competition to have better PCs because your PCs are that good.
yes, and I would recommend go ahead, head on over to SurfThings, check them out for all your PC needs.
And I can vouch, you can vouch. We're both players here. We played 33 games on this wheel. We might not play all 33 games in one game, but that doesn't mean these PCs I could download all 33 right now and I would not have an issue.
It's beautiful. Now, Wreckfest. I know you asked for it, but I think we're gonna see. Like I'm
I think we're gonna see buses as well. It sucks, but at the end of the day, this is playoffs. Teams don't want to dilly dally. These teams don't want to mess around. I thought I would see it in the All Star game or the staff versus pros. I didn't, but that's fine.
I know actually. Will we see a car? Let's just go.
Yeah,
Will we see?
we will
somebody
definitely
run?
see a car. I think we'll see a racer, obviously on both teams. Now, map choice can be the difference because
Mm.
there have been times where someone thought that a straightaway, which was like a cinder block wall, was a straightaway to go through, and they drove straight into it, crashed out, and lost the game. So there's times
So
where
hard.
teams need map knowledge.
It definitely is. New Moon does have control of this game. Now, one thing with New Moon is they've historically been a team that is willing to challenge the bus meta.
Yeah.
They're willing to try to come up with maybe different strats, different setups to maybe allow some of their stronger racers, Jury being a prime example, to do that exact thing, race, force you to kind of compete and find a way to take them out. Now, I don't know if maybe this season they have a few new members. They are New Moon again, and with this New Moon Rising, I wonder if maybe they recognize that the meta in the league is strong, maybe preferring to become stronger at that, or do they continue to push?
So looking at this lineup, obviously we know the Ravens, they have their 5. There is no shock there. I'm not gonna sit
Oh
here and be
my
like, oh my
God.
god. No, we can look
Wahoo!
at New Moon. This is kind of the story that you want to look at when it comes to these lineups because New Moon are running 7. So Jury, Nexus left out as the anchors. Smart choice. Jury could get F1 right up next, and that would be perfect.
UFC for Nexus.
Yep, UFC. Anything could roll. But they're sending in AJ, Spicy, Snappy, X-Ray, Pip. Not a bad 5. I think that's a 5 that could win multiple games by themselves without Nexus or Jury, which is kind of insane to think.
That's the big thing going into next season with changes to like the tier system and how things work. Right, there is a lot of conversations about like the fact that New Moon has a lot of top tier players.
Yeah.
And how that's going to pan out. And our next game looks to be Texas Chains. Oh no, we're still spinning here. Onku out to an early lead, but being pushed off to the side of the bridge here by Snappy, saying, "Hey, I want to be in first place." Crash Team Racing with Jury
Another
available.
racer. That is actually kind of scary to think about. Jury's
Crash
available for CTR.
Team Racing. Jury being available. is kind of rough, and Jerry can set this game up in his sleep. It is a Ravens setup, and this is where the Ravens are going to utilize some of their additional staff, coaching staff like Springroll, some of the rookies, Vape, as well as Genghis, who are both here to assist them.
There's a bus that crashed.
Did somebody's game crash? Did something
I don't think a
happen?
game crashed. That could be a strategy, actually. Block off them from finishing race.
Goodness.
If that is created, if that's the strategy, then shout out to the Ravens. That is like a big brain thought process. That is coaching of like dreams.
Yes. It would be really, it's really smart, especially if you could find the right areas on the map to handle it, right? The map will always have these points that are a little bit tighter to get through. And if you can
Yeah.
clog it up enough, even if it just lets your teammates get a better hit on the opponent, you always want to go ahead and get it set up. So here we go, rounding this bend.
So Snappy's treating this like a race. He's in a bus, but he is not driving like he is a bus driver. He's driving like he F1 racer. He is showing that he knows this game. Obviously, one of the tenured players. I literally can say this: all of New Moon, besides Nexus, has been here longer. Nexus joined last season, still won Rookie of the Year last season, and then run sports players. So he still has knowledge. But you look at X-Ray Aspect, Pip, AJ, Spicy, Jury, Snappy, all tenured.
It's the team has really found their stride, found their synergy. Even when bringing new pieces in, people wondered maybe how the Chicken X-Ray trades might play out this season. It doesn't look like New Moon's missed a step. They've
kept up that energy, and it's been extremely impressive just to see it. I mean, each and every single game they'll win, and yeah, they went into halftime 7-7. They were out there just joking around. They're like, yeah, we'll kick it up a notch. They were like, it's whatever. Like, they were not treating it as like it's panic. They aren't feeling any pressure.
and it looks like Snappy's here passing Jury, lapping some of the farther racers back, being willing to take some damage, realizing how big his lead is, gets tipped ultimately.
It's hit by his own teammate.
DC11, who is that? Who? Spicy? Why you hitting Snap? Why we doing? And I think again, Snappy's now realizing the lead that he has, and isn't as concerned with just with taking people out. He just kind of realizes, all right, cool, I have a comfortable lead. Let me not worry about any of this. I'm now in second place. Let me just keep.
You know what game I was certain was gonna roll besides CTR? If like when we were looking at the wheel and it was CTR, I had a feeling for CarX.
CarX Drift would be really
Saying
fun.
Nexus was still in, I was like, yeah, Nexus is in for CarX.
I would love to see some CarX. One of those interesting games.
I think that's Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yup. Oh. And getting big damage here on Stars. Stars down to about 25% life.
But Snappy did take damage there in the front. I mean, Snappy has this big of a lead. He doesn't necessarily, have to panic, but it's still like, look at that bus. That bus is not road safety, not road legal. Something's wrong with it. I think it doesn't have gas.
Inspected. Oh, you're missing a wheel? One of the blue buses there looks like it's
Correct.
out in the race, though. But with one lap left, you got to be wondering, are the Ravens going to have an opportunity here to get enough damage to maybe take out some of these leading racers, such as Snappy and Spicy? They have to somehow get rid of both of them on relatively high HP. And we see the focus on
both players
Spicy's
is
face.
actually kind of crazy. I mean, this shows you how intense this is.
Yeah.
This is for everything. This is if you want to book a spot in DC's finals, you want to be there. You got to win this game.
100%. And I think they're going to be entering their final lap here as they come around this bend. One more lap, and with the point lead, even being down a person, they might still be able to run away with it. But I don't know how many Ravens are left. If they're 5, there is that small window, that small opportunity of maybe getting just enough points with good enough placement. But again, Snappy and Spicy look like they're playing a different game. Like you said, they are not driving like bus drivers. They're not looking to wreck here.
They're looking to just drive. They're taking a peaceful drive.
Yep.
Maybe not peaceful. I mean, they're going about like 60 into turns, but
Well, do you want to be on the bus on this course?
yes.
You are a braver man.
Well, Probably as a driver, not as a
Yeah,
passenger.
yeah,
If
I
I'm a
guess that makes
passenger, it's like when you hit a bump and you just fly out.
Boom. All right, and there we go. Two players have crossed the finish line. Now we have to see if the Ravens are actually able. So jury is down. It looks like there's a Raven in ninth place. It looks like, and we're gonna start following some of the cars. I see it as past the Herbs coming around the turn, full speed, hit the wall. A big hit there. Most of these teams should be finishing up.
All of us are on the right team over here.
I
I think
we saw that. I think Snappy and Spicy both lap somebody or lapped
Yes.
Jerry, so they should be a lap ahead. But without a bunch of crashes, I think it's a very difficult game for the Ravens to have a chance at here. 179 to 146. As we now are watching stars come around, he's managing to not have taken any more damage from that last interaction we saw where two buses on New Moon hit him. And as he rounds the last bend, we'll see how these points end up stacking up. Let's see what it jumps up to. He hits the finish line, 19 points. AJ picking up 14, and then PC3 picking up 6. It looks like so. Final score of 180 to 149
And that's a
means
new moon. That's a new
New
moon one.
Moon extends their lead to 2 games.
No, that's not too worrying for the Ravens. I mean, they're still in this. It's not like it's like a 16, 15, stuff like that. They are still in this. Jury and Nexus have to go on for CTR up next. Now, who are you sending in for the Ravens? They have full reset, so who would you send in?
Well, Wonku has to go in, which is perfect. Like if there's one person on the Ravens you want to be working on this game,
And you're correct.
you know Wonku has to go in. And I think with their lineup, I think you have to send Herbin
Yes.
to contest Jury. The hope here is that Wonku can contest Jury and maybe win a race or two, and then Herb will consistently place better than Nexus, which gives you enough points to win the circuit overall. The big scary thing to me though, oh never mind, no, it's the Ravens selection on map, so Wonku can absolutely get comfort here. But Jury is a different kind of beast in this game. I don't think there's a circuit that he's not comfortable
I'm
on.
looking at my notes. I'm looking at the notes. There's an exclamation mark. Jury is in for CTR. Like, do you know how crazy that is?
It's one of those games that it was a huge deal last season, I believe it was, when Cat and Hollywood managed to win CTR. Which should say something because I think then Jerry very quickly went, I'm never this game again. I think Jerry's exactly the type of person to be like, you'll once
Yeah,
catch me off guard once, and then it's never going to happen again.
exactly.
CTR though,
I think I know what you're talking about. I saw that. And each time he goes in for CTR, they lapped the gorillas. Jury literally lapped the gorillas in CTR. Do you know how crazy that is?
and one thing I want to say about both these teams, because they have been pretty calm, but I realized neither one really used timeouts in that first half. Neither one was like super concerned with timeouts or anything.
They were using more forfeits than timeouts. You know how crazy that is?
And again, I want more players to use your timeouts for mental, even if you just need a second to step outside, get some air, and just reset, come back into the game. Full reset. Next will be available for UFC.
I know he's excited. I know he's very excited.
I'm being very real with you. Like these roles might be exact. Like to be able to say, oh, I have Jury available and Nexus, then we'll be able to go in for a game that he absolutely loves. So bottom left is Wonku. Bottom right is Jury. So the bottom parts of your screen are who we expect to be in the lead here. And I can tell you immediately, Jury is currently leading in first with Wonku hot on his trail. Top right is going to be Herb, and top left is going to be Nexus. So you're looking at your diagonals for teammates. So currently was in first place. Looks like Herb maybe having taken it with Wonku close behind. And it looks like Jury would then be in third and Nexus is in fourth. This is exactly what I meant by sending in those two veteran talents that have been here for seasons. Wonku constantly was grinding to get better and better at this game, and her being what a lot of people note as one of those original in-gamers in the league since day one shows that, like, hey, we will find our opportunity. But again, I can't count Jury out. This is one of 4 races, and you can see how comfortable he is playing the game. It's maybe one bad turn is a difference currently between where players are. Wonku makes a slip up, and that immediately puts Jury back in second. And looking at the middle of the screen, if you are unfamiliar with this game, you can tell exactly where players are based on the middle of the screen. So the furthest person to the right will be first place, second place being right behind them, and so on and so forth. Looks like Nexus is actually managing to pull Wonku a little bit, and is possibly going to be able to catch up. What ends up mattering here, though, is if Herb can maintain this first place finish, he gives his team a huge advantage. Having that first place finish ends up being huge, but this Rocket doesn't end up holding its line of sight, managing to maintain his boost decently well, looks for a shortcut, is able to hit it, and is able to just continually find it. But this wall hit is big. If Jury can find an opportunity to close the gap.
Oh, and he misses the shortcut.
And this is what's going to be big here. I'm trying to keep up. Herb still has this first place spot. All he has to do is finish the race. Slow down after slow down. Wonku, though, misses the turn. She was the only person that wasn't shrunken and slowed down there. But it looks like she's maintaining her gap on Nexus. This should be enough, but Jury's right there. Only a few turns separate him and Herb. But I think Herb has managed to take this first race and give his team an early lead. Now let's see Jury coming up quickly behind. Boom, gonna go ahead and finish it. That's number 2. Now what I'm looking at and what's gonna be here, this is where one of those support situations comes in. If Wonku is consistently able to take third and Herb is able to trade races with Jury, guess what? The Ravens win.
Yeah.
It's something that is so important. You see Jury leaning over there to Nexus, maybe giving a quick tip. I know Jury and Nexus are roommates, right?
Yes.
So they've probably worked together. There's definitely some synergy here. And now we have to see. So immediately, who is jumping out to a lead here? I'm seeing Jury jump up, Herb right behind him, Wonku right behind him. But a big miss puts Wonku behind early. Herb trying to maybe go for a shortcut, puts himself behind. This is huge. If the New Moon finish in first and second for both of this placement, it means that somehow not only do they need to beat Nexus, they need to beat both of them.
Nexus back and forth, unluckily. But Jury's in first place, Wonku in second, Herb in third.
And I'm looking here and watching, I just glance at Jury's screen there in the bottom right, and you're just watching, he knows where every turn is before it even begins to show up, jumping over all the lasers, avoiding all of the traps, all of these opportunities for him to mess up. That first turn had some tricky turns that maybe caught him off guard. Here he seems far more comfortable, maybe shaking off a little bit of rust, but is back in form looking to take this race. But I still have to go back to those Ravens, second and third. He does have a shield on. This should block the blue orb that's coming to hit him here. And here we go. Wonku now in second, Herb third. As long as they work together, but Nexus is approaching quickly.
Jury's actually faster than the blue orb, by the way.
Every time I see this, it's crazy. He's gonna get hit again. Oh, he makes it through the portal, which is huge. Portal. Wonku looks to have caught up. She's a few turns behind. Oh, excuse me, I was looking at the wrong part. Jury is like half a lap ahead. I was wrong. And I don't mind saying that because that should tell me that he's faster than the blue shell. He was going so fast. I was like, oh, like this race.
I thought he was going to be able to finish the lap.
Close,
I thought he was able to finish a race and then get hit.
I think that if he hadn't gotten clipped in that one little part, it was definitely doable. But now the Ravens, knowing that they're not going to necessarily get first here, they're just looking to finish up. I think I just saw Nexus hit his third lap as the Ravens are coming towards that 50% mark. They're looking to finish up this race and take that second, third position. And now all they have to make sure they do is take, I think, one more race. If they can split the first places decently well down the line, then they can absolutely take CPR, which I think is a huge game to take off. It's not something that New Moon, I think, would expect. Let's see. Herb still in third, doing a good job of maintaining his lead. Wonku crossing the finish line. Herb shortly thereafter. You have points moving on to the next race. Wonku leading over immediately, telling Herb something. Once again, both teams, both players talking to each other, letting each and every single person know, hey, this is what we're trying to do. This is what we're trying to finish. On to Oxide Station. Let's see. Jury's always managed to take the early lead, and it pretty much comes down to if he's making any mistakes there. It looks like a pretty rough start there for him. He is on bottom right, but he is still maintaining his spot in the race. He's currently in fourth, but in the top left, that would be Nexus competing for first. Now, never mind, both the Ravens. It's like every time, I'm so sorry for Cast a Curse. Every single time, I'm like, wow, this person's doing great. Immediately now, Nexus. I have absolutely not my intention at all. But what we're seeing compared to the other races is everything is super close together here. Nobody has really jumped out to this huge lead. So it really will just come down to who is going to be able that trip up. Wonku taking a very clear and early lead. Great job maintaining boost and maintaining the angle, but Jury hot on her trail. She clips the wall. If Jury's able to get through the section cleanly, this will give him an opportunity to overtake. As we can see, one more turn. This is that moment. Using the Tiki Shell to the Tiki protection there to avoid being hit, and is back in first place. And like I said, it's going to be a game of inches, a game of who's making fewer mistakes on these tight turns. Wonku immediately popping her protection and moving out to catch Jury.
All I can say is that Jury, Wonku, Verb are all so fast at this game that I can barely process it.
It's one of those things where
it's like you see Jury, you see any of them, and it's like here, there, and gone.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you that right now I am the only one. I'm keeping track when I see a number change. I'm like, all right, why did the number change? And it's insane because right now, look at how close Jury and Wonku are on the bottom of your screen. Both players are like taking turns and just ending up next to each other. Jury finally able to put some space between, manages to get the blue boost, and that blue boost is going to give him more and more space. He's finally starting to create something of a lead that Wonku's going to have to make up for, or hope for Jury to make a mistake, and I don't expect the latter. I think he's locked in. He's ready to go. In fact, I think that's probably what he told Nexus. He probably told Nexus, hey, worry about just trying to get third. Just drive as clean of a race as possible. And get third. I will make sure to hold down the first place. Finish if all possible. Swing around. And a big corner hit from Wonku. I think that's going to give Jury the lead he needs to safely close this out.
Now, say these results finish for the next race. Does the New Moon lose if Jury won 3 out of the 4 races?
I believe, I don't remember the points. I know that if you win all 4 races, you're guaranteed to win if you go first. But I think losing 1 can absolutely put it into question of whether or not. I think the fact that both the Ravens have gotten second and third every single game means that they do still have an opportunity after this race. We'll see with points, because generally what will happen is the game master keeping track of points. And if it does become mathematically impossible for the other team, then the game is called. You have one more race here. Nice job. Herb, you see him in the corner. Nexus doing his best. I see him with the blue flames. Okay. So he understands the systems, has the blue flames. Just maybe everybody else is a little bit more comfortable on these maps, which maintaining your boost is a comfort thing. You need to know exactly how much do I need to turn here? How much do I need to hop? What do I need to do? A lot of people might be looking, oh, like it's Mario Kart. I'm like, it's a very different game. Mechanically, the skills necessary to like really. Let's see.
Jury with that lead already.
Yes. And this is where we're coming down to. People are flying around these turns. Able to get there. A big hit early on to Jury means that both the Ravens jump out to the lead. Now it's a matter of how clean of a race can these two players play. If they keep it up, this would be the deal that seals it. Now this map doesn't seem super huge, and Jury still is right there. Gotta get that TNT off. It looks like everybody there in that big opening pack all got hit, but Jury got hit once again, which is giving the Ravens a little bit more cushion to work with here. If they win this, if they finish, especially first and second, it is a guaranteed win for them with the second and third placements and that first place by Herb. Nice job jumping over the corner, and Wonku seems to have found her rhythm. We were talking about Jury a little bit earlier, but I mentioned to you she's been practicing and has been asking people to put respect on her name when it comes to CTR, and we're seeing it here. Still manages to hit the pad, even though she is small and is slowing down. Nice communication from both of the New Moon players. Jury had his protection up, making sure that he was not getting slowed when Nexus went ahead and popped that off, and is going to start to make up some ground, having passed Herb and is now closing in on Wonku. Wonku's got to make sure that this is as clean of a lap as possible. Going into this last lap, each one is going to be important. Herb, though, saying, hey, you're not getting away from me. I'm right there. If you make a mistake, if you hit a wall, I'm going to be right there to catch up with you. And Wonku maintaining this lead is exactly what the Ravens need here. Look, I just want to compete.
Oh my gosh, that was a shortcut and a half.
Both players, look at how close Jerry are. Herb hot on his heels. Wonku running as fast as she can, hoping to approach this finish line. Loses the blue flames, which is huge. Jury can absolutely make a comeback as long as he's once again able to maintain this. We saw this in the last race. Each one of these flames is where Jury ends up managing to come back. He has these clean lines. Wonku falls into second place. Jury rounds the corner.
No,
As
I think
we go into the final lap, Jury's taking first place. Wonku's in second. Jury
Wonku's
messed
back.
up. Wonku's back in first.
Oh my god.
This is really coming down. For people at home wondering what your expectations, if you're in the league, if you're joining the league, wondering how good at CTR do I have to be the best player,
Very good.
you're looking at some of it. You're looking at it. Jury's right on her, but Jury said, I'm not giving this one up. I'm not giving this one up. Oh, and a beautiful shortcut from Wonku, skipping an entire turn section. If she's able to make it here, I'm watching each and every one of the turns.
This is actually probably the best game of CTR we've seen all season.
It always happens. I feel like when it all comes down to it and you're put against someone you know is just good and you just have to perform. Once again, she lost this boost. We saw this on the last turn of the last lap. If she has to maintain this boost, Jury is right there. Actually, he's taking the lead. She doesn't have blue fire anymore. I think this is going to be the end of the race with Jury managing to steal it away in the final moment.
Oh my gosh, you won in the final moment.
And now we have to see the points. It's going to come down to points. Wonku should know the points, so Wonku will be able to call whether or not this is a win. That came down to the final 2 or 3 turns.
I'm actually impressed. That was... And the Ravens win.
So it looks like, you asked me the question, it looks like those second and third place finishes were enough, along with that first place by Herb, to go ahead and take CTR.
UFC up next. Who are you sending in?
I'm sitting in next. Look, this is where, if I'm New Moon, I'm happy. Nexus just lost the game, and I know Nexus wants his get back. Nexus like, put me in. I'm putting somebody to sleep in 30 seconds. This game is not lasting.
Okay, so obviously Nexus. So, but if you're a Ravens viewer, who are you putting in?
Him has been surprising you. I think him has maybe been cooking in some UFC. Now, Nexus is a top player in UFC. Like, we're being very.
I think Nexus is the #1 player in this league at UFC.
Some people, there's some people that will argue, but I agree.
What's funny? The only time he's lost. You want to know who the only time he lost UFC against was? Herb. His first ever game in the UEL against Herb.
Oh, and he's not available due to CTR. No. The Ravens are probably looking at this. I think you're sending someone in that knows the controls and having Herb coach, and Herb should be able to hopefully kind of maybe dissect what he's doing. But the issue with Nexus is he doesn't give you the wiggle room. You have to be just ready to deal with the problem immediately.
Trust me.
If you're like, oh, I'm gonna think for an extra second, he's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna knock you
Trust me, as this man's punching bag,
out.
it's scary. It is. It's a scary sight seeing him in UFC. Like I don't get it, but it's scary. Yep, they forfeited it. Yep.
Yeah, if you realize like you this is coming down to the last few games, every minute is going to matter. And I say that as we get into Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Wait, did it keep spinning? Did it keep spinning?
Oh, it's either TCM. Yeah,
TCM, hey!
yeah.
TCM Texas, another asymmetrical game. Now you mentioned DBD. Texas is far more interesting because it's the first time it's on the wheel this season. It's 3v4 instead of
Yeah.
4v4. So New Moon will have their choice of whether they want to be killer or whether they want to be a survivor here. No, wait. They had set up for UFC. The Ravens will have their choice.
Ravens. Okay. Yeah, and I think the Ravens are gonna pick the family. New Moon are gonna pick the survivors.
I would go for the full reset. I think going for the full reset ends up being huge. It ends up being the perfect opportunity here.
I low-key forgot about that, and that's a really smart point because now at this point you have Herb out. You pick family, Herb's still out. You don't want to keep Herb out at this late of a game because it's Herb.
But I think the Ravens being down want the points now because I can tell you that production has let us know that the Ravens are actually going to take survivors, which I guess if you're playing a 5-man, you're gonna get a reset off of most games anyway.
And I don't blame him for that decision. You were pretty smart to bring that up. So they obviously know how important Herb is to them. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, he's been here since literal day one. He is probably the most active veteran in this entire list.
I think if you ask most people in the league, he is what the goal. Herb at his peak is what people think of an in gamer as. He is who you want to be able to handle. Even champion teams like the Reapers and the Moon say when Herb comes in and is on it, it is a terrifying moment. He has this presence of, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to beat you. Oh, I've never played this game. I'm going to sit down. And
that's the crazy thing. Like, you do not get how many players we have in this league that do that, and you're sitting there and you're like, how are you picking these games up? And you see it, and you're like, okay, like, yeah, that's perfect.
His team has to find a way to do it without him this time around.
So then, obviously, New Moon is going to be the killers / family. Who are you sending in as that 3?
X-Ray Aspect, strong strategy player. Also has a very good to me like voice within games. Is always sharing information, always looking for solutions. It showed, I think, as well in something like League. After that, I think this is where New Moon's strength starts to show. I think they have a very good system that people can plug and play pretty well. And so it looks at what you are worried about. I think you don't send in Pip Boy on the off chance of fighting game rolls. You want to hold him just in case. The shooters are still on the board. If you're sending an X-ray aspect, maybe you send in another specialist in the strategy category, somebody like Spicy. As I'm saying this, I'm completely wrong. Never mind. It is
technically you're not wrong.
AJ.
Technically you aren't wrong. You did.
No, I saw them updating the lineups and forgot Nexus went in for.
You called it right technically though. X-Ray obviously going in, but then Snappy, AJ, you leave out Spicy, Pip, and Jury. Not a bad decision, especially if a game like a fighter rolls, a racer rolls. Like, if I'm New Moon, I'm fine with this decision because F1 rolls, you have Jury.
Yes.
And if I'm the Ravens and they have to go up against Jury in F1, I think they forfeit.
Unless Herb or Stars, like, and they've been practicing knowing this. I think if you have map choice in one of those games, similar to CTR, maybe you cooked up something where you're like, I might have a chance. But if your specialist isn't available, I agree. You get out of the game. We do have a little bit of downtime right now, but you know what's never down?
Think PCs.
They're never down. They're always available, ready to go. That's why we are right into this next game.
Hey, look at that transition. Transition was brought to you by SurfThing PCs.
All right, let's talk. We are at Nancy's house. Nancy's house is, I'm going to say, structured into 3 major areas.
It's definitely a Survivor kind of favorite house.
Yeah, we saw the Reapers. Exile. You're a prophet. Exile's a prophet. Exile is truly.
So that's extra aspect on Leatherface. This is Definitely definitely family friendly content.
Texas Chainsaw, my favorite Disney.
YouTube is fun.
But Nancy's House is, I think it's a pretty balanced map, but I do think Survivors do have once they get out of the basement, they have an easy way out.
Yeah. The Reapers use it to win against the Ghost by going up to the top and out in the front, and they insta escaped basically. I'm trying to think. Did another team do it? I don't believe so.
The Reapers have consistently played Nancy's House all season.
The Reapers are just like that when it comes to Nancy's house.
Yeah, I need. So immediately, X-Ray's pathing tells me he knows Nancy's house. He's immediately coming over here to check the pantry area, which is usually a safe spot. And you see how safe they felt, where 3 or 4 survivors are all there in the room. And now, because of his just map knowledge of knowing, like, hey, there's usually toolboxes in this area, I'm going to pressure here. And this is what the scary part of the game is. Leland going down here would be a horrible opportunity. Usually a pretty big tank and like enforcer to buy his teammates space, and a good job getting back over to the pantry area. This becomes a really strong loop in this game because Leatherface, as you see, has to run all the way around if he wants to come and challenge this area once again. And if players are smart, they can use the connecting area to jump back into the gap and get away. Now I'm going to see if he's able to do it. Nice job using the door shut to buy enough space for him to get back in. Now, if I'm his teammate, what I want to do here is immediately head to the opposite side of the map. There are toolboxes in Leatherface's game. And so you have to recognize a lot of people play off of Man Cave because, as you can see here, that little table right there, plus this other area, there can be toolboxes across the hall from one another. And so you have to be able to deal with both. But it looks like
one has already been executed.
That looks like him. Him looks surprised in and of himself. Over on PC6, it is in fact him who has been taken out. And X-Ray, with the victim noise basically having to run around, has allowed enough noise to be done that Grandpa is completely awake and manages to get another hit in. X-Ray Aspect showing masterful control of the Leatherface, controlling the entire basement.
X-Ray Aspect acting like the real Leatherface. That's actually kind of scary to think about.
And this is one of those big things that I'm looking at. I need the Ravens. They have spread out, but they have to start putting pressure on a few of these locations simultaneously and playing the safe game. The door wasn't open.
I'm just collecting blood and feeding Grandpa if you're the ones that are up top.
Yeah. He's once again checking this. That's already stage 2. X-Ray standing up.
Oh, I saw something right below.
You can tell he's so focused. He's looking for these players, trying to find an opportunity. Somebody had to move while Grandpa was yelling, meaning X-Ray finally has a lead on a player to kill here. And this is why, to most players, if I was talking to the league about how to be better at Texas, learn your toolbox spawns and learn your basement routing. There's a lot of areas where you're able to loop a lot easier than something like Dead by Daylight. And if you know the map, your ability to do that becomes incredibly strong. In an area like here, there's a lot of extra areas that X-Ray isn't actually checking off to the side here, to this room to the left, that possibly could hold. You see now, like, he's recognizing somebody's around here, finally looking around. As I say that, he recognizes somebody has to be here. They're trying to get back to this toolbox. And this is a great place to lead X-Ray Aspect down, because if you can get through there safely, he once again has to make this long trek back around. And these are those loops that I'm telling and saying are really important. It buys you so much time.
Now, you mentioned this kind of being having similarities to Dead by Daylight. What is a favorite out of those two? What would you prefer, Dead by Daylight or Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Dead by Daylight.
Okay.
Texas, we play without perks, which is an interesting system. For those at home wondering win conditions, I will tell you the number 3 is the important thing. If we get 3 survivors killed, survivors do, or killers win. If 3 survivors escape, survivors. So the number 3 is the one that you care about here. Texas is very interesting. I think that it's a game that is still early, obviously, in its development. And there's depth to still be found. I like the perk system at least a little bit more in something like DBD, but I think it's kind of unfair to compare them. DBD's been a game that's out for 8 years now, versus Texas still on its first year. Somebody had made it out of the basement. It looks like Stars having to jump back down. But as we cut away from X-Ray's perspective, it looks like somebody was communicating to him like, hey, there should be somebody down in the basement. And it looks like Sissy's down there as well. So if they can manage to get back up top, that's 2 killers that are not available to help defend the upper area. This is going to be huge. X-Ray's trying to figure out maybe what door did they use to get out here. I've covered every door. I've come back and forth. I know that where they have to probably be. Leland, you got to get out of this room. Don't run towards him. He uses the crawl space. That was super smart. Baiting X-Ray to chase him. Cuts back across. Able to get through the gap there without taking any damage. Is he able to make the connection? No, he's not able to make the second connection. This could be a second kill. And we already saw Stars on low life. That could be all 3 of the 4 players for the Ravens going down and dying. And X-Ray revving up for a big swing. He manages to knock him down, which is important. He does stall out his chainsaw. But because Leland's knocked down, he gets a free execution here. That's 2. So this game can still go to points.
He's standing back up. He's standing back up.
He opens the door, realizes it's probably time to head upstairs. These Ravens players need to be getting out shortly if they want to. Relocks the door so they can't come back down this way. Grandpa stage 2. Looks like maybe we had a shank. Stars has managed to stay down here in the basement. They don't know where he is. Great job by Stars. Stealth gameplay sometimes is underrated, but he's now found his way. He's also on Connie, which opens the door to be able to, for lack of a better way of saying, open doors a lot quicker using her ability. We see it's on halfway through its cooldown, meaning it has been used, but as you're able to pop these doors, it ends up becoming increasingly important. He's going to have to stand still, wait for this yell. Good job. He's going to have to take some movement. So both of them are together. This is a good opportunity if they can manage to get... We saw a flash of yellow. Somebody's up here. You have to be incredibly careful. They have to know one of the players here playing Julie. That back gate's already open. Stars' power is not charged, though. They're not going to be able to get out of here super quickly unless he's already worked on the lock. He's going to turn off the car, but here we see Hitchhiker grabbing him, taking a bunch of damage. Nice job getting out of the close encounter, but I don't know if Stars is going to be able to turn off the car unless it's already been dealt with. Maybe he pulled away here, jumping down into the well. 2 killers, they both have to jump back down, but that tells them that both players are there, realizing that there's a bone trap in front of the battery. So this exit isn't even that easy to get out of. The Ravens are going to have to continually find their placement, find their opportunity. I'm loving this from New Moon, showing they have a strong understanding, and I think currently up in the lead, it's really important to be able to look at a team like the Reapers, who are currently the reigning champions, the expected team to return. We'll find out in tomorrow's game who exactly, but showing that you have a strong understanding of their map that they've played a bunch of. Nancy's house. I think it ends up being important now down in the basement, running around looking. We already saw Stars manage to like sneak around and find his way. They found the door that they used to get out before. Shutting this door. Are you just going to lurk here and wait, or what are you looking? Nope. Shutting the door just in case they open it. You get a sound signature here. Maybe wondering, did they immediately sneak back up? Stars' power should be coming up off of cooldown now. And the real question here is checking the good patrols here by Snappy. I'm really happy with this patrolling. He's ensuring that there's nothing that you could like slip around and just hide in one of these areas. He had, and I was going to say he hasn't checked his trap just to be safe, but he's doing it just to make sure. Walking through all of these bushes is super necessary. I'm wondering what the survivors are doing at this moment. What are they trying to get done? Opens the gate, heads back out. Now, to me, the big brain thing here to do is immediately run to the opposite side of the map. It sounds insane, but you've put pressure here, and if you can start to open up a way through the house, like you mentioned the Reapers do, having to have a killer at each side of the map opens up that entire middle area for you to be able to move through. Grandpa's now up to level 4, so even if they're moving in the shadows, they're going to be seen here. And again, I think they just have Snappy here on Car Graveyard. Snappy having strong feelings that someone's got to be around here somewhere.
Storage is still loud.
And we finally see what the survivors are up to. They're doing their survivor thing, and this is what worries me. It feels like the Ravens are tunnel visioning on one exit too much. Was Stars found there? It looks like Leatherface left, and X-Ray is charging his chainsaw. It has to be because he saw somebody. 2 tools in her inventory means Wonku has the ability to open up that gate and get out. You got to worry about that chicken though. She sees it going off and is now moving. Has to jump back in here into the bushes. Leatherface coming back around. The question is, did X-Ray see her? He did not. And this is why I'm saying you have to move back into the house. I would say head towards garage. Start opening those doors, going up into the house. At the end of the day, force them to expand their patrols. If you allowed them to be super tight together, you're in a position where you don't have this wiggle room, right? And for those at home that do not realize that are maybe wondering exactly how the game works, that health, that heart on the bottom right of your screen, it will drain through stages. And as it drains, that goes for when the survivors can get downed or stand up. The issue I'm having right now with the Ravens is they need to move. Grandpa's already at level 4. If Grandpa reaches level 5, there is no hiding. There is no place that you're safe.
Yeah.
They will just know where you are, and the game effectively ends.
Yeah, that should be enough. 5.
Now, if Stars has maybe managed to creep into the house, opening this gate, I can see one.
I saw that door open and I saw X-Ray start to move towards him. I thought it was one of the survivors, but it was just one of the family. And I was like, that would be the worst time to come out of that door because
But
two of the killers are there.
hey,
At this point, he's gonna be
I'm going back in the house.
Oh,
Bye.
I see one.
Is this enough? Grandpa's right there.
Away from car battery. Behind you.
Grandpa.
Oh,
is
he's
at max.
maxed. They need to get out now.
This is where you're just sprinting. You don't care. And that's Wonku. We saw Wonku over there before. Wonku has now been seen. Looks like she jumped down in the basement. And X-Ray calling out. Good. We know exactly where she is. We need to find Stars, though. We have to find. If they kill one person, and this is the thing that's really important. In Texas, compared to DBD, you don't need to care that there are 2 people. You need to care that there's one person that left that you have to kill to win the game.
Nobody's on car.
If you find that one person you need to kill,
I'm on the one in the basement.
it's fine. And now he sees both of them. So he sees Stars off to this side, and I think he's going to pressure him since he's already topside, trusting his teammates to deal with the basement. Stars is going to have some amazing jukes here because the next time Grandpa yells, and as you level up, Grandpa yells more frequently, and obviously you can't hide anymore. You're now in a position where they're just running around hoping for a mistake.
I'm on it right now.
You're going to have to burn
near,
Connie's
near
ability.
Jet.
Connie's ability allows her,
car battery
Stars'
right
character allows her to almost instantly pick a lockpick, a door. Stars is topside, though, I believe. I think that was Stars up top, but it looks like they're tunnel visioning on Wonku, realizing maybe smelling blood in the water, having an opportunity to win here. It's really hard because Stars has to get to a door, use his ability, which drains all of his stamina. So he has to do it without being seen.
Yeah.
He then needs to. It's Stars in the basement. Stars.
Stars is
keep
on
losing.
literally 1 HP.
He has to find some healing because he will absolutely collapse and die if he does not manage to do so. Yep, doing a good job of not making too much noise.
I'm still killing station.
I think he realizes how low he is. Now the question is, does he see the end? With that, it looks like they managed to find Wonku. Stars realizing that this game is all but over. Poison spit in his face. Slicing up with the razor. That is a W for New
All 4 taken out, by the way.
Moon.
Not a single one not taken out.
It's a really rough situation. I think there's a couple of ways that New Moon or Ravens could play that. Grandpa, if you have a Shiv, once he gets to some of those higher levels, you can run up to him. Shiv Grandpa, he drops back down a level, which buys you a little bit more space and time. But once he's at level 5, the game kind of is in a checkmate situation.
The mistake that the Ravens made there was letting Grandpa get to level 5.
Yeah.
That was normally you don't see teams don't tend to get out that fast, but because of that, they got level 5, and they were already down to 2, by the way, of level 5.
And if I want to give a big shout out, I want to give a big shout out for X-Ray Aspect showing some great Leatherface gameplay.
Oh, definitely.
He controlled the basement stronger than we see most Leatherface in the league do, and it becomes super important to do that because you saw like he hit all of them in that room, and they were like, "Wait, what are we supposed to do? Wait, I'm like on half health. What do I?" And that panic helped his team. But now we have a situation where maybe we're going to see Herb versus Jury, a tale as old as time here in the UEL. Two of the anchors, two of those incredibly strong players for their teams. Um, Maybe going into F1, seeing who's going to be able to take the dub. But I don't know. That's what I would say. Like if I'm New Moon, I'm sitting in Jury. I don't even think about that. Jury's going in. You don't even blink.
No doubt. Jury is going,
Um,
and you cannot not put him in.
If I'm the Ravens, I mean, Wonku showed really strong skills in F1. So my question here is then or not F1, CTR.
Yeah, CTR.
And so I'm wondering, but both her and Herb did that. So like either one of them probably is decently practiced up. It's a matter of what they're trying to save somebody for. So we see Jerry, which is the obvious pick.
Versus Wonku.
Like I was thinking, Wonku maybe having dived into Wonku is to me a very good I'll say secondary anchor player. A lot of people I think underestimate her skills and what she's able to do, but being a longtime veteran has created a well-rounded skill set here for the UEL.
Yeah.
Able to, compete most of the games and things like F1 has absolutely put a ton of time into to make sure that she is amazing. So we will get you. Ooh, a nice. Ooh, I like the little swing out. Wonku's on the bottom there on the swing out saying, Jerry, I'm not letting you get away. Ooh, but Jerry managing to be in this first place spot. Dragon Ball Fighters coming up next. KIC will be available, so I know.
That's actually one New Moon one because they have to send in Spicy and Hip.
Okay, see, this is why I love the fighting games. We're going to have some good fighting games today.
And then they'll have a full reset.
And so here we go. Wonku staying in the second place spot, going to force Jerry, but a wide turn is going to open up some of the CPUs to maybe fight back. And for those that don't know, this is one of Jerry's more specialty racers. F1 is one of those games. This and Moto are two games that MotoGP being a backup game, games that he's able to play to a ridiculous. He is by himself in F1. Wonku is in front of the pack, normally being in first place.
But a really wide turn.
And I don't think this is just her playing. I think this is her trying to maintain as much speed as possible to try to keep up with her.
Yeah.
And to do that, it can lead to you taking these wide turns, which unfortunately puts you further behind. But do you just play it safe? Do you drive slower?
Well, she's now surrounded by 2 CPUs, which is a scary thing because that can cause her to crash instantly.
Here we go. Nice turn, maintaining the second place spot. This is a great F1 game. Both players being in the first and second. A lot of times we see players kind of playing it safe and saying, oh, I can sit in 10th if you're in 18th, and I just got to make sure I don't crash out here. But both players fighting for these pole positions. But Jury is always 2 turns ahead, and more specifically, 7 turns ahead. But this wide turn might be Wonku's undoing, having dropped back a few spots, needing to fight past the CPUs without getting any penalties, still maintaining some good
Jury
lines.
is so far ahead that it's actually kind of crazy.
It's one of those games where there's a lot of people in this league where you put me in the for F1, and I'm like, all right, cool.
She has damage on her car now. And damage in this game can really be a deciding factor.
Now, Jerry has lost F1 before. Now, notably, it was to the Raven. It was last season.
And who was it against?
It was against. I am blank. She was also a rookie last season. But she just straight up drove straight into Jerry. Like found the angle and wrecked him perfectly.
Who was it?
I feel so bad. She was a rookie. She bounced around to a few teams. I believe she was drafted by the Phantoms first. But even still, there was a lot of coaching where they told the person like, "Hey, on this turn, full speed, hit jury, do this," and it took him out of the race. It's so crazy here. Again, Wonku is driving an amazing race. Any other time,
He
I
just
think
crashed.
Wonku realizing that like, "Hey, I'm not catching up in the race now. In the race now, get me out. We need more time for other games." A game like DBZ, being down 4 with an hour left seems
Oh
bad,
my
but a game like
god.
DBZ, did you realize it was 4 with an hour left?
Not
That's
even.
that should tell you how good this game is for people at home. We are so locked in, and I need you to understand that
I'm
if you
trying to like stay alert, and it's like each time I'm watching these games, it's like okay, eclipse or not eclipse, new moon, a full eclipse, a type of moon. You know, it's
yeah,
if I go
not
outside
yeah,
right now, but new moon. You know, have taken this lead back. I mean, they were losing at first part, and people were probably tuning in and going, "Yo,
what is going on here? New Moon down by 3?
I know, I definitely know the Reapers or the bots are probably tuning in and they're like, okay, New Moon losing, okay, and probably trying to cheer, but now it's a 4 point lead to the New Moon. DBZ up next, so Spicy, Pip Boy have to go in. Who are you sending in as that third slot?
Looking at their team, I think you might have to send up the extra aspect because you need another strong fighter, knowing you're having to deal with Herb and KIC. This possibly being one of KIC's strongest fighting games on the wheel.
Yeah,
You have to full send in here. Him is always a threat as well. This is one of those situations where you can't just assume like, "Oh, it'll be fine. It'll be okay. I'll be able to do this, no problem." You have to kind of full send because I think if you give the Ravens an opportunity and they maybe win a couple of these games, especially fighters, the momentum can swing. We still have Street Fighter, which could roll next. KIC would be available completely. They're on a full reset, so if Guilty Gear rolls, and no, I don't. I don't. X-Ray's going in. I don't want Guilty Gear. I don't want good. I want good. Look, I want good Guilty Gear. All right. I'm always holding out for some good fighting games. Um,
you know what the New Moon are missing technically in this fight?
what
Phoenix for DBZ.
Phoenix would be his Videl is one of those terrifying characters in the
Do
UEL
you
that
think if
people.
Phoenix was in and was able to play, he would beat KIC?
I might actually favor New Moon if Phoenix was in because I think that like
You know how crazy that is? How many people they have that like they have that option?
it is the best problem to have in the UEL to
Yeah,
be like,
no,
which
definitely.
7 do we play today? Like, oh, well, who did New Moon have on their bench? Chicken Tech, arguably top 5 player in the league.
Okay, Phoenix.
Spicy, or excuse me, Phoenix. We saw Phoenix last week. Spicy didn't even play last week. So Phoenix, top 5
It's like, what's going on?
player.
It's like seriously, what's going on?
It's one of those things where the issue is I look at the like top 5 to 10 players in
You know what
the league.
else you can't forget? Doomsday, Electric.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Those are the players that they have just in case.
Yeah, Doomsday,
Crazy.
Electric. I'm sitting here reading through their list of team, and I'm like, what? They don't
It-
even have like. Some teams have their 7. Some teams have their 5, and you'll go into the game and you're like, okay, this is obvious. Like you'll see the matchup on the in the schedule, and you're like, obviously, so and so is going to be playing. Here, it's a game of who's going to play.
And that's makes it so much harder to plan for. And if you want to maybe try your hand at that solution, maybe you see some players out here that you think you can take the spot of, go ahead and head on over to the Discord, head on over to our social media. You'll find the ability to sign up for season 9 of the UEL, where we have $1 million prize pool with players able to earn up to $100,000 a year.
That
Go ahead,
is
sign up, and join up.
money.
Yes.
That is lots of money. And if you feel like you're one of the best at any of these games, you see this wheel and you're like, hey, I played this game. I like this game. Oh, I could compete and I win it comfortably. Then sign up. This draft is up soon. There's going to be a combine. You're going to want to sign up. There is no doubt about it. This is where people go. This is where end gamers go pro. This is
Yes.
where you make a name for yourself. So we're super close to the end of the season. 1 week left until finals. 1 game left until the finals is decided. With this game still going on, just about under an hour left. It's kind of crazy to look at, and it's all capable because of SurfThings.
Yes, SurfThings has once again powered not only the playoffs but UEL as a whole to allow us to cover all 33 of the games that we have across those 5 categories. If you are at home looking for a new PC, go ahead, head on over to SurfThings. They are your one-stop shop, whether you need just a tower along with all the hardware inside of it, PC parts. Um, their machines, their builds are amazing. Their peripherals, the mice and the monitors and the offerings you have there, amazing. I'd recommend heading on over there. You may see some familiar faces from the UEL, but beyond that, they are what allows us to put on these amazing, amazing games and allows end gamers, the ultimate gamer, master of 5 genres, what allows that to happen as we get into Dragon Ball Fighters. All right, Lab Coat on the left. I can tell you that's the Ravens with Goku being probably Herb. And then on the flip side there, it looks like I see Pip Boy. That should be Spicy. And the Janimba. No, the Janimba should be Pip Boy. And then X-Ray Aspect, I believe, did go in. Yeah, that's going to be the Super Broly. And this is where we get started. People may be wondering why I mentioned KIC, because KIC challenges you to be able to play this game. And if you can't, you absolutely get blown up. Even Pip Boy's face was like, "You called me into that? Why would you what?" And Pip Boy finally taking his turn, looking for an opportunity. Nice attempt on a reflect, but Pip Boy ready for it, setting up his pressure. And I think he's found maybe some a hole in the armor of KIC. KIC down to half health. This is going to be a big combo. Doesn't follow it up. Nice job using the assist. Now, KIC, you have 3 bars. I'm looking at you to kill somebody. You need to kill 2 players. If you're going to die, at least kill 2 players. But I think that's it. Pip-Boy should spin the meter and just absolutely kill him. And that's KIC down. You asked me, and it looks like you are correct. This should be him over on the Gohan. King Gohan getting pushed to the corner, spinning all of the meter, tagging out Pip-Boy to hopefully get a little bit more defense. Now, I said all of this, and I brought it all up, but we can't forget that Herb is in the back. Herb is waiting. He's looking
See that
to
picture of Goku?
play. Nice snapback. Isn't able to follow up the combo there.
See that picture of Goku there? It reminds me of like the audio. It's like, hey, it's me, Goku. And it's like this fear.
And a nice job just left. The super gets beaten out. I thought it was a great read there. Herb looking for his opportunity. He has to find a kill here. So he has to spend out the meter here because he cannot afford to take any more time with any singular person. Pip-Boy's healed up. Herb basically needs to get another touch here. Now, I know this says Cassie, but Cassie's been playing Lab Coat consistently. So that has to make me believe. And he is looking over, so it has to be Herb here. But Herb getting touched is huge. And Pip-Boy maybe hearing kind of some of the talks of maybe Pip-Boy isn't that top fighter that he once was.
X-Ray.
And this is huge because X-Ray can win the game off of like 1 touch. Spinning the meter. This should be pretty big damage. Boom. Using the Spirit Ball here to get maximum damage possible. It's going to be a huge chunk. So now one more guess. Nice block, but no punish. He's going to die here. This is done. Level 3, level 1 anything here from Broly will kill. And that's it. New Moon takes the dub. We see the pop-off coming from X-Ray.
They're hyped. This is exactly what they wanted. They are hyped.
BBFZ going the way of New
They
Moon.
are. This is what they wanted. This is.
And I have to see. Next game is going to be Madden. Madden being a notoriously long game, especially if teams want to extend it, really play.
If I'm the New Moon, you're obviously going to send in AJ. Like, there's no doubt. And then send in Jury.
Do you forfeit Madden?
As the Ravens? Or the New Moon?
Yeah, as Ravens. Because this is like guaranteed a
Well,
20-minute game.
him will probably be going in. Him and Herb. That seems to be their kind of duo when it comes to this game.
15 to 20 minutes. Can you afford to burn it on Madden
No,
if you don't know you're gonna
no,
win?
you cannot.
That's my issue. If you know you're gonna win, if I'm New Moon, I'm never forfeiting a game. I don't care. We're playing every single game.
Yeah, no doubt
I
about
want
it.
StarCraft to roll. I want every
Maybe not
one.
now because X-Ray is going to go in.
They would hope to do that, but I know they've been cooking a little bit, so we have to see here. And then if I'm you probably send AJ in and send Snappy, Spicy. And that was some great play. I want to highlight Pip-Boy and Gogeta, Pip-Boy and Spicy finding great opportunities to get damage in there, managing to take out.
My notes correct. I knew it. It's him and Herb. That is their like dream duo.
And they're gonna play the Ravens more than likely. I think
If they don't play the Ravens, I'm going up there. I'm going out to the venue and I'm gonna cry because there's no way you're called the Florida Ravens and you're not playing the Baltimore Ravens.
Maybe they're Dolphins fans. They're Florida. No, please play the Ravens.
Please play the Ravens. Please.
I'm making a joke, but please play the Ravens. Please play the Ravens. And we'll see who
Spicy and AJ.
Spicy and AJ.
That's actually not bad. You're keeping Jury out for another game.
Snappy if also shooters, you have multiple shooters. Pip-Boy if
Valorant hasn't rolled yet.
This would be. I want to see these two teams play Valorant because I think it could be very good.
I think the last time they played Valorant, New Moon got swept.
Yeah, my worry is that you got to play a fast game of Valorant. Like this is the issue. You need a little bit of luck when you're in this position. You need a little bit of luck and a little bit of.
The Ravens aren't even playing the Ravens.
Both teams are playing the 49ers.
Ooh.
Looking to play what many consider the best team in the game. And next game up.
I don't think X-Ray Aspect can go in.
Fighting games are what they need. I'm gonna be very honest. Fighting games. If you told me a team has 50 minutes left and they need 5 wins, fighting games are what you want to roll. You can knock out 3 to 4 fighting games in like 15 minutes if you're on point.
Yeah, you are right about that, but
yeah, I know
it's kind of
scary.
Still scary.
This is not like a like they don't have any fighters. You still have Pip-Boy. You still have X-Ray Aspect.
Nexus.
You still have Nexus. You still have
Jury.
Spicy just showed up in Dragon Ball FighterZ. You have Jury. Like I know AJ's been grinding some of these fighters as well. It's a very quiet thing. Like New Moon doesn't just have like we don't play any fighters. I think that was a direct result as well of last season, where like in the finals, Pip-Boy was trying to do a lot of heavy lifting, and he had some help obviously. Like I don't want to say there are no fighters on it, but when you have like mainstay fighters and you have a team like the Ravens that have Herb and KSC, and then you look at him and Stars being like that perfect like backup. A lot of teams in the league have started to adopt this 2 to 4 fighting game player, and I think it's benefiting here. But here we go. AJ is going to be QB, and is going to be New Moon's going to be in the white.
New Moon have the ball right now.
The red jerseys will be the Ravens. So AJ on QB. Herb's going to be, I believe. So let's see how the Ravens defense going up against the offensive New Moon is able to hold. Nice play right over the middle, just getting some yardage, making sure to stay in bounds. Actually, him's going to be the QB. Okay, let's see what him will do. But we got to wait. First, they got to find their stop, maybe find an interception. They got to get their opportunity here. Both teams, again, we see a lot of use of a handful of teams in the league, 49ers being kind of, as we approach playoffs, more and more the go-to pick, wanting to keep this clock running. Everything playing. Let's see, what do we have here? What do we got? Looking for another play. No adjustments made. Another run up the middle. Almost gets taken down in the backfield.
Oh my god! That was actually
that hurt.
That hyped me up. That hyped me up.
That really hurt me. Like I know what those hits feel like. Love to do them. Love when you're a defender and you get to hit like that. It always makes you a little bit more excited. looking for this first down here. Rolling out, has a nice spot, ends up throwing it a little bit further downfield, realizing he has some space, taking up a little bit more than just the first down. Is now on the Ravens 29, fully within field goal range. So at least going to score some guaranteed points, but I think once that touchdown and this next big run, ooh,
That's
you don't.
Oh
Ooh.
my!
Somebody get a doctor for his
Oh
ankles.
my god! Oh my gosh! That was an
Somebody
ankle
get a
breaker.
doctor for his
Oh
ankles.
my gosh!
Ankles gone,
Oh,
evaporated.
oh my god! I didn't think it was that bad.
But this is that thing of showing like why AJ. A lot of people like recognize he's our sports champion. AJ, he's gotten I think coach of the year twice now, 2 consecutive seasons. Has in the last 2 seasons, New Moon has lost 1 game, the championship game to the Reapers, and they immediately brought that back this season by beating them during the regular season. And so if in your last like 25 games, you're 24-1, you're the Sports Bells champion, you're coaching this team, you talk about how easy it is. I think like he's able to focus on his own play. And if I'm the Ravens, like I'm trying to keep this close. I need to go score for score. If things start to get out of hand, you got to get out of this game because you don't, unfortunately, have the time. I know you can try to stick it out and manage to pull a win, but at the end of the day, a loss that takes you 15 minutes is worse than a loss that takes you 5 or 10. We got a flag here on the Ravens.
If I'm
Maybe
the
doing a little
Ravens,
bit too
I
much.
would. If they don't score on this possession, I think they just forfeit it. If it's say like a pick six, they just forfeit it and move on to guilty gear.
If you go down by 2 scores, I thought that was. You mentioned pick six, and I thought that ball was gone.
I thought I just called that.
I was legitimately looking. I was like, Sal the Prophet.
I thought I just called that. Oh my god!
But managing to slide the ball in, continuing some forward progress. Let's see what him is able to cook up. Able to keep his team in the game if he's able to find a touchdown, and maybe just maybe. Oh, nice job moving across.
That's a nail biter right there. That's actually kind of crazy.
Field. And we're getting an update from production. We originally had it backwards. The Ravens are in the white jerseys, currently up by 7 with New Moon down. So AJ fighting to keep his team in the game. So actually, with that correction, yeah, we're playing this Madden game out. If I scored that comfortably, I'm playing Madden. This should be a guaranteed win. This is where I look at KIC and Herb, especially with X-Ray not available, and say, kill them as fast as humanly possible. Don't even give them a chance to think. We're not playing fighting games. You are playing a 1-player game, and they are the training bot against you. You need to kill them, mix them the best you can. Let's see, what are we able to do? There's still 1 forfeit left for the Ravens. Maybe if one of those unfortunate long games does come up. A big pass downfield and a nice job breaking up the play there. That could have been a huge gain. I know was probably looking for the interception, but breaking up the pass ends up doing just as much, just enough here. Let's see what we are able to do. What options are we looking for? Where are we playing? The Ravens, and that also makes a little more sense. I was sitting here before, speed option, nice job. Looking out, keeping the ball moving up. They were moving up the field fairly quickly. If you normally want to draw out this game, you want to be playing towards the edges and heading into out of bounds to stop the clock and make more plays happen, extend the game out. And so that makes a lot more sense here. As you can see, AJ's calling these plays pretty quickly, but he's always, if possible, going to find an opportunity to stop this clock while making further progress. Another one of these option plays that will find the first down.
Oh my gosh.
A big hit stick.
He just did a front flip. He's
doing his best. Why are we doing this? Please. All right, setting up on defense. once again.
The New Moon need a score here because they'll get the ball back after half.
And if I'm the Ravens, all I'm looking for is one stop here. They keep. Oh, that's huge. That ends up being huge. What was almost relatively a small gain turns into a 1st and goal. Oh, cool. Tightening it up. And once again, and that should be enough with the dive. And now we have a tied up game. Halftime, 28 seconds. Now, we've seen this happen before this season where, you know, what's the worst that can happen? You gave them 26 seconds. Well, with 1 second left on the clock, people ran it back. So, play your kickoff, play your special team defense, offense. Make sure you know exactly what you're trying to do. I don't expect that with either one of these players. Both players seem pretty comfortable. Let's see. High kick. Going to allow them to come down. But this could give him some decent space. He's managed to reach the sidelines and ends up being forced back into and ultimately being taken down. So we'll probably see 1, maybe 2 plays at best before half. So the hope here is to be able to get in the field goal range at least to maintain your lead before going into half and New Moon getting control of that ball. Here we go. See what the play is. Him making some adjustments. 5, 4. Does get. And a big throw. That could be. I was going to say that could be picked. And a risky play finally.
If I'm New Moon, I'm just kicking a field goal here.
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely getting in range and just taking those extra points. Because all of a sudden now, if you get the ball back at half and you score, then the Ravens have to consider a score. And I hate that idea, but the clock is an integral part of you.
The clock is not their friend at the moment. They have 39 minutes to go.
39 minutes and 5 games. And in UEL, ooh, that hit right there could have been huge had it come slightly sooner.
Yeah, they're going.
They might try one more play, especially if they can get it towards the edge of the field really quickly to then be able to get a touchdown if you can. I think if you get the ball back and put yourself up again by 2 touchdowns, I think you're in a good spot. The tackle, though, pushing them back to 34, this still shouldn't be a problem. They should be able to foreknow. Are they going for the score? Yeah, 7 seconds left. Hike it, throw it. You need 3 seconds? You need a second. Already called a timeout. Let's see. Boom. Go ahead and making a few adjustments. AJ's thinking. AJ maybe spotting, looking for a hole here. Looks towards that outside edge again. And immediately calls the timeout. This is going to go ahead and be that field goal, giving them a 3-point lead and the ball back going into the second. A 2-score game does absolutely. Basically the Ravens have to score every single time they get possession of the ball and then still find a turnover of their own. They have to somehow take the ball away from New Moon, which is a ridiculous ask because AJ is doing a good job of not taking these huge risks. I've seen it too time and time again in the UEL. Teams take these huge risks when they don't have to and end up getting punished for it. Whereas on the flip side, the teams that are really good at Madden tend to play a little bit safe. Tend to go for these slightly not as flashy of plays, but usually these options that they know people don't know how to count. Nice screenplay, gets them out to the outside, and manages to get a huge gain while being on the sideline, stopping the clock, burning even more time.
And the Ravens do not want this. They do not want any form.
It is ridiculous. And again, you notice he's just staying near this edge. He wants to be pushed out. Cool, you stop me in the game. Well, I'm stopping you out of game from playing more games. Pick one. You either let me score and forfeit or you keep stopping the clock. Using and understanding the game is part of being in the game. Not only is AJ great showing like that he's great
Huge
at
hit
sport.
stick. Oh my gosh.
Skate. I love the hit stick. It's the best
Sent
feature
that
they've
man
ever
to the
had.
hospital.
It's the most satisfying.
That's such a
But AJ showing he's not just good at sports game, but he has learned just being in that coaching role and that leadership role, how to play UEL better and better. Recognizing that what his team needs now, more than just a point, is time. His team has put themselves in a position to find the game. And a nice job. Had he been able to get back out to the edge, but I think here realizing that he probably can go ahead and straight up just get a touchdown, is willing to just run these plays over and over again. Are we going to see him call it again, or does he want to swap up maybe some of his options?
I need you to drag the clock out. Look at that. There's a minute left on the third quarter. That he can do as much as he wants.
And this is, again, I think it's a great plan here. Every point you get is another point denied to the Ravens. But even beyond the points denied to the Ravens, it is an opportunity for you to burn a little bit more time. The roles that the Ravens can get to win end up becoming tighter and tighter, like that bullet pass coming out of AJ on the quarterback roll to secure his team a 10-point lead. As if they hit this field goal, let me be fair, if they hit this field goal, 10-point lead as they go into the fourth quarter. We got 40 seconds left. Again, we could see it. I mean, what's the craziest thing I can predict here? Run back into an onside kick that's picked up, run back into another score, into another touchdown. Would be the craziest situation. They have to fair catch this though. They don't want to take the risk. They're not in a position where they have to, but ultimately they're being pushed closer and closer to that moment. Let's see, looking at the read option, looking at the shotgun formation, play action read. What are we going for him? What are your thoughts? Got 5 seconds here. It is the play action play, but it looks like AJ read it. And yes, he goes down. It's a 2nd and 20. I will make this bet right now. If they do not score on this drive, the Ravens are calling it.
I agree with you.
Like, I don't think you have the time to basically say, can we score 3 times in a quarter? Unless you're just saying, like, AJ is going to play the worst quarter of Madden he has played ever. Yeah, and if you're betting on AJ to play the worst game of Madden, you might want to take some other bets. There's a few other bets that I would take.
Put it all on red here.
Hey, I wish that I could tell you no, but all on red seems like a great option. Let's see. What do we have here? Takes the ball, is looking for a play.
Let's pick.
Oh!
There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the quarter. If I'm the Ravens, I forfeit. You have 30 minutes to go.
If I am AJ, I am keeping the ball towards the edge of the field the entire time, or just scoring, seeing as I'm on their 34.
Oh my!
Yeah. See, if I'm that virtual character, I'm mad. Like, why'd you do that to me?
I agree with you. That sent him into a ragdoll.
Man was was thinking he had an opportunity to just straight up knock out. Here we go, 2nd and 9. AJ with the ball, maybe telling Nexus what he wants to do. Another screen play. Once again, moves towards the edge of the field. Is possibly going to dive for this touchdown, and manages to get stopped.
And there he is, swimming on the field, doing the. Yeah,
Ravens
if I'm the
have 2
Ravens,
timeouts.
I would forfeit.
It's hard for me. Like,
It's hard for me to base it, but there's 2 minutes 25. If the New Moon score here, they're down by 17 now. They are down by 17 points.
It's one of those things, like, you're going to lose this game. 2 minutes in Madden is at least 3 to 5 more minutes of game clock. And that's assuming that every pass.
Can you imagine that New Moon onside and get it back? Just go for scoring record.
That would
Just personal stats.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Running it back. They have to start taking some risks now. As long as everything goes perfect, and I said perfect for a reason, they need to basically score every 1 to 2 plays for the rest of the game. With the plays that they're not scoring, they're getting the ball to have a chance. Now, we know Guilty Gear's coming up after this. So let's talk about Guilty Gear Strive. I think the Ravens take it. I think the Ravens take Guilty Gear. I think the Ravens take Guilty Gear. I'm saying that, maybe saying a little bit of a prayer to go along with it. But as of right now, it does look like New Moon is going to the finals again. I'm all for Miracle. Maybe I'm trying to invoke the caster curse here a little bit to give me an even more interesting game. But if you would like to join us and possibly New Moon, it seems like it's going to be New Moon in the finals, please join us in Washington, D.C. On Father's Day, 1 week from tomorrow, to watch the finals game. And if you're wondering who's they're going to be playing against tomorrow, please join us here once again at 3 p.m. for another game, that being the Bots and the Reapers, the classic matchup of the Northern Conference, to see which one of them is going to the finals. Are we going to see history repeat itself? Or maybe, just maybe, we see the tides of time change. Here we go. You got to start looking for some big plays, unfortunately. And the issue is that AJ knows you got to look for big plays. And that means AJ and I think Spicy are going to look for another interception here, if at all possible. I do want to give credit to the Ravens, though they played an incredibly close game so far. And with 30 minutes left, I mean, this is where legends are made, to be honest. The Ravens find a way through here. It will be legendary. A nice sack here. Clock is going to run some. Is AJ going to stop the clock or just let it keep on going? Looks like AJ is, or excuse me, the Ravens are going to let the clock run out. The Ravens, I think, realize that they want this game to end. They don't want to burn the timeout because
Or
of
a forfeit.
Yeah,
they don't want to burn a forfeit because then it gets to the point if they try and forfeit after they have 0 forfeits.
It's like being real. If StarCraft rolled next, do you risk StarCraft not taking 15 minutes?
I hope you know AJ just called a timeout on them.
Yeah. Oh no, he's absolutely going to.
And he grinned after it. He's
buy every single second here. And the game is still being allowed to progress. He is not delaying the game or doing anything like that. This is where the game will inevitably end in the next 4 plays max. But the game is still progressing forward, and it's just a great use of clock from AJ and just recognizing the position his team is in. And because the funny part is, in the mental game here, is I do this for one major reason. We play a game of chicken. Can I annoy you enough to call a Can you be so
There's 8
annoyed?
seconds left on the clock.
Oh, he just want one more play. He might want to just get one more scoring. 4, 3, 2. He gonna hike it. Oh no, he lets the game in. He lets the game in.
New Moon winning, Madden.
Puts him up by 6 with 26 seconds left. So I'm a manufacturer.
You need Guilty Gear to go down as fast
KSC
as
sweep.
possible. You need it to be picked out.
KSC sweeps and Guilty Gear. Street Fighter. KSC him Herb sweep. Let me see what's next. Smash. Wonku Herb sweep. What? Oh, I thought they called it for. I was like, there's no way. I looked back up and I was so confused. Getting into Guilty Gear. I'm trying to think what other games are there that's left that are super short. Now you got me thinking. Oh goodness. Left on the Wheel, super short game. Any shooters are super short.
No, Valorant, Halo.
Throw the whole shooter category out. You don't want any shooters. Racers. We are looking at Kark's Drift.
RX and Forza.
That's like a 2-minute game.
Forza. If it's a New Moon setup, they could pick the 10-minute.
They're going to pick Nuremberg. We're going to be here for 30 minutes, for 3 laps. The game will be over officially. Actually, that is a good reason to actually hold a forfeit. You will absolutely need to forfeit Forza if it rolls in this New Moon setup. If it's not New Moon setup, you pick the NASCAR
yeah,
map,
NASCAR.
and you're just like, cool, just finish. All right, so sports games that are left. We played Rocket League, we played FC, NHL. NHL could
NHL
be
needs
quick.
to go.
NHL.
All right. Jury's going in against Stars.
Jury plays Testament. ABBA? No, Stars plays ABBA. Jury plays Leo. Got it. I don't necessarily agree with this by the Ravens. NHL, so they just got to score a bunch of goals really quickly. I don't agree with this. Stars gets into Morehound mode. So this is one of the newest characters from Guilty Gear, an incredibly strong character, but incredibly feast or famine. When she's in this mode, you see here some of the best pressure in the game, if not the best. She will absolutely kill you. When she's in the other mode, as you can see now, with the key being very slow, she's incredibly slow. She can't really move. Nice throw by Stars. This is something that's huge. You don't see a lot of players in the league throw Leo back turn. Oh, maybe his controller wasn't working. His controller, I don't think, was connected. Is going with the Testament. We know I haven't seen a lot of Testament here in the league. A pretty strong character, having some incredible tools. She's able to deny actually a decent bit of space with these huge normals, these moves that take up so much space. And that's before you get to her annoying projectiles that hit you from almost full screen. Stars checking over his buttons. I appreciate it just to make sure. What color are we going with?
It's gonna be the yep.
Oh, going with the pink color. The pink color. And here we go. Stars doing a great job taking out Jury in no time. And now I look over at Nexus to see if maybe his training can pay off in the same way as Stars. Stars being willing to just immediately swing out. Now, does he know the Testament matchup? I don't know if he does. He's in Moraha mode. He just has to get in there. And the hard part is now that he's back out of the mode. So that is the easiest way I can tell anybody at home wondering the state of this game. When Stars' key is yellow, he is in a very rough spot. The moment it turns black, the entire game is in his hands. Testament, on the other hand, what Nexus wants to do is make Stars essentially glow purple, and that kills. Makes Stars glow purple, and he gets an extra hit and is able to continue his pressure here. So both players and both characters have their win conditions, and it seems like they have a general idea of how to play. Stars keeping up the pressure, hitting them with some highs and some lows, making sure just to keep the pressure up in general. Nice job by Nexus, doing a good job pushing him back full screen. Gets the extra hit here, and Stars managing to make his way through, and this is where Stars can maul, but an immediate super says, hey, go get off me. Nope, it's my turn, and is doing his best to buy as much time as possible to keep Stars out of this Morehound mode, to be able to buy as much time as humanly possible. Stars not extending it, using the burst to keep the corner pressure, hoping to get another hit here, reactivates the mode. sends him through the wall. Isn't going to have a whole lot of time here, but it should be enough to go ahead and get it. Catches the backdash. I love it. Put him in the corner. Yellow burst. All right, next hit is going to win the game. He changes. The punish is almost there, and Nexus with a beautiful low to close out the
Oh my
game.
gosh, 1 HP. Oh.
Super close game. You see the players. Every one of these guesses is right. Nice block, and this for full punish. Shub getting pushed out. Maybe wasn't expecting that. Cassie can't let Nexus get a chance to play the game again. If Nexus gets the opportunity to play in a nice side switch, push him back towards the corner, is trying to bait out something, and that should be the hit. That should do it. AIC playing on a knife's edge manages the 2-0.
And this is where Pip-Boy comes in. Now, do you know who Pip's going to play?
Yes, I know exactly who Pip's going to play.
Who is he going to play?
A man after my own heart, Leo Whitefang. There's a reason why more and more of Leo is appearing on New Moon. They have arguably two of the best Leo players in the entire league on their team in Pip-Boy as well as X-Ray Aspect. X-Ray being the best Leo in the league. Always got to, show respect where it is due. But both of them are very strong. I can tell you that if Pip-Boy doesn't realize KIC understands this matchup, KIC has been playing this matchup since launch. He's played against various people of multiple levels, and will absolutely check Pip-Boy on anything that isn't real. But the issue is this matchup works very great for Leo. As a Leo player, I touch you twice and I can kill you. I don't actually care. I will absolutely just kill you twice. And here we go, time and time again. Now Pip-Boy's on offense. Is he going to run through? Nope. Looks to possibly just make an opportunity. Finally finds the run through. Gets the grab. This is going to be big damage because he has the RC. Is able to do a bunch of damage. Is blocking here. Loses the corner. And now KIC has to cook. Once again, every time, if KIC is on the defensive or getting hit, he is losing hilariously. Yes, in a fighting game, getting hit is bad. No, but legitimately, his character's job is to make you guess over and over again, using this to start his offense, and a nice jump. Pip-Boy immediately bursts, looking for another opportunity, dodges the anti-air, makes Pip-Boy guess one more time, and the cross-up is good for a kill. Pip-Boy looking over, I think, the X-ray aspect, maybe having some discussions on what the character does and how to compete against it. Nice backup into a knockdown, manages to bait out the throw, and is already starting his pressure. Pip-Boy has to find an opportunity, a nice 2D into a knockdown, tries to run through. Cassie is ready, throws it, doesn't switch sides this time, is pushing him back towards the corner. Blue wild assault to keep up the pressure, catches him. This is going to be a wall break.
Stick to a wall break.
Super. This is going to be a hard knockdown, which is going to give KIC the chance to make Pip-Boy guess again. Let's see how it goes. Jumps, but DPs. That is Leo's strongest defensive tool. Nice job getting over. But Pip-Boy ready just to press buttons. That's a Leo mainstay. Puts KIC in the corner. Manages the yellow RC. Throw. KIC's turn. Guess. Ooh. Don't mess up, Pip-Boy. You got to stop each one. DP good. SDP goes over. Yellow burst. Both players are playing here. Pip-Boy might be able to finish it off here. Yellow RC once again buying some time, but the DP, he has to burst. Both players, he has to dodge. Next hit will kill. Never mind, that SDP was not enough. And the jabs managed to take.
Oh my gosh, this is way too close.
Ground.
Both fighters on their final life.
And this is the thing. KIC has the ability to fully take over this game and win. He just has to make sure that he does not get put on defensive. He has to dictate the pace of this. And I know Pip-Boy was in a situation like this at last season. He's been working, I'm assuming, not only on his own, but with X-Ray to improve this Leo to be able to contend with anybody in the league, and is able to show that right there, a nice gold burst to go ahead and get positive and to start his own pressure, stands up and blocks it, is representing the option, barely gets over the fireball, and KIC should be able to get really close here. Hard knockdown with super, and it should be guess for game. If KIC gets this, it could be huge. Now, I want to know if KIC is paying attention to the amount of DPs. Is he willing to bet this whole thing on a DP, but a throw instead? A blue RC, the overhead misses. KIC gets a throw, and that's it. A win at Guilty Gear for the Ravens. KIC coming in and showing why he's willing to play a character that is incredibly difficult, playing that knife's edge that you saw. He got touched a handful of times by both Nexus and Pip and was almost dead each and every single time. And NHL coming up next with the Ravens having their pick of pretty much players here. Him, Herb, and they're going to pick a third.
They're going to send in Snappy Spicy Nexus.
Snappy Spicy Nexus. I'm going to say, if she's available, Herb, Wonku, him, I think is going to be the lineup, if available.
Because NHL up next, so there's only 11 minutes.
That's the issue. Like, the issue I have with that is in any other situation, and this is great to New Moon. New Moon played that well. I like all the players. Nexus really impressed me. I hadn't seen his testament really coming along. I love seeing better and better Guilty Gear here in the league. But I think what happened there was, I know KIC having played with him, and that was him definitely a little bit uncomfortable because he was trying to push the pace. He's like, I need to win as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Knowing that Leo, for example, has a DP, you have to always, and a Leo will always, don't care if it's me, X-Ray Aspect, Hit-Boy, anybody, Leo in the league, we will eventually DP. There's no world where you continue to put us in a blender and we're like, yeah, I'll just sit here quietly and just block. Haha, I'm having a lot of fun. Haha. No, it's like, no, get me out. Nappy,
I got my
Spicy,
pick wrong.
AJ.
I was thinking of AJ because I know Nexus has been playing NHL. I know I've practiced it with him. So I was thinking he'd go in, but it also makes sense to send in a sports belt player.
Yeah. And like I said, her Blancu, him. once again, both teams I think are in a position where they can send in whoever they would like to send in. And going into next season, I think that like this Ravens team should be happy, right? This is a good performance. Once again, I think New Moon is playing for the storybook ending. As many people assume going into next season, the team is going to change with the changes to the league. I think what they're looking for is to say, it's like, let's have one more ride. As a team, let's take this championship and prove that if we're together, we are unstoppable. We can win.
It's going to be the Tampa Bay Lightning versus the Edmonton Oilers. I know the Oilers are going to be the New Moon most definitely.
Tampa Bay Lightning being a consistent pick from most of the league because of the strength of their goalie specifically.
Yeah, but then you go up against Connor McDavid on the Edmonton Oilers, and
doesn't matter. I wanted Street Fighter to end it off. But it looks like Apex Legends will be our final game. Both playing. Nice check against the boards here. And I think at the end of the day, the intention here from New Moon is just to ensure that the Ravens can't score. The Ravens way back into this game is scoring how many goals? Like 5 goals?
It's first to 5.
So these first 2 pucks, the first 4 pucks, basically they need to score all 4 of these first 4 pucks, get 1, 1, 2, and then a minus puck.
So you'd be on 4.
And the minus puck will give you a point, I believe.
It only gives you 1. So say how these money pucks work. You score +2, you get 2. You score -2, you score 1, and if the other team has 2, they lose 2. So it'd go to 1-0 instead of 2-0. It'd go 1-0, you'd be in the lead. The highest money puck you can get is a + or -3, which can change the entire game. There's games that go out in Chell that go out in a way where you start the game off of a +2, +3, and it just ends the game. And that's a nice deke. See Connor McDavid deking into a goal through the legs.
And this is why it's always hard. Like, AJ is one of those players that every time, I think that like in previous seasons, he did have a little bit lower of a ceiling in some of the sports games. But I think that was because he was learning to kind of take some more of the leadership role. And now that he's had like some experience with that, we start to see him really come into form, reminding people why he's a sports game champion. I really thought that was going in. I'm going to be very honest.
I also thought that was going in. I thought he just shot an own goal.
And here we go. Just going to hold on to the puck and take the time. 35 seconds left in this first period. Turns it over. Ends up blocking it. And some good defense. Maybe not wanting a crazy game. I mean, that could just be that New Moon is just saying, we'll keep it tight, keep it simple. We don't need to play and do anything super crazy and go out and change the world. And as this goes on, I mean, standout players. I know AJ and Snappy set a record this season going 15-0 in some games. Wasn't able to do a similar thing today, but I know that the entirety of New Moon performed amazing.
Yeah.
They've shown time and time again why they will now have been in the finals 7 consecutive times. I believe it's 7 consecutive times why they end up in the finals. They have a chokehold on the Southern Conference. The Ravens finishing better than last season. I believe last season they finished 3rd. So like actually roughly the same positioning. But ultimately still showing I think is a strong team, and if this team does stay together, it will manage to I think do real damage next season and only continue to get better. Especially with 2 amazing rookies we currently have in Vape and Genghis. This team staying together I think only benefits.
And that's another New Moon goal. If the New Moons score again, I think the Ravens have to forfeit.
That's if they want to play Apex. I think that they may be a forfeit on Apex to play something different. I know that like Apex.
Well, this game, if they don't forfeit NHL, this game could go all the way.
Yeah, but I know Apex for both teams, Apex and Valorant, I believe, are both locked rosters. And so I don't know, I know a lot of shooting game players in the league want to play open roster. They
No,
don't
I
want
know, but what I mean is there won't be enough time to play it. There's 5 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes left in this quarter of NHL, and then after this, it'd be another 3 minutes.
That's if they don't score the next 2 points. If they manage to get another couple of scores in here, I think the game will absolutely just end. And New Moon doesn't seem to be wanting to slow down, wanting to put as many points on the board as possible. A nice pass attempt there coming out of the Ravens to maybe find an opportunity here to stay in the game. They are not going quietly into the night. They will finish off their season 8 with a win, if at all possible. Each and every single one of these games, they're looking for that opportunity. And maybe New Moon realizing exactly what you're saying, willing to play the time then and just say, cool, if you're not going to press, then we will absolutely keep it simple. Sending it up and sending it forward. See, a quick move isn't able to
Had the
find.
chance to deke. Personally, did really good there. He got himself open. Now he deked too far to the right. Goalie knew he was going to the right. If he kind of cut back to the left, he had an open net.
Let's see. Sends it up. Ravens on the attack again. And once again, have lost it. Now, New Moon having the opportunity to maybe make a play here. Ends up losing the puck into a one-on-one. Is he able to find it?
Yep.
And he does. Now, I agree with you. There was a world where if New Moon scored that 2 and then scored the -1, the game ends fast enough. But now, yeah, you would absolutely have to forfeit if you want to be able to play another game. 3.5 minutes left on the out-of-game clock. 45 seconds on the second of 3 periods left on the game clock. We will be below 3 minutes at the start of the last 3 minute. At the last of the last 3 minute period. Nice swing over, trying to find the goal. Isn't able to. No more money pucks will appear in this game. Either team, they're able to put in 3 goals, will just straight up win it. It doesn't matter. But whoever gets this next puck will put themselves in a commanding position, needing only 2 while forcing their opponents to need 4 here. The -1 puck is not able to be found there by the Ravens.
Close chance.
Nice job resetting and bringing it back out again. I like the puck movement here. They're looking for the opportunity. A rough shot off the wall. Looking for an opportunity. That is the end of the second period. We're now at 2.5 minutes. This will be the final game. And so with that, I can announce to you that Season 8 of the Ultimate Endgamers League, your Southern Conference Championship, is the Minnesota New Moon. They have shown themselves once again to be a dominant force in this league, going 10-0, making their way through the bracket, and now setting themselves in a position to reclaim their throne as the most dominant team in UEL history. And moment to moment, say farewell to the Florida Ravens, having put up an amazing season, having fought to the last moment.
They fought till the last second to get that second seed, by the way.
Yeah.
That's how strong of a
They
team
had
they are.
to win both of their games to get that second seed. Exactly. And unfortunately, I think the saying is always a bridesmaid, never a bride. This is not their Cinderella story to go to the finals, unfortunately. And
Oh, good. Oh, my. Oh.
and they look. New Moon is like, look, we do this. This is another day in the office. They started the day saying it. Looks like they're trying to finish up the game.
And I know you were wrapping up saying how it's the New Moon going to the finals. It is looking like you are correct, and I can agree with you on that. Now, this whole playoff run from both teams is all happened because of SurfThing's PCs. Like, genuinely, is like a breath of fresh air getting SurfThings because of how good they work. All these players are able to come in each day, each week, and not worry about a technical issue coming from these PCs, whether they crashed or blue screened. These games could hold all the games on this wheel without a single problem and run confidently.
They are a game changer. And if you are looking for game-changing performance, along with unparalleled power to play whatever genre of game you are interested in, please, please, please check out the official PC sponsor here of the UEL.
I like how you said there was no more money pucks. There are.
I didn't expect the game to get this deep. I really
Like-
thought one team was just going to run away with it, and I have very clearly been wrong.
That's a +3 and a +2. That could win a separate game if you started with that.
If you are at home and are wondering, let's see here. Come on. Ooh, nice shot there by New Moon. And this is, again, that fire that the Ravens always show. The Ravens are never one to check out of a game until that final whistle, regardless of the outcome of the game. They care. They wear their hearts on their sleeve. They constantly push for whatever they can get and are looking only to be better and better and better. See, ooh, and it deflects off. Here we see New Moon on the attack once again. Ooh, like the little move, like, hey, you gonna bite? You gonna bite? Left, right. Isn't able to put it in. New Moon squarely in control of this game. 20 seconds left here on the clock. With New Moon completely in control of the puck, this might be it. This is the last opportunity. New Moon getting control with 10 seconds left. This might be the worst timeline for the Ravens. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that will be time. And with that, the clock has run out for the Florida Ravens.
And because of that, the Minnesota New Moon are going to be going to the finals in DC at District E on June 16th, one Sunday from now. I don't know what else to say. They are the only team in the league so far to be undefeated in this season, finishing this game 15-9, not even having to doubt this game.
Yes. And with that, you mentioned joining us next week. But I will take it a step further. Join us tomorrow, first and foremost, to find out who they're going to be playing between the Virginia Bots and the North Carolina Reapers. And then join us next week in DC if you are close by at District E.
If you're not, still flying.
Yeah, straight up.
You do not want to miss. Winner of that game takes home $100,000. That is $100,000.
That is still an insane number. And I do want to say, before you tune out, we do have New Moon, I believe, coming in for an interview.
We are going to be interviewing New Moon here.
And so please feel free to stick around. But again, kudos to the Ravens. They played a hard-fought game. I think they proved at the beginning of this game especially why New Moon was taking this game somewhat seriously. Like, they had to be like, all right, we can't just think that this is a free win here. And here we go. I think
we're going to be joined by the Minnesota New Moon, the winners of today, the people who booked their ticket and the grand finals.
Hey. All right. Who wants a headset?
Yeah, who wants a headset?
Yo, give it to Cedric.
Yeah, give it.
Hear me.
I'll take.
All right. Should I be getting down to the caster level or? Yeah. Hey, that's fine. Oh, okay. I don't know whether to crouch or should I just knee it? Oh yeah, split the chairs real quick. I'm about to knee it real quick. Oh, there we go. There we go. There you go. Wait, what are you trying to? Well, that screen looks good. Y'all in the booth, so. Yeah, that works. That works.
So after 7 times consecutively now y'all been to final?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Honestly, like the team chemistry couldn't have been any better. When we were down, nobody was like, "Oh my god, we should have won that game," or beating each other up. It was more so just kind of keeping the calm, knowing that we had our games coming, and just forfeiting the games that we knew we had to, and just kind of moving on. Second half team. I would say, yeah,
The money.
yeah, I would say, team chemistry is still strong. Definitely people are looking for opportunities on other teams for sure, like every team. But the people that are going to stay on this team, I know are going to be phenomenal. I'd say going to be one of the best teams in the league for sure, regardless. But for this season right now, we're feeling really great. There was a couple games that we should have won, but we're going to go back to the lab, clean them up, and we'll be straight.
I always love hearing from y'all. Now I gotta ask this. Who do you want to win tomorrow? And who your opponent in the final? Do y'all have?
I would say mostly, not too particular on who wins. We've messed with the kind of like in the lab kind of process, trying to figure out what we need to do to beat both teams, and we have lineups for both of those teams, so we're feeling pretty good, prepared for either way. But all I got to say is good luck to both of them, and we'll see who we see. Come on, bro. If a team doesn't have faith that they're going to win, they are not going to win.
Once again, big congratulations. Minnesota New Moon, Season 8 Southern Conference champion of the UEL.
Woo.
For the championship. Congratulations. Great game played. Always.
Yeah. We'll be seeing y'all in DC.
Yep. 1 week.
1 week until DC.
And with that, I want to give a big thank you to everybody that is out there. We will see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. for the Virginia Bots versus the North Carolina Reapers, the Northern Conference Championship, to find out who will play these amazing players in DC. Join us in DC if you are out here 1 week from today, Father's Day. Father, drink the bars, I believe, discounted for y'all. Food, come out, good times, have a great time. Until then, we'll see you on the next one. Have a great night.
Peace.
Peace.